Memories of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Paying Back Debts. Old friend. It is said that you went to Kate's home when you were filming Saving Private Ryan in the UK last year. The host hugged his knees with his hands, and his face showed anticipation. Oh, you ask such a hot question right at the beginning? Yes, I went to Reading and met her family. Roland raised his eyebrows at first, and then generously admitted the news. What made you go to her house during the break in filming? Because of love. The host continued to ask, looking at the two with eyes full of gossip and envy. Roland took a different approach and did not give the answer that people wanted. Can I say that if I didn't go, you might never see me again? She had to drag me there. HMM. There were many small question marks above the host's head. Kate covered her mouth and laughed when she heard this. While taking over the topic, she slapped Roland's arm with her hand wearing the engagement ring. Shut up. Stop lying here, okay? It was him who tricked me into calling David and Ganetti mom and dad on Christmas Day 2 years ago. What? What's going on? We didn't know about it before. The host turned into giling, showing surprise and curiosity without any concealment. Can you share the story with us? Of course. Kate nodded naturally. However, just when she wanted to share, Roland suddenly spoke first, trying to change the topic. Actually, this is what happened. You can't blame me. Discovering this situation, Kate glared at him. Then is it my fault? Blame me, you say. Roland, who was stared at by death, instantly wilted, and his attitude of I can't beat him, but I dare not say anything made the audience watching the live broadcast in front of the TV all smile like an auntie who was watching a good show. Oh my god. The atmosphere between the two of them is so sweet. Although Roland showed weakness, the look in his eyes when he looked at Kate was full of tenderness. He was too doting. Although Kate was complaining about Roland's actions, there was no sign of dissatisfaction on her face. She was smiling so happily. Of course, where there are people who are happy, there are people who hate. Some people who did not watch the show on purpose, but just accidentally entered the channel, saw the live broadcast, and found that the couple was telling stories again. Felt helpless. Didn't he rarely accept interviews before? How come we can see news about him every day now? As an actor, he doesn't work hard on his movies, but only wants to make money by selling his private life. It seems that he got carried away after winning the Oscar. The down-to-earth kid disappeared. After attending the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting and redetermining the development direction of his company, Roland began to pay off his debts again. In mid-May, he and Kate accepted a talk show arranged by Paramount for the release of Saving Private Ryan. As the two parties had agreed in advance, the couple would reveal some behind-the-scenes news that people are very interested in, but know very little about on the talk show. Well, it's actually their emotional journey. After the Oscars, when they were interviewed by Time magazine, they only explained the content related to Titanic, and did not mention the experience of accompanying each other when filming in the UK. Now, they are mainly talking about this. Although the two have been mentioned by the media frequently in the past few months, and their emotional experiences have been repeated thousands of times, the vast majority of fans are still willing to continue watching because of the reposting of news. Of course, since it is not a big issue like modifying the Star-Spangled Banner, but daily gossip about celebrities, the reactions aroused are multiple. Just like Spider-Man has attracted a lot of male fans for Roland, but female fans think this kind of movie is boring. Just like Titanic has attracted women of all ages, but was rejected by male fans. No one has ever been able to please everyone, and the king of understanding will not disgust everyone. More often, people's feedback on various news depends on their own position, not the right or wrong of the event itself. Therefore, the pros and cons of overconsumption are vividly reflected in this talk show. In the fan forum of Roland and Kate, the restless fans are popularizing the story of Roland deceiving Kate to call David and Ganetti mom and dad to those who didn't watch the live broadcast, and telling the story of Kate threatening Roland to go home to see her parents. Not only that, Amidst, which has been sold to Amazon, has received countless emails urging for updates. Fans who are rolling in dog food are eager to hope that this movie database can modify the life information of the two. But at the same time, those who dare not show up because of the dog food fans are expressing their dissatisfaction with this overexposure in other forums at the beginning of the year. It was on the front page of the headlines for a month because of the box office news. Then it was on the front page of the headlines for 2 months because of the question of whether it won the award. Then it was on the front page of the headlines for 2 months because of the proposal at the Oscars. Now it is on the front page of the headlines because of the story behind the filming of Saving Private Ryan. Is he still an actor? On the headlines every day. The point is, don't you think that Roland going to Kate's house during the filming is a very unprofessional performance? Not filming well, and his mind is full of love. Why don't you just stop being an actor and go home with Kate and have kids? There's no way. In the internet age, everything is so fast. Those who admired Roland for his professionalism are now dissatisfied with Roland's marketing, while those who just want to read gossip are very interested in the current operation. As for neutrality, many times, neutral parties are often those who watch the excitement and don't mind the big things. They are eager for the two opposing parties to fight. The more fierce the fight, the happier they are. Anyway, it's boring. As for Roland himself, he doesn't care about these things now. Although this idea is cruel, the favorite movies are just a tool for him now. If he has become a legend in the eyes of the public, after breaking box office records and winning Oscars, and the public hopes that he can continue this legend, because excellent works are the basis of his success, then he will thank the public who expect him to get better and better, and then turn around and hug those dog food fans. Because these guys will mindlessly pay for his products, while guys who are eager for works will only pay for good works. This change sounds inhumane, but isn't the relationship between fans and stars the same as that between leeks and old farmers? If you don't spend money, how can you say you love me? If Roland used to need to interpret the lives of different characters according to the script to gain fame and fortune, now he wants to interpret his life into something that guys who are willing to pay like to watch. Although he still thinks of himself as an actor, his core has changed. Tools are eager to become capital, and once they become capital, no one is willing to return them. Of course, in addition to the filming experience in the UK and the fun of the two people getting along, the news that Roland appeared at the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting in early May also became one of the topics of the talk show. Faced with such inquiries, Roland, who did not want to hide it, generously admitted his status as a shareholder. Yes, after receiving the salary for Home Alone, I asked David to use all the money to buy BRK shares. Average price? The average price is about 15,000. How many do you hold in total? Anyway, less than Charlie Munger and more than Bill Gates. On the rich list. Sorry, I will not submit forms to Forbes or Forbes. They are not the eyes or the seconds. They have no right to let me submit asset information. After paying off the debt owed to Paramount, Roland, who had not worked much after filming Saving Private Ryan, officially entered the intensive training stage to prepare for the upcoming filming of Spider-Man 2 and 3. At the beginning, Roland met his old friend Ewan Bay again. 3 years seemed to have left no trace on this old man. The reason why he rushed over after receiving the call was purely because he was in the Warner Studios in the same city, tinkering with the Matrix. After letting Roland follow the content he had taught before, Bay, wearing a baseball cap, smiled and shook his head. It seems that you haven't continued to practice, and your movements are rusty. Roland was not ashamed. There's nothing I can do. There are too many things. Mr. Bay nodded, showing his understanding. It doesn't matter. There are still 2.5 months. We have plenty of time. Just start from the beginning. Are you not going back to Warner? My apprentice is watching over there. After buying the North American screening rights of Rumble in the Bronx and launching it on the market, the relationship between the two sides became much closer. Although they did not communicate as frequently as the Jewish gang, they still kept in touch during holidays. Roland also helped to communicate the business of the Matrix. With the good effect of Spider-Man, Warner naturally would not doubt their level. Because of Roland's intervention, the two sides cooperated happily. Of course, it may be because Roland discovered the treasure of kung fu movies, but it is more like those capitalists saw the value of the big nose. After Rumble in the Bronx became a hit, when Roland was concentrating on Titanic, Jackie Chan was still poached by New Line, which had a good cooperation with Golden Harvest. However, with the presence of Roland, the speed of the Jewish gang to promote the project was very fast this time. Jackie Chan's Rush Hour will be released in September. After 3 hours of training, Roland, sweating all over, mentioned the guy who brought him countless memories. Yes, there are too many summer blockbusters this year, so it's safer to put it in September. Did you encounter any trouble during the filming? No, I heard from them that Brett was very good to them. Okay, it's good that you didn't encounter any trouble. If you need anything, just call me directly. Okay, I'll tell him. Not only him, but also you. I like your work very much. Thank you. The main reason why Jackie Chan can be so popular in Hollywood and is more than one level higher than Jet Li and Chow Yun-fat is that after a failure, he did not choose to mess around, but to try to get close to the big guys from the beginning. Unlike Jet Li, who accepted the invitation of Time Warner to shoot Lethal Weapon, and Chow Yun-fat, who has been playing with Wu Beige since landing in North America, the big guy Jackie Chan found as Brett Ratner, the director of Rush Hour, a Jew. Looking through Brett Ratner's resume, this guy who only started shooting music videos in 1990 is obviously a novice. Compared with Jackie Chan's qualifications, he is just a stinky little brother. But many times, the qualifications of such newcomers are not the most important thing at all, because this guy graduated from the film major of Tisch School of the Arts at New York University and is a student of Martin Scorsese's. Of course, more importantly, this guy's tuition was paid by Steven Spielberg. Hard work is indeed important, but most of the time, opportunities are more important than hard work. Jackie Chan's action comedy may be the key to his foothold in Hollywood, but finding the right person on this basis can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In Roland's previous life, after working with Brett Ratner, Jackie Chan hooked up with Steven Spielberg, and the dialogues of how do you jump from this building to that building? And it's very simple. Start the camera, jump, start shooting, stop the camera, and send to the hospital. That have been passed down for countless years were created because of this. Later, when Westward Victory flopped, Jackie Chan also got the magic tuxedo from DreamWorks. Although this movie also flopped, Jackie Chan was treated much better than Lee and Chow, who had no chance after one failure. And in this life, Roland didn't know if they had met, but judging from the current situation, Jackie Chan's experience was still good. After entering the formal training, Roland didn't toss around and stayed in Los Angeles honestly. In late May, everything was peaceful, and in early June, the students had a holiday. Because David had to take his wife to Omaha for negotiations, and James refused to go home during the holiday, the arduous task of taking care of the children fell on the two of them again. The point is, when Kate helped take care of the children before, she promised the 3 children that she would take them to New Zealand for a vacation during the summer vacation. So after the holiday, when the 3 little ones clamored for a vacation, Roland was left at home by them. Looking at the dark room, Roland really wanted to order a golden retriever version of Take Loneliness as dinner. At this moment, he finally realized the loneliness of being away from home. It was great to have no one to care about him. Although Roland still didn't participate in any extravagant parties, after the morning training, surfing, fishing, sailing, beach volleyball, all these things were arranged. Just watching from a distance without playing, this should be okay, right? Kate was also quite awesome, taking the 3 Labrador puppies out to play for a whole month before coming back. Of course, he has to come back because the couple starring the Olson sisters is about to be released. Note, Brett Ratner, the director of Rush Hour, is a member of the Jewish gang. When he was 13 years old, he participated in Scarface directed by Brian Palmer and starred by Al Pacino, the so-called short film he made during college, and then boldly sent it to 40 directors across the United States, and finally won the appreciation of Steven Spielberg. Was just publicity. He was a student of Martin Scorsese from the beginning, and Jackie Chan also met Spielberg through him. Chapter 277, Premiere of The Perfect Match and Saving Private Ryan. On July 20th, 1998, Los Angeles was filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and huge crowds of people. Stars with different mindsets dressed up and set off from downtown Los Angeles to the rolling dreamland in the southeast. The red carpet show that used to be easy for men and women to work together was nowhere to be seen today, replaced by a warm family. The Spielbergs brought their 7 children to show their support. The Stallones brought Stallone's 2 sons from his ex-wife to join in the fun, and the Schwarzeneggers took Catherine, who was born in 1989, to murder film on the red carpet. As for Roland, he thought everyone looked like his father-in-law, Pa. It was obvious that, after seeing those cute children, he was imagining how cute his future children would be. After all, the children's parents' looks were there. To be honest, a children's movie with a low investment amount could not possibly attract so many big names. These guys came purely because Roland got the face. Because of this, after being photographed by the reporters under Disney, the guys who entered the venue casually greeted Roland, who was standing at the door to greet the guests. Tom Hanks directly asked his son Colin to call Roland uncle. Uncle, I'm only 10 years older than your son. Arnold Schwarzenegger puffed up his chest and showed Roland his chest muscles wrapped tightly in a suit in front of everyone. Fuck. You are useless. Can't you see Kate is right next to me? James Cameron found out that Roland wanted to squat down to tease his daughter, so he immediately hugged her in his arms, then showed a smile that said I've seen through everything, and patted Roland on the shoulder a few times. Your investment in the deep sea submersible is gone. Of course, despite the complaints, Roland could still clearly sense the change in these people's attitudes. If before, they accepted Roland because of his status as the old man student, and as Roland's popularity soared, and his ability to win the box office was constantly demonstrated, they became more intimate. Now, most of the guys went for Roland's self-exposed rich identity. No matter how popular he is, no matter how much the box office soars, it can't change the fact that he is a tool. But now, with the identity of Berkshire Hathaway's major shareholder, his status is different. Just like Sylvester Stallone dragged Bruce Willis to open the Holiday Inn in Las Vegas, eager to enter the real estate industry and become a landlord. Just like Arnold Schwarzenegger registered as a donkey party early after marrying Mariah Shriver, lying dormant for many years, waiting for opportunities. Just like Clint Eastwood was the mayor of Carmeltown in 1986, but in fact he was embezzling taxpayers' money to inject vitality into his own land. No tool person is willing to be a tool person for life. As long as there is a chance, they will try every means to climb up. Roland is now countless steps ahead of them, so the idea of seeking more opportunities naturally arises. This is also human nature. Of course, because the time and place are not right, the words of these guys are not naked. After a simple chat for a while, everyone sat down in order and concentrated on enjoying the movie. The plot of The Perfect Match is very simple. It tells the story of 2 girls who met in a summer camp and found out that the other was their twin sister. So they inquired about each other's life, exchanged identities, defeated the stepmother, and brought their divorced parents back together. Since it was a remake of the 1961 film Dad Loves Mom, the guests at the scene were not unfamiliar with the plot of the movie. But even so, the audience was still full of laughter. This was not because they were specially supporting Roland to save his face, but because the whole movie was indeed full of laughter. 10 minutes into the show, the 2 girls presented a wonderful fencing match to the public. They were like Jackie Chan in the furniture store when they were playing with fancy guns. The bedroom spoof that followed was a copy of the classic scenes in the Home Alone series, such as sticking honey to the feet, chocolate sauce falling from the sky, heavy snow and goose feathers, and even the scary spiders, which were exactly the same as the last scene in Home Alone 1. At 30 minutes in, they had already exchanged their identities and started to make trouble. From the 50th minute on, the battle to repel the evil stepmother became the only main line of the whole movie. Although the plot is old-fashioned, the storyboards are plagiarized, the narrative structure is too rough, and the content development cannot stand scrutiny at all. These are not important, because this movie is made for children. Just like Balala the Fairies, I'm a Hero, Bakugan Boy, Legend of Skyfire, and Egg Magic Trail. What's the big deal about this kind of work being a sand sculpture? As long as the children are happy watching it, it's fine. What's more, in America, if there are problems such as dyeing hair, wearing fancy clothes, or changing costumes on stage in film and television works, parents will not report it. So even if there are plots in The Perfect Match that teach bad girls, such as piercing ears and painting nail polish, everyone just laughed it off and expressed happiness for the children's growth. Because of this, after the movie, the comments given by the invited guests were almost the same. This is a movie suitable for children. It can bring happiness to children. It is also full of warmth. There is no other way to say it. Because on July 21st, Saving Private Ryan will premiere in a theater in Westwood, Los Angeles. That's right, when Roland saw this arrangement, he kept cursing the guy who scheduled the screening in his heart as a fool. Put The Perfect Match and Saving Private Ryan together? How can this be arranged? Although the audiences of the two movies are not the same, if they are released together, there will definitely be a squeeze in the screening. Even if the Olson sisters starred, the North American Theatre Alliance would not give them face, because the lineup of Saving Private Ryan is more luxurious. But if they are not put together, well, if they are not squeezed together, then The Perfect Match can only compete for the more brutal Christmas season. Because the competition in the summer season is too fierce. May 8th, Armageddon May 20th, Godzilla, June 5th, The Truman Show June 19th, Mulan, June 26th, Dr. Dolittle July 1st, Armageddon, July 10th Lethal Weapon 4, July 15th, There's Something About Mary July 17th, Zorro. Looking at this lineup, you can see that the Olsen sisters may not be able to beat anyone. And in the future, can the movies released in August still be considered summer movies? Although the Olsen sisters are extremely popular, under Roland's management, they have never fallen into the vicious circle of bad movies in their lives. They have only made movies like Jurassic Park, Sleepless in Seattle and Jumanji, but The Bourne Couple is their first time to play the leading role, so they must be cautious. As a result, the stupid scheduling appeared. Compared with the previous 9 movies that killed all audiences, it is actually more advantageous for The Bourne Couple to compete with R-rated movies of the war type such as Saving Private Ryan, because Roland's current appeal to the new generation of children has gradually decreased, and the Olsen sisters are deleting the basic plate in this area, so Disney arranged it this way. After learning about this situation, Roland was really impressed. This is really not good at anything, the first place in making a living. Can you make a good movie? Hey, we can't. What can we do? It's artificial. In this way, a strange situation appeared. On July 20th, James Cameron and his team attended the premiere of The Couple, and on July 21st, the original team attended the premiere of Saving Private Ryan. Except for changing the movie title, the rest of the news content isn't changed. People who know understand that these two movies are squeezed together, and people who don't know think that it's so easy to be an author these days. If you change the article on the 21st, it can be published as news on the 22nd. Consumers may not like this, but the author will definitely be very happy. Of course, the invited guests may be the same, but the follow-up reports are very different. If The Perfect Match can only win praise from children, then Saving Private Ryan is an epic for adults, whether it is under the banner of peace and humanity, using 8 people saving one to interpret the power of faith, or on the Omaha beach, Ryan's home, in the fields, when on the run, the soldiers are surrounded by the call of mom one after another, which shrouds the battlefield, reflecting the greatness of mothers, or Captain Miller's peaceful departure, Sergeant Horvath's humorous death. The brave Jewish Melis was eventually stabbed to death by the SS, and the translator Urban witnessed all this, but could not raise the gun of revenge. All of this is depicting the real battlefield, and it is telling all men who want to be heroes that heroes are not meant to be human beings, and it is also telling all women who admire heroes that in reality, the most common ones are timid translators. The concept described in the whole movie has touched the hearts of the American people. Family, friendship, and humanity. When these concepts are mixed together, it is the best tear-jerking story, especially at the end of the movie, when Captain Miller, who was about to die, was half lying there, shooting at the enemy tanks one by one. His eyes were still full of expectations. Until the last moment, He was sticking to his position, and this persistence made him wait for the whistling plane in the hope of winning the war. Just like the concept conveyed to people by The Shawshank Redemption, never give up hope at any time. Of course, this movie is just to convey hope to people. If Roland had not lived who lives, he might have cried like the guests at the premiere, but it was precisely because he had the memory of his previous life that he would not be moved when he saw this plot. Is Saving Private Ryan a good movie? Indeed, the old man perfectly tells the cruelty of war. He uses his movie to tell everyone the value of peace and the value of life. At the same time, he also uses the movie to tell the helplessness of soldiers. After going to the battlefield, executing orders is the only choice. Under the old man's portrayal, the bloodiness of war is vividly reflected. But the problem is that the concept conveyed by the whole movie can deceive everyone, but Roland can't. Because he saw with his own eyes that the King of Understanding made Guan He work for 8 years in vain. The unilateralism promoted by the big golden retrieve made the image of prosperity, friendship, and peace that Hollywood spent many years to portray disappear overnight, letting the world know that the hegemony hidden in it is their true face. And it is precisely because of personal experience that Roland will be calm. Praise Saving Private Ryan. For business, this is indeed something to do. But if you want him to admire this movie from the bottom of his heart, that's dreaming. He admits that this is an excellent movie, but at the same time he also firmly believes that it is putting a hypocritical coat on America. Of course, he doesn't think there is anything wrong with the old man doing this, and he doesn't think there is anything wrong with thinking so. Because the guys present understand these things, but no one says it. After all, when American movies were first born, they fought against Europe under the banner of patriotism. Since the First World War, Hollywood has been a powerful tool for American foreign policy. David Griffith, known as the father of American movies, publicly declared, spreading the gospel of America to the world is Hollywood's highest mission besides profit. And every generation after that did so without exception. Because of this, after the premiere of Saving Private Ryan, Roland didn't care about the movie anymore. The reason is simple. If Trump didn't make trouble, he would certainly like Saving Private Ryan, because this kind of movie is a sure win. But after Trump made trouble, Interpol refused to arrest him. Avengers and Star Wars are still awesome. As a young capitalist with a new car on the road, Roland must put the highest mission of profit first. If it can make me money, I will shoot American Sniper. If it can't make me money, then I will definitely kill the Hurt Locker first. There is no way. As a filmmaker in America, he must follow the teachings of the father of American movies and be devoted to money. Damn it, why do I feel like a Dragon Slayer has finally become a dragon? I used to say that I loved the movie itself, but now I see. The brain says no, but the body is very honest. Looking at the guests on TV, who were holding tissues and sobbing and commenting to the media reporters, Roland suddenly felt that he had changed. Although he liked the commercial films that the public liked in his previous life, he did not resist other movies. And he believed that existence is reasonable, because those commercial films that are not popular can at least meet the needs of some people. But now commercial films that can make money seem to have become his first choice. As for those that cannot make money, although he does not hate them, he will diss them in his heart. As expected, people will eventually become what they hate. In just 8 years, I tore up what I had insisted on. How ironic. But I like it. Notes: the casino hotel opened by Stallone and Willis went bankrupt and closed in 1999. They were a bit too much in praising this crossover. David Griffith really said this. This statement and Matthew Frazu's Weapons of Massive Annoyance, Soft Power and the American Empire were written into high school politics books. There is a 1905 phenomenon in film history. In that year, the American box office market was monopolized by European films. Then, Americans launched a national defense movement. Film companies jointly reorganized, and the media dissed European films as decadent and degenerate, and praised American films as masterpieces of humanity. From that time on, the primary goal of American films was to spread American values. This was publicly stated by US President Woodrow Wilson. He also said that, because movies use the world language, they are more helpful in expressing American plans and goals. In 1905, European films accounted for 70% of the US box office. In 1912, more than 80% were American-produced films. It was because of this, and the cooperation between Hollywood and the White House and the Pentagon, that the Jews wanted to take over this position. It was only after they took full control that our generation felt that they were entertained to death, because Hollywood no longer spoke for the United States alone, but for the Jews. This is why many media say that Clint Eastwood is the last jihad in Hollywood today, except for him, a veteran hard rightist. The rest are all white leftists who hang out with Jews. Chapter 278 Roland, I just realized that I'm not the protagonist. After the release of The Perfect Match, public opinion was just like the feedback from the guests on the scene, with obvious advantages and disadvantages. This is a delightful remake, very funny, very romantic and very touching. The Olson sisters showed a total of 4 accents in the movie: British American, awkward British and French. These transformations are really rare, and the parents played by Dennis Quaid and Natasha Richardson give the movie a very contagious smile. The performance of the family of 4 can make you laugh after a bad day. Old school Disney is back. The light-hearted style makes me see Disney's sincerity in serving children again. Clumsy plot. Disgusting plagiarism. Is it because the Olsons adopted Roland Allen that the Olson sisters' work can copy the plot of Home Alone? This is a blatant money-making trick. This is the most disgusting movie I can imagine. This is not a comedy for children, but an outlet for money worship. Wine, wedding dresses, cruise ships, romance. Disney forces adult element on children. The point is, the fans of the Olsen sisters are teenagers. I really can't believe what those guys will fantasize about after seeing this movie. Growing up quickly, looking for the man of their dreams, or chasing money like a stepmother. Wealth is the most important thing. Although the Olsen sisters are only 12 years old now, they have already developed a thick skin, because they debuted early. What's more, the 3 movies Jurassic Park, Sleepless in Seattle and Jumanji are not one-sidedly praised by thousands of people, so the mixed reviews now have no effect on them at all. Of course, the most important thing is the high box office. It premiered on July 20th, and was released on July 29th. In the first 3 days of the weekend, it grossed 15 million. Although this number is not comparable to the record set by Roland, it is already a perfect start for the 2 sisters who are the protagonists for the first time. You know, Jumanji only grossed 11 million in its first weekend. After leaving the aura of Robin Williams, the sisters were able to achieve such success on the big screen. It is reasonable to celebrate. What should be celebrated more than The Perfect Match is actually Saving Private Ryan, which Roland admires but disagrees with. After the premiere on July 21st, it was flooded with praise like a tide, drowning all the films of the same period. A war movie you can't miss. This is one of the greatest movies ever, the best war movie ever, and other exaggerated, but not exaggerated titles became the first choice of the media. The prefix the most violent, the most real, the most painful frequently appeared in the public's sight, and when the affected public walked into the theater, when the movie was released on July 24th, the sadness like a dark cloud enveloped the whole of America. If Titanic makes women who yearn for love cry bitterly, then Saving Private Ryan can make men's hands and feet cold. Although what it depicts may not be completely correct, or even have private goods, just like Spielberg deliberately let Jewish soldiers die at the hands of German soldiers, but for the public, revisiting that period of history, feeling the horror and massacre brought by the war, and thanking the dedication of the predecessors and the hard-won peace now are the most important things. Of course, at the end of the film, when the music sounded, the fluttering Star-Spangled Banner was the core ideological interpretation of the whole film. America saved the world again. There is no enemy that America cannot defeat. The most awesome country in the world is America. You will be proud to be in America. And this is also the spiritual inheritance of David Griffith. That kind of high recognition and pride in the country is the biggest tier point of the film. It also made the whole movie harvest more than 45 million box office in the first 3 days of the weekend. But unfortunately, Roland was not happy about it. Instead, he expressed regret to those guys who agreed with the idea of the movie. Seeing most of the audiences walked into the theater with trepidation and walked out with sadness, Roland suddenly felt that the big golden retriever who had met him before and wanted to trick him was right. Nobody knows more about USA than I do. Sure enough, no one knows America better than him. It turns out that Brother Django has always been telling the truth. It's really hard for him to be misunderstood for being so sincere. Just when Roland thought that with his participation and the blessing of the main theme, the movie Saving Private Ryan would definitely get a box office of 500 million yuan and even hit the throne of the #1 box office this year. On August 7th, an unexpected news suddenly hit his life. Today, the American embassy in Nairobi, the capital of Kenya in East Africa, suffered a car bomb attack, resulting in 213 deaths and up to 4,000 injuries. Shortly afterwards, the American embassy in Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania in East Africa, also suffered a similar attack, resulting in at least 12 deaths and 85 injuries. Since the attack locations are close, the murderer's target is also obvious, that is, the Americans and the embassy. In Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, a total of 32 Kenyan embassy staff and 12 Americans were killed. In Dar es Salaam, the capital of Tanzania, 8 Tanzanian embassy staff were killed. Soon after the incident, the Islamic State also publicly announced that it was responsible for the two bombings. Afterwards, the president, who was deeply involved in the Lewinsky scandal, immediately issued a statement to recall American personnel in Sudan and stated that military action would be taken to make the Islamic State, which claimed responsibility for the two bombings, pay the price. When CNN's temporarily interrupted news appeared in front of Roland, he was completely stunned. Because in the photo posted by CNN on TV, the guy who claimed responsibility for the bombing was Ucha Harden, who had mastered the Manjuki Sharingan, wasn't he? He just had a whiter skin. Could it be that this guy had also traveled through time? From the son of JDZ, who dominated the Mosaic League, the king of rap at 4 AM, Nicholas AOC of Houston, to the current genius of bombing, Jigs. What on earth did this guy go through? Isn't this transformation a bit too big? Well, only Roland would have such a stupid reaction. When Roland saw the news, he only spent half a minute to construct a postmodern drama involving war, ethics, time travel, revenge, awakening, career change, rap and basketball, and the others. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Such people must die. Must die. This is a replica of the 1993 bombing. Back then, the bombing was resolved through legal means. It seems that merciful means will only make the enemy think we are extremely cowardly. Military action must be taken. Only by killing all these people can we achieve peace. Yes, we must not make the same mistake as in Saving Private Ryan. If we let them go this time, Private Mary might be our fate. They must die. That's right. Just as Roland's imagination was opening up, the reaction of the outside world was extremely fierce. Saving Private Ryan had just made them see the greatness of America, just made them realize the cruelty of war, and just made them realize that being an American was the most proud thing in their lives. But the movie was only released for 2 weeks, and they were slapped hard. Isn't this a provocation? When the whole of America was shrouded in a cloud of sadness, when the vast majority of the people were trying to learn and understand the bloodshed of World War II, when patriotic education was fully launched, and when the military forces were cheering for the humanism promoted by the movie, the embassy abroad, which symbolizes peace and communication, was bombed. Not only that, they also lost more than a dozen compatriots. If this revenge is not avenged, the movie will be in vain. If at the beginning of the year, the American people were still staring at the president's sex scandal, and if 2 months ago, as various evidences continued to emerge, they still felt that impeaching the president was a very correct thing, then now, who cares how many women the president has had? Who cares whether the president has lied about women? Who cares whether the president is obstructing justice and abusing his power? As long as he firmly avenges those compatriots who lost their lives in the bombings. As long as he forcefully makes those organizations that claimed responsibility for the two bombings pay the price. As long as he resolutely defends America's reputation and makes those guys who are proud of America after watching Saving Private Ryan understand that America has never changed and it will protect the interests of every citizen. That's enough. Impeach him and remove him from office. What a joke. The best way to divert internal conflicts is to go to war. Now, the right time, right place and right people. The enemy is there, the public opinion is there, and all that's left is to send troops. When Roland saw the one-sided CNN poll feedback, what postmodern drama masterpieces were all thrown behind his mind. To be honest, he really forgot that during the release of Saving Private Ryan, America actually encountered such a thing. What should a war movie do when it encounters war during its release? Isn't this the question he asked Kate at the beginning of the year? At that time, Kate's answer to him was to sit and wait for death. Because he is good at touching public opinion and guiding public opinion, if he is discovered, that is a dead end. But what about now? Isn't this the movie that stimulates public opinion? After watching Saving Private Ryan, the public saw the cruelty of war and the value of peace. But when the external threat appeared, the Jewish private who was killed by the German soldiers in the movie became the reason for them to destroy the enemy. Wow. It turns out that Steven Spielberg is the son of destiny. This is the guy with the aura of the protagonist, right? I'm not the protagonist. Roland couldn't believe that the layout he had thought about for a long time actually had a practical rehearsal before it started. The point is, the steps of this rehearsal are exactly the same as his idea. The World Trade Center bombing in the mouth of the public opinion happened on February 26, 1993. At 12:18 that morning, the explosion that resounded through the sky was witnessed by more than 100,000 people. The parking lot on the second floor of the World Trade Center was the core of the explosion. The powerful bomb blew a 60-meter long and 30-meter wide pit there. All the cars parked there were blown up, and concrete fragments collapsed everywhere. The huge shock wave cut off the power system of the building. The telephone was disconnected, the elevator stopped running, and many fires broke out in the building. The smoke rose to the top floor of more than 400 meters, killing 6 people and injuring 1,042 people. Although the impact of this case cannot be compared with that of Black Hawk Down, but the public anger it aroused now is the same as the effect that Roland imagined Black Hawk Down should create. Because the mastermind behind the World Trade Center bombing is the guy who has now jumped out to be responsible for the 2 embassy bombings. And this is the pre-hatred in Roland's plan. Since the hatred is there and the incident has happened, the movie that is released at the right time is the most critical link. When Saving Private Ryan was released, the media was one-sidedly praising the movie, saying that Steven Spielberg made people see the cruelty of war and made the public more grateful for the current peace. But after the embassy bombing, the current public opinion has all regarded the previous anti-war as shit. Why can't we repeat the mistakes in Saving Private Ryan? The enemy must be eliminated with tough measures. Let the glory of America shine on the world. This series of pro-war trends made Roland look very confused. Damn, are you going to do this? I haven't even started to implement my plan yet, and you're telling me with examples that this will definitely work. Roland's scalp was numb when he saw the consistent propaganda from the outside world, but at the same time, he was also very excited. Because the World Trade Center bombing in 1993, the current embassy bombing, and the future September 11th attacks were all done by that guy, and the American people already had a deep hatred for him, so Roland didn't even need to personally take action to guide public opinion. Those pro-war factions had already started. The interest groups related to this will be eager to tie themselves to the chariot, and the film, that may not have the intention of guiding public opinion from the beginning, will be forcibly endowed with their values. In this case, then I actually just need to convince Sony to invest in Black Hawk Down. Because I don't need to do this kind of thing myself. I just need to prepare this project under the banner of all war movies or anti-war movies, just like Steven. As for defection and scapegoating, these interest groups will do it themselves. If that's the case, things are actually much simpler. After seeing the surging pro-war remarks from the outside world, Roland suddenly realized that he didn't need to worry too much about how to deceive Sony to make Black Hawk Down. He just told Sony directly that, after seeing his teacher Steven Spielberg make a war movie Saving Private Ryan, he also wanted to make a Black Hawk Down, and that was it. The idea is the same as Saving Private Ryan, all anti-war. If Sony feels that the impact is too great and they dare not do it, then why not bring up today's situation? A realistic movie like Saving Private Ryan encountered an embassy bombing during its release, but nothing happened. Even if Black Hawk Down is unlucky, it is impossible for it to encounter the same bad thing as Saving Private Ryan, right? Since the most unlucky Saving Private Ryan has already appeared, and the worst result has already happened, then Black Hawk Down shot under the guidance of the US Department of Defense can't be that bad. And even if there are problems, there is still the US Department of Defense to back it up. Roland didn't believe that Sony would still hesitate after the most unlucky case was placed in front of him. Damn, I'm such a genius. Oh no, Steven is really a protagonist. After discovering that the things that had been bothering him could be solved so easily, Roland relaxed completely. He had become accustomed to this kind of free gift, in every sense of the word. Note, as I wrote before, using Black Hawk Down to guide public opinion and public sentiment does have a real example. Saving Private Ryan prompted Lama to launch a military counterattack within 2 weeks, which happened to be the critical stage of the investigation and evidence collection of the Zippergate. Although mainstream public opinion has always believed that Lama announced that it would take revenge immediately after the bombing in order to get rid of the impact of the Zippergate, even without the patriotic sentiment created by Saving Private Ryan, Lama would have fought them, but Saving Private Ryan did provide a lot of help in public opinion, at least it was what the people wanted. This is also the reason why Saving Private Ryan was called the biggest injustice in Hollywood, after losing to Shakespeare in Love. War movies promote wars, which is really much more influential than the love of the century in Titanic. Chapter 279 A New Beginning. Cut. James Cameron shouted, while holding the microphone high, and said with great satisfaction, "Good. That's all for today. Everyone pack up and go home." The words, like the school bell, aroused cheers. Roland, who was relaxed, loosened his arms around Ray's with a spoon, smiled and clapped his hands with her. "Have fun with your cooperation, Reese. You know I don't want to NG. Oh, me too." With a spoon took off her dark green windbreaker, fanned herself with the stand-up collar, and joked, "I think the girls in the circle are very contradictory now. They want to film with you, but they dare not film with you." "Really?" Roland laughed, taking off his knitted sweater, while walking towards the rest area with her. "It seems that they have a very accurate eye for people. They know that I'm a guy who is not easy to get along with. You also understand this?" "Hey, you know that's not what I meant." Rose rolled her eyes with a smile and made a face at Roland. Just when she was about to say something, the two had already walked into the shuttle bus. Kate, who was dressed casually, took the clothes from Roland's hand and threw them to the assistant. She handed him a towel and asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" "We're talking about James' brain." Roland took over the conversation and said casually, "We think he has a problem with his brain. The shooting schedule is 8 months, and we will experience a full winter, but he insists on shooting winter scenes in the summer. This is simply a torture. We are almost dying of heat. Wow, if James hears you saying this, he will take off his shoes and beat you again." Kate smiled and leaned forward to smell it while speaking. When the curious face suddenly changed and the frowned brows showed disgust, she agreed and blurted out, "Okay, you are right. This is revenge. Go take a shower quickly. The weird smell from your body is almost suffocating me." As she said that, she patted his buttocks as she usually urged Roland to take a shower. Although he was being eaten alive by Kate in public, Roland was not dissatisfied. Instead, he deliberately leaned forward and pecked the other's neck. Then, when Kate wanted to raise her hand to hit him, Roland ran away with a smile and plunged into the dressing room. "Childish." Kate pouted, but the smile on her face did not fade. The next second, she turned her head to look at Witherspoon and said apologetically, "Sorry, he ran away before you finished talking." "Ah, it's okay. I'm also very hot." Witherspoon smiled and shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. "Then I'll go back to the dressing room." Bye. The crew's daily communication was like a dragonfly on the water, and everyone was used to the scene of touching and parting. On August 8th, the day after the embassy bombing, Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 officially started filming. Although they were shot back to back, considering that Spider-Man 2 would be released on Christmas next year in the schedule of each actor, it was obviously unrealistic to shoot the overlapping scenes of the two movies at once. Therefore, except for the overlapping period between the end and the beginning, the crew actually pushed forward the process in a flat rhythm of shooting Spider-Man 2 first, and then Spider-Man 3. Since it was a flat push, it was the safest way to follow the narrative process. Therefore, the love line between the second and first parts, which was 4 years apart, was the first thing to shoot. The truck driver wanted to use continuous montage to explain the love experience of Gwen Stacy and Peter Parker in the past 4 years. In the process, intimate actions were inevitable, and Kate was filming with the crew, so seeing the Queen following closely, those monsters who tried to make trouble also wilted. Of course, this was a good thing for Roland. As a guy who likes to nip threats in the bud, he really appreciates Kate's straightforwardness. Feelings are so fragile that only those with broken brains would emphasize the test. After they are formed, just take care of them. If you keep doing it, you will only hurt yourself in the end. Hey, you're back. I thought you would chat for a while. Since the environment conditions were not good, Roland just took a quick shower. When he came out, Kate was already sitting in front of the iMac and browsing the web. iMac is the new integrated computer launched by Apple on August 15th this year. Although it has not been officially sold, Steve Jobs had someone send a test machine after the press conference. There is no way. Who makes shareholders like Roland rare in the world? Oh. Are you interested in her? Seeing Roland sitting on the table, Kate moved the keyboard to the side, holding her chin with one hand, and asked with a smile, "Aren't you only interested in Kate?" HMM. When saying HMM, Kate directly made a transposition sound with the tip of her nose and narrowed her right eye. Although she didn't raise her voice as she hinted, when she mentioned Kate, her eyes were full of teasing smiles when she looked at Roland, which made Roland not answer directly, because there was another Kate in the crew. That day, Roland found that all the girls who competed for Mary Jane were relatives, so he decisively put the blame on the truck driver. After the other party's careful selection, Kate Mara, who was strongly recommended by Harrison Ford and Sidney Pollack, became the heroine. So, if Roland answered directly, he would explode, "No, I'm only interested in you. Go, go, go." Kate raised her hand and patted Roland's thigh, and said happily, "Congratulations on your correct answer, but there is no reward. Are you done? Then let's go." Clicking the mouse, turning off the iMac, picking up the power book on the table, and stuffing it into the handbag, Roland jumped down from the table, threw the towel hanging around his neck casually on the sofa, kicked his legs lightly, the slippers flew off, the forefoot reached into the sneakers, and then pushed hard twice, and the heels also obeyed. Such behavior made Kate smile and shake her head, handed the briefcase containing the power book to Roland, and then took his arm and walked out of the dressing room. The messy room was naturally handled by the staff, and they, of course, went back to the hotel. Because the filming was in New York, the working hours of the crew were strictly arranged in accordance with the law. In addition, after Titanic, the truck driver who won 2 awards became Buddhist, and Roland, who retired after filming, had no schedule conflicts, so they didn't want to work overtime, and their work and rest time was more regular than those white-collar workers who worked from 9 to 5. As for the producer's idea, what could Sony think? Roland blatantly sold Yahoo shares to those private equity funds, and on the other hand, he attended the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting. If Sony still couldn't understand this announcement, it would be a fool. Roland, who was not short of money, didn't want to work overtime. Then he didn't work overtime. After saying hello to the truck driver, the two drove away from the set. On the way back to the hotel, Kate and Roland talked about the situation outside. "Steve called while you were filming and wanted to know if we were interested in Atty. If he really wants to acquire it, he hopes we can reach a consensus with Atty as soon as possible." Since Kate has joined the group, Roland will not be like before, handing his communication tools to the assistant for safekeeping during filming. After all, in this country, where cooperation agreements can be finalized without official seals and only signatures, if you don't keep an eye on it, you might be saddled with a $16 million contract in a minute. Why is he so anxious? Roland was a little puzzled and turned his head to look at Kate. "You should know this better than me, right?" Kate looked at the traffic on the road and said, Steve said that Apple's current products all use graphics cards produced by ATI, and the next generation of iMac will be compatible with macOS 8.5 and ATI graphics processors. If we can win ATI, then there is actually no need to discuss cooperation. Oh. Roland stretched out his voice. So this is the reason? But I haven't followed up on this matter at all. Let him connect with David. As soon as Roland said this, he felt something was wrong. Forget it. I'll call David tonight to ask about the situation and then call him back. Apple's products have always used ATI graphics cards, and after ATI was acquired by the massage parlor, they have been cooperating with the massage parlor. Although they flirted with NVIDIA for a period of time, the two sides eventually parted ways unhappily. The reason is also simple, that is, NVIDIA, like IBM, does not like customized services. ATI and massage parlors are doing customization. Priority, exclusive supply and individual optimization are the three fundamentals for their survival. Of course, they are also the real reason why they cannot develop. For example, M390 was developed only to serve Apple. The market is already stuck, so where is the room for development? However, Roland does not have much psychological pressure on such things. Without customization, where is the complete industrial chain? If it is not customization, what is the point of ATI? Before, Roland only had sparks in his eyes. Now that Jobs reminded him, the importance of ATI has been raised again. Also, Peter came to Los Angeles and contacted Disney to start casting. Kate told the content of the second phone call today. Not only that, she also boasted very proudly, he also asked me whether I would play the elf princess. Tell him to get out. Although he knew Kate was joking with him, Roland still shouted, if he calls to ask you again, tell him that, if I invite you to act again, I will call to inform him, you are fired. Ha ha ha. Roland's angry look made Kate laugh repeatedly. She shrank in the seat and asked Roland to drive carefully while continuing to tease. What if he really wants me to act? What price will he have to pay? No way. I can't let you act. What's the point of him wanting to act? If, I said if, for example. This assumption will not be true. It must be true. Are you trying to trick me? I'm trying to trick you. I just want to know if he has what you want. Really? I don't believe it. Have I lied to you? Well, I think, if you have to act, then he should at least give me half of Vita Digital. What? In your heart, am I only worth half of Vita Digital? Okay. When the angry voice came from the passenger seat, Roland, who had stopped for the traffic light, looked helpless. He pulled up the handbrake and stretched out his right hand. What are you doing? Kate, who wanted to continue questioning, was stunned. I said the wrong thing. Roland accepted his mistake very calmly. Come on. I accept the punishment. Roland's behavior made Kate very satisfied. She opened her bloody mouth and bit Roland's arm fiercely, but before touching the skin, her red lips had already closed. Muah. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Looking at the lip marks on Roland's arm, Kate smiled and patted the back of his hand twice. Stop making trouble. Drive carefully. Really? Roland looked at Kate with surprise and then said regretfully, then you lose. What? Kate didn't understand. However, the next second, Roland quickly raised his hand and flicked it hard on the shiny forehead. Ouch. Kate instinctively covered her head and screamed in pain, wanting to take revenge. But before she could do anything, Roland, who saw the green light, had already released the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator. Stop it. Drive carefully. That's what you said. You. Looking at the guy who seemed to be driving seriously, but was actually smug, Kate's breathing suddenly became much heavier. Comparing the cowardly look of more than 10 seconds ago with the current one, Kate, who reacted, laughed even more angrily. Did you do it on purpose? Kate asked with gritted teeth. Didn't you do it on purpose too? Roland said proudly. But I didn't punish you. Kate felt so wronged. Yes. I wanted to make us even, but you insisted on letting me. Roland, holding the steering wheel with both hands, shrugged his shoulders, and the look of you insisted on letting me make a profit made Kate cover her face. She originally just wanted to tease Roland and make fun of him. After all, that was how she usually played. She had gained a lot of happiness from Roland, and now well, Roland had gained happiness from her. Although she also wanted to slap Roland on the head with laughter, the smooth driving of the car made her give up the idea of committing suicide. However, even if she was not angry, even if she felt that it was natural for both sides to win or lose in the routine, she still folded her arms, pretending to be unapproachable, and told Roland very bluntly, "Come on, coax me." Roland, who got the upper hand, but still acted nice, would not ruin the current atmosphere. "Okay, don't be angry. Is it okay if I was wrong? I shouldn't have flicked your forehead. Can I massage your feet tonight? How about taking a break this week? I'll make you something delicious. Going shopping? No, at least you should pay attention to me. Say yes or no. Why don't you pay attention to me? Then, I'll see if I have time this Christmas. If I do, I'll go home with you. Oh no, I want to see my parents and grandma." When Roland said this, Kate, who had been trying to hold back her laughter, finally couldn't help it and burst out with a puff. Looking at the smug guy, Roland complained, "You are too expensive. It costs so much to flick your head. I should have just kissed you earlier. Anyway, I've already made money. Going home for Christmas, right? I'll ask James to adjust the shooting plan and try to free up a week." However, Roland's words did not win Kate's praise, but made her ask in surprise. She counted on her fingers and said to Roland, "Who said that I can only go home for one Christmas? Foot massage, cooking, shopping, going home. I want it all. This is the compensation you made yourself. You can't cheat. Also, I want to eat the rotten chicken you made last time. This is really a choice for children. I want it all as an adult." Roland smiled and shook his head, but did not refuse. "Rotten chicken? Isn't that hand-torn chicken? It's very troublesome to make that. I have to go to Chinatown to buy ingredients." Just treated as shopping. Seeing that Roland was about to refuse, Kate was anxious, and even her voice became sweet. Okay, I'll make it for you." When the affirmative answer came out of Roland's mouth, Kate, who had been staring at him, showed a satisfied smile. Although Roland's words were full of helplessness, the corners of his mouth were perfectly captured by Kate. Glancing at the central rearview mirror, looking at the face full of pampering, Kate pursed her red lips. Even though she was used to it, every time Roland pampered her again, she would still have new feelings. "Roland, you are so nice." Then can I stop doing it? Of course. Is this true? Of course it's true. Stop dreaming. Get Out. Chapter 280. Anti-Gates Alliance and Anti-Jobs Alliance. While Roland and Kate were laughing and making a fuss all the way, showing off their silly spirit in front of each other, the three Blizzard giants in Los Angeles were about to have their heads snored. After taking on the task of winning over Google, the three people who had no development tasks for the time being went to Stanford in person to interview the two people they had contacted before, wanting to help them realize the eternal truth of choosing to watch, full of hope, refusing to watch, lifelong disappointment. Hiss. How did this silly line sound like an advertisement for treating infertility? Anyway, that's what it means. However, facing the venture capital that came to them, the two Google founders politely declined. The reason they gave was, the company has not been officially registered yet, and in the spirit of being responsible to investors, they will not seek angel round investment for the time being. The three Blizzard giants, who had long predicted the two's words, were not discouraged, and directly threw out the trump card promised by Roland. When the tempting condition of accepting the investment, Roland can help Google swallow up Yahoo's search business, was put on the table, the two who did not want to introduce venture capital too early wavered, and then, they only wavered for a moment. After thinking for a while, they finally chose to refuse. This result also made the three giants of Blizzard look confused. In their opinion, this kind of behavior of giving money and helping development is really an angel. Such a generous condition is not worth looking at. What are these guys thinking in their minds? The mentality of the three giants of Blizzard collapsed. No, I hope you can make it clear to us today. Why do you refuse? In a box of a quiet coffee shop next to Stanford, the three giants of Blizzard sat around the table. Mike Mohomie sat opposite Sergey Brin and Larry Page, while Alan Adham and Frank Pierce were on the left and right, with a ferocious look, like a three-judge trial. Seeing the three guys who were determined to achieve their goal, Sergey Brin and Larry Page also looked helpless. "Aren't you guys working? You come to block us every day." "We are working," Alan Adham replied very impolitely. "Our only job now is to get you to accept the investment from Overwatch Ventures." Frank Pierce added, "It's okay even if you refuse, but you have to give us a reasonable reason." Mike Mohami played the good cop. "Give us a reason that can get the job done, then we won't come to block you every day." This behavior of breaking the casserole and asking the truth made Sergey Brin and Larry Page smile bitterly. To be honest, although they have never dealt with venture capital so far, judging from the behavior of the three people in front of them, Overwatch Ventures is not a serious venture capital company at all. Not investing, chasing you every day to give you money. Not only that, but also making a harsh statement: "If you have the guts, don't leave after school." Fortunately, they had written a lot of algorithms for Amidst before and had communicated with the three people many times. Otherwise, they would really call the police and let the police deal with these three guys who forced money on them. After taking a closer look at them, Larry Page asked, "Is it really not okay to have the reason of startup capital? What do you think?" Alan Adham rolled his eyes and said, "In the internet field, 100,000 yuan is not enough to burn. We also started from scratch. At the beginning, we also relied on credit card cash withdrawal to keep the company running. To be honest, we lived a hard and tiring life at that stage, but after getting the funds from the boss, the company's development was by leaps and bounds. So your reason is not valid. We want to wait until the startup capital is burned out and then look for investors. Is this reason okay?" Sergey Brin asked. "Isn't that the point?" Frank Pierce curled his lips. "We want to know why you rejected Yahoo's search business." "Right. That's what we are confused about." Mike Mohammed nodded and said, "You buy servers, rent office space, and hire programmers. In half a month at most, $100,000 can be spent. And by then, don't you still have to seek investment? After getting the investment, you still have to write a commercial search engine product and then promote the product. These two links are even more expensive. Now, as long as if you accept the investment, the market will be at your fingertips. Why would you refuse?" When the topic of endless concealment was put on the table, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, two young men who were still studying, became even more helpless. Feeling the three pairs of eyes full of curiosity, they looked at each other and said, okay, can't we just talk? As long as we're done, don't keep stopping us, like you are now. Of course, we don't want to waste time on work that we have no clue about." The three giants of Blizzard looked at each other and gave an affirmative answer. After getting the assurance from the three, Sergey Brin and Larry Page took a few sips of coffee to moisten their throats before saying, "Because introducing venture capital too early is actually damaging the interests of the founders." "That's right. As long as we accept the investment from Overwatch Venture Capital, we can get Yahoo's business and gain the corresponding market share in the shortest possible time. But the problem is, you want 20% of the shares in the angel round. What about A, B, and C after that? How much do you plan to get? How much will our shares be diluted? For a part of the market, we may lose control of the company. We cannot accept this. If, by cooperating with you, our market share will be, if there is a chance, to become the first directly and to become the industry leader from a startup within a year, then let alone 20, we will give it, even if it is 80%. But this kind of thing is impossible, right? If you can decide the ownership of the market, what is our business? But it is precisely because you can only decide the ownership of a part of the market, but you have to let us bear the risk of being kicked out of the company, so we are unwilling to. Why do you have this idea? Because this is the advice given to us by Mr. Andy Bechtelson, and Mr. Bechtelson and Mr. Clark are very good friends. Oh, by the way, Mr. Clark is Jim Clark. Oh, shit, damn, fuck you. After hearing such an explanation, the three giants of Blizzard were speechless and swore. Although they spoke foul language, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, who were surrounded by them, laughed. Because they knew that the three guys had understood. The Jim Clark mentioned by the two was the founder of Silicon Graphics and Netscape, an out-and-out anti-venture capitalist. In 1970, he received a bachelor's degree from Louisiana State University and a master's degree the following year. In 1974, he received a doctorate in computer science from the University of Utah and became an assistant professor at the University of California. At that time, his research topic was how to enable engineers to use 3D graphics computing functions. During the research, he found that Stanford University had research funds allocated by the Department of Defense, so in order to get funding, he went to Stanford University to get a teaching assistant job. While working as a teaching assistant and studying 3D graphics technology, Andy Beckertson, the founder of Sun, became his student. Later, Sun's graphics workstation business was based on Jim Clark's research. The relationship between the two parties cannot be expressed in words. It was precisely because of the relationship of both teacher and friend that when Jim Clark was kicked out of Silicon Graphics by venture capital, the sentiment of disgust with venture capital spread wildly in his faction. You must maintain your control over the company at all costs and never let a venture capital hold more than 10% of the shares, so as to avoid the company being controlled by external forces. This sentence became the operating creed of the Clark faction. Sergey Brin and Larry Page, who received 100,000 yuan in startup capital from Jim Clark's student, Andy Beckertson, the founder of Sun, naturally received such advice. So, no matter how generous the conditions offered by Overwatch Ventures are, they will not accept them. Because they have a backer, and having a backer means there is an opportunity. As long as there is an opportunity, there is no need to sell a large number of shares at the beginning and put themselves in a passive position. The three giants of Blizzard, who also understand the meaning, are helpless. If this is the case, Overwatch Ventures may not be able to invest anyway. Use this result to report to Roland. How can it be worthy of Roland's idea of erecting a statue for them? Just when they found it difficult to accept such a result, Sergey Brin and Larry Page found the opportunity and said, "We have explained it. Can you let us go? We have agreed that there will be no next time." "Okay, I won't block you in the future." Alan Adham and Frank Pierce stood up and prepared to let them leave. They have made it so clear. If they continue to block them, it will not be an investment, but kidnapping. But before Sergey Brin and Larry Page could stand up to thank them, Mike Mohami, who was sitting opposite them, suddenly called for a stop. "Wait a minute. What? Anything else?" The four were puzzled. "You don't accept investment now, so what about later?" Mike Mohami didn't waste time, but went straight to the point and asked, "You can't accept a venture capital holding more than 10% of the shares. Then 10%. Can you accept it?" After hearing what he said, Alan Adham and Frank Pierce reacted. Roland just wanted to invest in Google, but he didn't say how much shares he wanted. Sergey Brin and Larry Page felt that Overwatch Venture Capital's asking price was high, so they refused the shares, but they didn't say they would refuse, even if the asking price was low. Now that the bottom line of the two has been explored, they won't get nothing when they go back to report. Thinking of this, the two sat back down. Seeing their behavior, the two guys who just stood up also sighed. "We really want to know how much money Roland gave you? It's not about the money, but we know that Roland is indeed a good investor." Mike Mohami shrugged. "Okay, since you insist on asking, let's just say it straight." The two of them curled their lips and showed their helplessness. "We won't take Roland Allen's money. No matter how much he gives us, we won't take it. Because we can't afford it." Damn. What the hell is going on? The three of them were shocked. Although the two of them didn't speak fiercely, their words showed a firm attitude. Could it be that Roland did something against them? Or did Roland cheat on them? Otherwise, how could these two guys who had never had contact with Roland give such a resistant attitude? As if they saw the surprise on the faces of the three people, but it seemed that they wanted to get it all over with quickly, so after a moment of silence, the two of them took the initiative to explain the reason. "We are from Stanford, and the business incubation venture capital institution that cooperates with Stanford is Sequoia Capital, so if nothing unexpected happens, when we seek funds, Sequoia Capital will be one of our options. And the contact person between Sequoia Capital and Stanford is Michael Moritz, a partner of Sequoia Capital. In addition, we also took the startup capital given by Andy Beckertson, and Andy Beckertson gave us a check for 100,000 yuan, and told us that if we needed venture capital, he could introduce KPCB investor John Doe to us, as long as if they offer a suitable price, we will definitely accept it. There are 2 venture capital firms waiting for us here, so we will not talk to Watchman Venture Capital. Of course, if I only mention the names of the 2 venture capital firms, you will definitely not be satisfied with the result, so we specifically mention 2 contacts. We don't know if you know them. If you don't, we can introduce them to you. Michael Moritz of Sequoia Capital is a member of the Anti-Steve Jobs Alliance. John Doe of KPCB is a member of the Anti-Bill Gates Alliance. And your boss Roland Allen, although I don't know which side he is on, but he is definitely not a member of the Anti-Jobs or Anti-Gates Alliance. That's right. Google had already taken sides before it was founded. Andy Beckertson, who gave them 100,000 yuan in startup capital, was a member of the Anti-Gates Alliance, and the capital behind him, KPCB, funded every company that competed with Microsoft, Intuit, Netscape, Sun. As long as they were Microsoft's opponents, they would invest money to support them. Not only that, after Steve Jobs was kicked out of Apple, when he wanted to make a comeback with Pixar, they also injected a lot of money into Pixar. Because they believed that, if Steve Jobs could beat Bill Gates once, he could beat him a second time. In addition, they also established a Java fund to provide assistance to entrepreneurs who make Java products and services, because Microsoft regards Java as a major threat to its Windows operating system. As long as Roland is still playing with Bill Gates, Google will not accept his investment because of different positions. And Sequoia Capital is even simpler. As a venture capital company cooperating with Stanford, Google, which is invested by Stanford, will definitely accept investment from Sequoia Capital, and Michael Moritz, a partner of Sequoia Capital, is nicknamed Apple Historian. On the surface, the guy with this nickname should have a very good relationship with Steve Jobs, but in fact, it's okay to understand it this way. They used to love each other, but they killed each other because of conflicts. In the end, he just kicked Jobs out of Apple. In the early days of Apple, Steve Jobs was recommended to Don Valentine, the founder of Sequoia Capital. Unfortunately, Don Valentine was not interested in Apple at the time, so he sent him to another partner, Mike Markula. Markula thought Apple had great prospects, so he invested in Apple and became the chairman and once owned 1/3 of the shares. During this process, Michael Moritz, a reporter from Time magazine, was very optimistic about Apple, so he wanted to interview Steve Jobs. At that time, Jobs felt insulted by Valentine and wanted to use the media to strengthen his momentum, so the two hit it off and became best friends. Moritz could enter and leave Apple at will, and Jobs could be interviewed at any time. As Apple grew bigger and bigger, Moritz's status in Time magazine also rose because of his relationship with Jobs. When Jobs became a billionaire, Moritz wanted to write a book for him around Jobs' growth history, and the name of that book is The Little Kingdom. According to traditional cool stories, this book would have greatly increased Jobs' reputation, but unfortunately, because Moritz revealed Jobs' cruelty in the book, they broke up. Well, to describe their relationship as breaking up may sound like a child's play. In fact, after the book was released, Jobs issued a ban in the company, prohibiting Moritz from entering Apple. If any Apple employee accepted an interview with Moritz, they would be fired the next day for stepping into the company with their left or right foot, no matter who you are. After the conflict was aroused, the relationship between the two sides dropped to the freezing point. At the same time, Don Valentine, the founder of Sequoia Capital, who was upset about missing Apple, invited Michael Moritz, who discovered the bright spots of Apple, to join Sequoia Capital. I hope he can continue to use his genius vision. From a reporter to a VC, Michael Moritz completed the biggest leap in his life. After accepting Don Valentine's invitation, Michael Moritz began to make trouble. That is, to use the Apple shares held by Sequoia Capital to get Steve Jobs out. What? Apple couldn't withstand IBM's attack, which led to a decline in market share, so Jobs had to take the blame? Don't be ridiculous. Michael Moritz insisted that Steve Jobs was a tyrant, while Steve Jobs thought it was a smear. The dispute between the two was so intense that they had to fight in Apple, which was the root cause of Apple's sudden death. Since then, Michael Moritz has been a staunch anti-Steve Jobs alliance. and Steve Jobs chose to return only after Sequoia Capital gradually sold off its Apple shares. Now, Roland Allen is Apple's largest shareholder. If Sergey Brin and Larry Page accepted the investment from Overwatch Ventures, they could both imagine that the anti-Gates alliance that had already entered the market and the anti-Jobs alliance that was sure to enter the market would directly fight Roland Allen. When the profit-seeking venture capital started fighting, what was the point of running this company? The dog's brain had to be knocked out. So, you will never accept the investment from Overwatch Ventures? The three Blizzard bosses finally understood the reason and shut up. If this was really the case, they would not continue to persuade. Sergey Brin and Larry Page nodded and said helplessly, "We also want Yahoo's market. But, the situation does not allow. We are late." Mike Mohammed said with some regret. "It's not a matter of coming early or late, because the patent was applied for through the school, so the school will definitely hold shares. Even if you come earlier, you will only be ahead of the anti-Gates alliance, while the anti-Jobs alliance will always be ahead of you." The two shrugged and told the cruel truth. "Okay, that's it. I'm really sorry to bother you for so long." The three stood up and took the initiative to open their arms to them. The two who also felt that the opportunity had passed by also sighed, "Let's cooperate again, if there is a chance." The five patted each other on the shoulders and said goodbye. As they left, the three who sat down again stared at each other. "What should we do now? Tell Roland the truth directly?" Allen Adham asked. "I think this is the only way. This matter is not something we can solve." Frank Pierce voted in favor. "Yes, it's not something we can solve. Anti-Gates alliance? Anti-Jobs alliance? This kind of thing is not something we can touch." Mike Mohammed made a final sigh. Just as they were drinking their long-cooled coffee and thinking about calling Roland in the evening to explain the situation here, the two people who had left suddenly came back. "What's wrong?" The three looked at them in confusion. "Did I drop my wallet here?" Larry Page patted his butt pocket. "We just arrived at the parking lot and suddenly found that my wallet was missing. There was a parking ticket in it. We couldn't pay without it." Huh. The three bent down and helped to find it. After a few seconds, Frank Pierce suddenly reached out and picked up a brown wallet from the ground. "Is this yours?" "Yes, yes, yes," Larry Page replied quickly. Hearing this, Frank Pierce stood up and handed over the wallet. Larry Page took the wallet and opened it. After confirming that it was correct, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Everything is here." After hearing what he said, the three people who were staring at his wallet all relaxed. "It's good that everything is there. Although we can't be colleagues, we are not here to steal." Allen Adham's witty words made everyone laugh. "Not that bad." Larry Page waved his hands repeatedly. "Your wealth won't care about us rags," Sergey Brin said self-deprecatingly. After hearing their words, the three giants of Blizzard laughed even more easily. Even if the deal doesn't go well, there is still friendship. There is no conflict between them, so there is no need to be stern. Just as the three of them said goodbye to them again and wished them good luck in starting a business, Mike Mohammed, who was shaking hands with Larry Page, was suddenly attracted by the wallet in his hand. An object that glowed blue under the light made him squint. "Why is your wallet still glowing blue?" Mike Mohammed asked casually. "Huh?" Larry Page was stunned at first, then reacted and pulled out the chain that was exposed outside the wallet. "You mean this? I believe in religion." When Larry Page grabbed the chain and let the blue metal pendant fall freely, the six-pointed star shaking in the air due to inertia made Mike Mohammed frown. "David Shield?" Mike Mohammed asked. "Yes, my mother is, and she also converted to religion. So am I." Larry Page smiled and said, "Sergey is actually also. He is of Ashkenazi descent, that is, from Germany." Is that so?" After learning such information, Mike Mohammed was immediately overjoyed, patted his shoulder vigorously, and said, "It seems that we will still be colleagues." "What do you mean?" Larry Page was a little confused. Sergey Brin also cast a puzzled look. After seeing the blue six-pointed star, Allen Adham and Frank Pierce also smiled like Mike Mohammed. "It's meaningless." Allen Adham put his arm on Larry Page's shoulder. "Roland will definitely invest in Google. The anti-Gates alliance and the anti-Jobs alliance are not a problem." Frank Pierce also put his arm around Sergey Brin's shoulder. "Because he has a good reputation with you. Mike Mohomie signaled Larry Page to put away the symbolic David shield, then hammered their chests and said, "Are you okay tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. Don't think about investing anymore. Roland will soon solve the problems of KPCB and Sequoia Capital. Very soon." Note, Google's financing is based on bidding. Sequoia Capital is Stanford's cooperative incubator, and KPCB was introduced by their backers. In the book, How Google Controls the World, written by Daniel Lightbeer, it is clearly marked that Larry Page and Sergey Brin were deeply influenced by John Clark and refused Sequoia Capital and KPCB's request to monopolize the angel round shares. And it is precisely because of the backers that the capital that wants to invest in Google can only pinch their noses and accept it. Google has been a member of the anti-Microsoft alliance since the beginning. This is not a joke. American technology companies also stand on the side. Sun and Netscape are members of the anti-Microsoft alliance of KPCB, and Google, which was hatched by them, is born with anti-Microsoft genes. According to Mike Moritz of Sequoia Capital, the primary goal of Google's development stage is not to be discovered by Microsoft. The way to avoid being discovered is to eat up Yahoo's search engine business with the help of Sequoia Capital, so that Microsoft feels that Google's search engine market is sucked out of Yahoo's blood. Without Yahoo, it is nothing. The relationship between Jobs and Michael Moritz is also real. They love and hate each other. They are so crazy that they want to beat their brains out. This is why Jobs returned to Apple later. From the beginning, it was not him who gave up his son, but Sequoia Capital that snatched his son away. Chapter 281, The Whole World Belongs to Me. Larry Page was born into a Jewish family in East Lansing, Michigan. Both of his parents are computer professors at Michigan State University. His mother is very keen on attending various church gatherings. Every Friday, she would light candles at home at sunset according to the requirements of the Sabbath. Every year on the Day of Atonement, she would go to the synagogue to attend the ceremony. When he was young, he had already converted to the religion with his mother. Although I don't know whether he is keen on those gatherings. When I met him today, he was carrying the Jewish shield of David with him. Sergey Brin's father was once a Jew living in Moscow. Because anti-Semitism was prevalent in the Soviet Union at the time, he brought his son to immigrate to the United States when he was 4 years old, that is, in 1978. Because his own ethnic group helped him with the immigration procedures. After he settled down in the United States, he became a mathematics professor at the University of Maryland through the introduction of his own ethnic group, and his wife worked at NASA. According to their story, they first met at Larry Page's welcome party when he entered Stanford, and the basis of communication is actually both sides recognized each other's Jewish identity. And the garage, where they are starting their business, was also lent to them by a Russian Jewish woman named Susan Wojcicki. The reason for the loan is also very simple. Susan Wojcicki's sister Ann Wojcicki likes Sergey Brin. And then, it's quite funny to say that we found out, when we were having dinner tonight, that we knew Susan. She also graduated from UCLA. Like us, she is a member of the Triangle fraternity. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that I know Susan's father is Stanley Wojcicki, a physicist at Stanford University. When we asked, Sergey and Lawrence also admitted that the reason why Google received support from Stanford was because Stanley Wojcicki found someone for them, and their project was under the name of Professor Stanley. If there was no Professor Stanley, why would the founders of Sun be happy to meet them? If there was no Professor Stanley, they would not have received guidance from those people and understood the dangers of venture capital. That night, at about 1 a.m. Eastern Time, Roland, who had already gone to bed, was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. The sleepiness that was lingering in his heart made him spit sweet air. When he learned that the Google matter was messed up by the three giants of Blizzard, he was so surprised that he was instantly overwhelmed. But before he could wish the mothers of the three people double the amount of food they buy in the future, the information Mike Mohammed immediately revealed made him even more confused while calming down his emotions. No. Are you investing or checking the household registration? How can investing money turn up the family tree for 18 generations? Roland, who didn't want to disturb Kate's sleep, left the room quietly. when he leaned on the sofa in the living room, with a head like a chicken coop, and kept scratching the back of his head with his right hand. The puzzlement between his eyebrows was like a passerby who was shocked to learn that I was going to run for the president of America. Wait. Can you tell me the whole story? I'm in the East District now, with a 3-hour time difference with the West District. It's a little after 1 in the morning here, but it's only a little after 10 over there. I've already gone to bed, and you've just finished talking. Mike Mohammed, who felt he had found a big deal, calmed down with his rapid-fire explanations. After he told Roland the details of today's negotiations, he finally understood and looked dazed. Even the voice of the questioner became extremely confused. Mike. We are going to invest, right? Yes. Then how did you dig up a bunch of Silicon Valley's historical problems like an archaeologist? Damn it. Roland was already sighing in shock in his heart. He knew that among the big companies in the internet age, only Yahoo was truly self-made, and the success of Netscape, Amazon, Google, and Facebook was not accidental. If you want to get in, you must prescribe the right medicine. So he wanted to use Yahoo to lure Sergey Brin and Larry Page. But he didn't expect that even with Yahoo as a bargaining chip, the two guys would still remain unmoved. Not only that, they also brought up the dusty past that was older than them, the anti-Gates Alliance and the anti-Jobs Alliance. This thing has something to do with him. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that he hasn't even chosen a team yet, so how come someone has already sorted the garbage and thrown it in? Roland felt that it could snow that day. He was moronged and aye. Mike Mohammed on the other end of the phone could understand the boss's mood at the moment, because they were also shocked when they faced the storm just now, but these were no longer important. The important thing was that there was a solution now. Knowing about historical problems can help us solve them better, right? We now know why they didn't accept our investment, and we also know that they are Jewish. They may not know your relationship with Jews, but we do. Although I don't know how to solve this problem, I think if we start with Jewish identity, there should still be hope of investing, right? After all, there are so many Jews in Silicon Valley, you should be able to find a few breakthroughs, right? Under normal circumstances, as a subordinate, if you fail to complete the task assigned by the boss, you will definitely be careful when reporting. But Mike Mohammed is different. Now he is justified. He is just short of sticking out his chest, tightening his abdomen, and putting his hands on his waist. And he also has the capital to be confident. After all, he has found the best breakthrough. Just as he said, Silicon Valley has long been invaded by Jews. Larry Ellison, founder of Oracle, is Jewish. Andrew Viterbi, founder of Qualcomm, is Jewish. Andy Grove, co-founder of Intel, is Jewish. And Michael Dell, founder of Dell, is still Jewish. In addition to them, Steve Ballmer of Microsoft is also Jewish. Later, the three founders of Facebook, Mark Zuckerberg, Eduardo Saverin, and Dustin Moskovitz, are all Jewish. Since the era of paper media, Jews have controlled the first generation media such as the New York Times and the Washington Post. When television became popular, the second generation media of cable TV networks was also taken into their arms, and Hollywood was occupied by them. When the internet era came, they still held the most important data channels, Google and social media Facebook. Compared with this camp, the anti-Jobs Alliance and the anti-Gates Alliance, isn't it just a joke? Those people think that Roland may be inclined to Jobs and Gates, and will not believe Roland's personal explanation. So isn't it enough to find someone with credibility to solve these problems? And who can have more credibility than their own people? This is Mike Mohammed's idea. After understanding the root cause of the problem, and finding a solution, isn't it enough to just ask for help? The key point is that Roland can still ask for help. But for Roland, although the words are fine, the matter may not be done. The juicy notes are either in the entertainment industry or the financial industry. He doesn't know any Jews in the technology industry, and the Jews in the academic industry. Forget it, let him go. How can he, who can't read a few words, recognize any university professors? After Roland said this, there was silence on the other end of the phone. Mike Mohammed, who thought he had done a great job, had countless question marks on his head. You don't know him either? Come on. I stopped going to school when I was 10. How could I possibly hang out with these guys who do scientific research and academic work? Mike Mohammed was speechless, but he felt that he could still save the situation. What about Steven? Roland knew that the guy was talking about Steven Spielberg, and when he heard the name, he rolled his eyes. Steven? That guy is also a poor student. Okay. I think if I study hard, I still have a chance to go to college. And that guy? Didn't USC force his diploma on him? George and Francis USC diplomas are somewhat valuable, not to mention Martin's NIU. After all, he stayed in school to teach, but they are all film majors. How could they know each other with physicists and math majors? The mockery from the soul made Mike Mohammed have the urge to steal the recording and sell it. If Steven knew that Roland dissed him so arrogantly, he would probably beat the shit out of Roland. Of course, this inappropriate thought was also fleeting. When facing Roland's helpless wailing, Mike Mohammed had no choice. Then you can't let me go the landlord route, right? Let's go talk to Susan Wojcicki again. Hey. Tools should have the consciousness of tools. They should know how to take on tasks. Roland liked this guy's answer very much. Okay. You go talk to their landlord. It would be even better if you can get to know the landlord's father, Stanley Wojcicki. As long as they know that I'm a good friend of the Jews, then things will go a lot smoother. As for the Anti-Gates Alliance, I'll figure it out myself. I'll call Steven tomorrow to see if he knows anyone. Although he said so, Roland had no idea, because the Anti-Gates Alliance and the Anti-Jobs Alliance are two different things. The Anti-Jobs Alliance is more of a personal behavior. A bunch of people have suffered from jobs oppression, so they united together to resist the tyrant. It seems to be a whole, but it is extremely loose. But the Anti-Gates Alliance is a solid iron plate for doing things. In other words, the reason why Roland wanted to invest in Google after being rejected was not because Sergey Brin and Larry Page mastered the core technology, nor because his heart was full of emotions, but because they could make the guys who were defeated by Microsoft see the possibility of turning over, so as to gather together and make the company grow. Roland could indeed find someone to do it, after being rejected by them, relying on the resources in his hands to madly transfuse blood to the company, but this kind of entrepreneurship will never succeed, because he is not a member of the Anti-Gates Alliance. Those scientists at Bell Labs are not something he can dig out, and the big guys who left Fairchild will not come to work. KPCB spent 30 or 40 years to cultivate talents scattered in Intel, Lotus, and Compaq, which are not what he can invite, and these are the real value of Google. Many people say that after Steve Ballmer took over Microsoft, Microsoft was not good at anything and had nothing left. But these guys never considered what their opponents were like. The guys who knew Microsoft best gathered together, and what they wanted to do was to revolutionize Microsoft, skipping the operating system and letting users do everything directly with the browser was their previous goal, the current research and development direction, and it would continue. Without these people, even if Roland registered Google and took the technology, it would be useless. Because he couldn't beat Microsoft, and if he could, there wouldn't be so much trouble. So, the most annoying problem for him was not that those people thought he was a member of the Gates Alliance, but that he obviously just wanted to get a handful of wool from the Gates Alliance and then defect, but he couldn't tell anyone. This is even harder than being an undercover. Don't say 3 years and 3 years, it's almost 10 years. Even if it's 20 or 30 years, one person can't beat Microsoft. Although the stupid news brought by Mike Mohammed made Roland upset, he was still full of hope for tomorrow. He thought Spielberg might not be able to get someone from academia, but what if? Just like Zhao Shuren said, it's free anyway, so trust me a little. With something on his mind, he didn't intend to disturb Kate's sleep and spent the night on the sofa. Although he was not in a good mood, he did not delay the filming the next morning. When he took a break at noon, he still hadn't thought of any way, so he called Spielberg's phone with great expectation, wanting to ask this guy if he could help him get someone. Listening to the beeping tone, Roland was extremely nervous, but after the other party answered the call, the Doraemon pocket that suddenly appeared made him extremely surprised. What? You want to find two computer professors at Michigan State University? Or Jews? You asked at the right time. Do you know Tom Selleck? Michigan is his parents' territory, and he is now filming the movie Love Letter invested by our DreamWorks. I'll let my wife tell him. He will definitely help you find the person. What? Is there such a coincidence in the world? Roland knew Tom Selleck, a famous Hollywood action actor in the 1980s, and Charlie and Friends. Not only that, he was also a good friend of Ronald Reagan and an important figure in the Rifle Association, a fence sitter. His parents were well-known investors and real estate developers in Michigan, and filming was just a hobby for him. With such a guy to help get people in, Michigan State University would definitely be able to get in touch with them and let the Jewish church there casually tell Larry Page's parents about Roland's relationship with them. It would be easy and pleasant to build a connection between them. It was precisely because it was easy that Roland became more curious. Of course, he was not curious about the cooperation between the two parties, but he didn't understand why the old man asked his wife to help get people in. Could it be that, between them, Roland had misunderstood? When he asked his doubts, the old man on the other end of the phone roared, "He is filming a movie with my wife. A movie directed by a Hong Kong director. The name is Love Letter." It turned out to be Chin Kexin's Love Letter. Roland suddenly realized that's really a coincidence. Although he was scolded by the old man, Roland's biggest advantage is that he is handsome and thick-skinned. He didn't care about the other party's tone, but continued to ask, "Do you know the person from the University of Maryland?" After hearing this question, the old man on the other end of the phone pondered for a long time. Not long after, Roland heard a crisp slapping sound, as if a hand was spanking his buttocks. "Of course I know the person from the University of Maryland. Do you remember The Horse Whisperer that just came out? It's our own project. Diane West played a role in it. Isn't Diana a famous alumnus of the University of Maryland? When she won her second Oscar in 1995, she returned to the school to give a speech. Just look for her, and you can contact the president of the University of Maryland." Oh my god. Roland, who didn't have much hope, laughed. He knew Diane West was also a member of the Jewish gang. She became famous in 1985 with Woody Allen's The Purple Rose of Cairo. Later, she won an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress with Woody Allen's Hannah and Her Sisters. In 1989, she worked with Ron Howard and was nominated for Best Supporting Actress again. In 1995, she won the second Oscar for Woody Allen's Bullets Over Broadway. She was a die-hard member of the Jewish gang. No one would question her identity. If she could come forward to communicate, Sergey Brin's father would definitely tell his son that Roland was one of them. "Okay. It seems I was wrong. I thought you couldn't help me find someone." When Roland said the extremely distrustful words with an emotional tone, a hum suddenly appeared in the receiver of the mobile phone. "Kid, you are too young. You don't know that there are only names you can't say, but there are no people I can't find. Hey, you are so self-boasting." Roland was in a good mood because of his arrogant words. He didn't expect that Spielberg, a poor student, could really do what Mike Mohammed said and go around the world to find people. Although his guess was wrong, this mistake could bring him the best result. With his continued inquiry, the old man was able to find the mother of Sergey Brin, who worked at NASA. Ron Howard was a senior member of NASA, and Apollo 13 received strong support from NASA. As for KPCB, the old man directly asked Roland to call Steve Jobs. "KPCB is indeed against the Gates Alliance, and you want to prove that you are not in the Gates Alliance? It's just a casual cooperation. Why don't you let Steve Jobs, Bill Gates' old rival, stand behind you? Isn't this matter very simple?" The old man felt that his apprentice was too stupid. No one will believe that Steve Jobs will endorse someone in the Gates Alliance. No one. "What about Sequoia Capital?" Roland asked again. "How can I make Sequoia Capital forget my relationship with Steve Jobs?" "Sequoia Capital? His isn't the founder Don Valentine a classmate of Warren Buffett? Why don't you just tell them that I asked you to invest in Apple? If you just put the blame on me, they won't doubt it. If you think it's hard to ask Warren Buffett because you just met him, then I can just go to Don Valentine. I have known him for more than 20 years, and Atari was supported by him. After our video game market collapsed, he asked me if I regretted it. What's the point of regretting it? Well, When Spielberg was rambling about his past with Sequoia Capital, Roland was ready to treat Mike Mohamy and the others to dinner after he returned. What these guys said was right. Since those two people were Jewish, it would be the most convenient to use Jews to solve the problem. Sergey Brin and Larry Page wanted the Yahoo market, but were worried that Roland would fight with the venture capital that had already entered the market. It doesn't matter. I can let the whole world tell you that Roland Allen is a good friend of the Jews. When Sergey Brin's sister-in-law, father-in-law, parents, and Larry Page's parents all conveyed the same fact to them, would these two guys still refuse? I can also let those capitals that have already entered the market tell you that Roland Allen can cooperate. When those guys who have close ties with KPCB get the endorsement of Steve Jobs, and when Sequoia Capital, which cooperates with Stanford, confirms that Roland's investment in Apple was Spielberg's suggestion, will these two guys still refuse? The whole world is mine. If you refuse, I will stop you from talking. Although Google is the most annoying project Roland has experienced in recent years, as long as he can invest in it, it is a victory. And now, Roland, who is looking for people all over the world, has already smelled the scent of victory. Note, the difference in treatment between Google and Yahoo depends on whether there is someone above him. The garage where Page and Brin started their business was rented to them by the daughter of a professor at the school. The professor's youngest daughter likes Sergey Brin, which is why Stanford will support Google and get Google's shares. Her father-in-law is the big boss of the school. The professor's second daughter, Susan Wojcicki, is now the senior vice president of Google and the CEO of YouTube. She is indeed a classmate of the three giants of Blizzard. Google is actually a family-style operation model. Sergey Brin's mother-in-law is the founder of Google Teacher Academy. In the timeline in the article, August 1998, Tom Selleck was indeed filming Peter Chan's love letter with Spielberg's wife. He is from Michigan, a promoter of the Rifle Association, and is indeed a good friend of Reagan, who got a lot of votes from him. Diane West is indeed a member of the Jewish gang, and a well-known alumnus of the University of Maryland, and the guy who is posted on the school's promotional page. Google started as a search engine, but it was not successful because of the search engine. They absorbed a bunch of big guys such as Lotus, Sun, Netscape, etc. It is no exaggeration to say that Google is actually the joint product of losers who were once pressed to the ground by Bill Gates. This is why they propose to use browsers to replace operating systems again after many years. It is not that Google is copying the products of its predecessors, but that the original group of people changed places and continued to fight Microsoft. Regardless of whether it has been 10 or 20 years, their goals have not changed. Chapter 282, Microsoft, which remains inactive, and the rat that explodes. On August 20th, 1998, the Infinite Extension operation that Lars Ipton had promised to the people of the country officially began. American warships in the Red Sea launched cruise missiles at Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, destroying the pharmaceutical factory that they believed helped the terrorists to manufacture chemical weapons. Not only that, 75 cruise missiles fell in Afghanistan. The first airstrike caused more than 20 deaths and dozens of injuries. After the attack, the Sudanese leader strongly condemned the American attack and decided to formally withdraw the diplomatic mission to the United States on the 21st and announced that all means would be taken to fight back against the American aggression. The Afghan authorities also made similar statements. Some Muslim countries have set off a wave of protests, and the Islamic State organization responsible for the two bombings has publicly announced that it will continue to retaliate. When these resolute opposing news continued to be transmitted back to America, the gunpowder smell shrouding the beacon of freedom became more and more intense. Whether to go to war with the country that harbored the Islamic State organization has become a hot topic at the moment. As a typical example of fiction but positive, the box office of Saving Private Ryan has been rising steadily, while the main creative team remained silent. An R-rated film with a duration of nearly 3 hours has already reached a box office of $140 million in just 1 month after its release. This result makes a lot of special effects blockbusters ashamed, and makes Hollywood practitioners exclaim, "These guys are too lucky, right?" Before the movie was released, many people had already given their evaluations, believing that even with the blessing of big names, a World War II movie of this length would not be able to attract more passers-by in the summer season, because it is kneeling on reality. And now, it is really better to be well made than to be well blown, and better to be well blown than to be well timed. When the embassy bombing happened, that kind of invisible propaganda was more powerful than any advertisement. The point is, it doesn't cost money. While the sharpening of the knife to slaughter the chickens and pigs and sheep was slowly advancing, Roland's recruitment activities also produced results. Sergey Brin's parents were forced to come to America by the Soviet Union's anti-Semitism. So when the companions who had helped them told them that Roland Allen, a good friend of the Jews, was very interested in their son's project, but their son had concerns, a series of calls flooded Sergey Brin. Larry Page's parents learned about their son's misunderstanding of Roland Allen on the Jewish Sunday of that week. When the Reform rabbi in Michigan brought Roland Allen's kindness to them, the young man with white hair was directly taught a lesson by his religious mother. If it were just these, it would be fine. After the three giants of Blizzard appeared, Susan Wojcicki, who lent them the garage to start a business, was also very interested in the strong support of her classmates' boss and briefly described the good life of the senior to the two. And Andy Bechtelson, the founder of Sun, who gave them 100,000 yuan to help them start a company, called directly and said that they could accept Roland Allen's investment conditions. Swallowing Yahoo's search engine market can help them grow quickly. To be honest, when they received a call from their parents and learned that those guys were lobbying for Roland Allen, their minds were blank. If it was one-on-one, they might have started what the fuck. And when they came to the garage where they started their business, the information revealed by Larry Page's beautiful landlord and Sergey Brin's future aunt made them even more confused. As for receiving a call from the sponsor at night, they were already wondering if they had lost a few days of their lives. It was indeed Bechtelson who first said that they must wait until the product is commercialized before seeking venture capital, and they could call him directly if necessary. But now it's only been a few days, and this guy's talking again. What's going on? Larry Page was full of wonder. I don't know either. Sergey Brin, who was sitting on the sofa with his head bent, was also confused. Aren't we starting a business? Larry Page frowned. Yes, we are starting a business. Sergey Brin nodded. In the constant dialogue, they felt that they had become good friends of the question mark. They were just ordinary college students, not like Robert Noyes who left Fairchild to start a new business. Why were these venture capitalists like crazy and had to give them money? Could it be, are we too handsome? Roland wants to seduce us. The words that were consistent with their hearts made the two people who looked at each other shudder. It was no wonder that they would think so. After all, Roland's behavior of shaking people was too weird. Even they themselves didn't know what the highlights of Google, which had not yet officially established a company, were. In this case, a guy with a net worth of over 1 billion kept pestering them. If this wasn't to lust after their bodies, what else could he want? Roland, who already had a fiancée, was actually a two-way plug? Wow. This news was too damn explosive. Of course, this kind of thing was just a private thought. After all, with the revelations of many media, everyone in the world now knew that Roland already had a fiancée and was just short of getting married. After dating for 1,000 days and staying together for 950 days, no one would doubt that Roland's sexual orientation was abnormal. Knowing that their ideas were too shocking and the current situation was too bizarre, after they found that they could not solve these problems by themselves, the two took the initiative to contact the three Blizzard giants who had blocked them before. From them, they learned about Roland's relationship with the Jews, which had never been disclosed by the media, and then, fuck you. Why didn't you say it earlier? The two of them went berserk. You clearly knew that, as long as you made it clear, we could reach a cooperation, but you chose to conceal it, causing us to be scolded by our parents? Why didn't you say it earlier? The three Blizzard giants who had been arguing with them for almost 2 months were also angry. If you had stated your identity right away, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Are you sick? Who would mention their own ethnicity when introducing themselves? Then you are also sick. You are so wary of us. Even if we tell you, will you believe it? The 5 intellectuals started to curse in the garage. The fierce argument made the hostess in the house laugh and shake her head. Susan Wojcicki, who was 3 months pregnant, kicked her sister and asked her to deliver water to the young men. When Ann Wojcicki, who had graduated less than 2 years ago but had already started her own business, walked into the garage, the 5 irritable guys were like corgis that had been untied. They were scared. There was nothing they could do. No matter how much they quarreled or how much they quarreled, everything was just a joke. If there was a conflict, they would just fight. What else could they do if they divorced? When everything was laid out, Sergey Brin and Larry Page no longer resisted the investment of Overwatch Ventures, but even so, they only received a check of $100,000 and signed a contract with Overwatch Ventures for priority investment rights. In their words, since Roland was so optimistic about them, don't blame them for asking for a price. They would not accept a valuation of $50 million. As for how much they would eventually get, that would have to wait until the product was commercialized. Roland was quite satisfied with the result. As long as these 2 guys are willing to take the money, asking for too much will only squeeze out other venture capitalists. As for pushing for more, Roland believed that they would not dare, because Jewish children are afraid of being beaten by their mothers. As for Roland, hehe, if you are really brave enough, don't leave after school. I will let your mother beat you. Of course, just when Google and Overwatch Venture Capital reached a consensus, the spirited young man far away in Seattle also learned the news. It's not that he is paying attention to Roland deliberately, but Roland's investment behavior has caused a big impact, and it is difficult to ignore it. After Bill Gates made a few phone calls and found out the project Roland invested in this time through various relationships, a feeling of puzzlement instantly came to his mind, because he couldn't figure out what Roland was doing here. Why did he start a search engine? Is this the new alternative product he found after selling Yahoo? But the current search engine cannot make a profit. Compared with Yahoo, the gap is too big, isn't it? Sitting in the office, Bill Gates held his chin with one hand, looking at his friend Paul Allen with a confused look. His eyes under the glasses were full of surprise, and the gaze he cast out became extremely scattered because he couldn't find the focus. If you have to make a metaphor, it swung at you. Isn't it written clearly here? The reason why Roland invested in Google is that Amazon now has more and more products, but the search function is very poor. When searching for a keyword, 6 out of 10 results are wrong. Most of the time, users turn pages to find products by themselves, so in order to improve the user experience, they started their own search business. Paul Allen patted the intelligence folder on the table and repeated the content. There is no such thing as a wall without holes. In order to get the old man to help him recruit people, Roland had to explain the details to him. So the news spread. Even if Paul Allen didn't ask him for confirmation, the interlocking operation mode would reveal a lot of things. Not to mention that Susan Wojcicki, who lent the garage to Sergey Brin, was from Intel. The company just needed to call and ask what was going on, and everything would be clear. If they knew, wouldn't Microsoft also know it? It was precisely because of this that Roland dragged Amazon out as a shield. But to be honest, his words could only deceive laymen. For professionals, there were too many loopholes. If it's just to fill in Amazon's search function, wouldn't it be better for him to poach people directly? So what if the patent is at Stanford? If they are brought to Amazon, the technology born from people can also go there. There is no need to go around in such a big circle like now. Bill Gates knocked on the table, his face full of disbelief. Paul Allen laughed when he saw his look. Do you think Roland might have seen the broad prospects of search engines, just like he did when he invested in Apple? And he is convinced that he is not wrong? That's right. Bill Gates said with certainty, he is not investing at all. Okay. Real investment is to think that the plan is feasible and can be invested, but even if it is not invested, you will not be disappointed at the moment. Only when you are sure that the project in front of you can be successful and has great potential will you rush to enter the market like him. Do you know what he makes me feel like now? Just like Warren wanted to force money on him after seeing the value of R&K. It's the kind of feeling that, if I miss it now, I will regret it now. Bill Gates felt that Roland was sending out news that he was obviously optimistic about the search engine market to the outside world. although this release was only seen by him, a guy who knew the inside story for the time being. Because of the achievements of Watchman Venture Capital, only Yahoo can be counted, and Apple, which welcomed back Steve Jobs, is still lying there. As for Amazon, those who know the backers behind the company will not attribute its success to Roland. After all, Jeff Bezos was able to send an open letter to all shareholders stating that Amazon would never make a profit because of the support of the quant master David Shore and the snowball master Warren Buffett. Roland is just a garbage collector. Of course, Bill Gates, who has witnessed many times from Apple and GPU, will not treat Roland as a fool. It is precisely because of this seriousness that Paul Allen thinks, are you also going to let Microsoft develop a search engine? You have to know that the next month is the most critical time point. The Ministry of Justice is likely to formally initiate an antitrust investigation against us, which will involve a lot of our energy. Next, we have to make home consoles and want to eat Yahoo. With so many things to do, continuing to develop search engines is too much for us. After all, this thing is different from others. There are too few programmers on the market. In the early days of the development of the internet, engineers in the information industry could not be trained for 3 months as they would in the future. Now they are all hot buns, and most companies cannot poach people. For large companies, acquiring a relatively good company on the market, then dismissing the management, and leaving only engineers is the cheapest way to poach people. In this way, even if Microsoft wants to make a search engine, they can't find anyone for a while. But in the face of Paul Allen's inquiry, Bill Gates smiled and shook his head. No, we won't make a search engine for now. Let's see what Roland will make the search engine look like, and then we can just copy it. What's more, the most anxious one in the market now is not us, but Disney. The more radical Roland is in the search engine, the more crazy Disney will be. Who told them to spend money in the search engine field, but to make portal websites? The point is, they are also one of the few guys in the market who know the real situation of Roland, right? Yes. Compared with Microsoft, which is studying what Roland is doing, Disney is the most confused one at the moment. Roland is entering the search field. What the hell is this? Even if all the movies this year make money, it's still not good. Didn't you tell me that the future belongs to portal websites? In Disney's conference room, Michael Eisner knocked on the table and roared, "At the beginning of the year, you told me that the success of Yahoo and MSN meant that cable TV networks would gradually be replaced by the internet. The internet community can bring people closer to each other and allow people to vent their feedback in the first place. Roland's proposal can paralyze Yahoo and MSN. This is the best example. So we Disney also want to build a portal website. But because this market is saturated, in order to develop, we have to find other entry points. So, under your choice, on June 18th of this year, we acquired InfoSeek, the largest search engine on the market. Because it contains 64 million web pages, it has a natural advantage to convert it into a portal. Then, we asked them to stop the maintenance and development of the search engine and start building a portal website. That's right, when he learned that Roland had gone around in circles and just invested in a search engine website that didn't even create a company, the Disney tyrant was almost anxious to the point of spiraling up. Because they acquired the world's largest search engine InfoSeek, and then asked everyone to build a portal website. Their idea at that time was to use the massive amount of URLs that the search engine had already included, directly skip the web page reserve process of Yahoo, and then imitate the cooperation model of MSN and NBC to create MSNBC, and rely on the existing ABC and the acquired InfoSeek to create a portal website that takes the best of all. Compared with MSN, Disney has the foundation of cable media network, so there is no need to worry about information. Compared with Yahoo, Disney also has the search engine foundation of InfoSeek. After all, this is Netscape's preferred search engine. And if MSN and Yahoo are added together, the portal website made by Disney still has a massive content advantage. The accumulated foundation over the years is not comparable to Microsoft and Yahoo. In their conceptual blueprint, it will surpass MSN in 2 years and defeat Yahoo in 4 years. When Disney mastered the world's largest portal website, the network promotion will be even faster. Within 5 years, the other 5 companies will have to call them daddy. But now, they are directly torn apart. But, 2 months later, the guy you called the best performance of portal websites, he started to develop search engines. Just tell me what to do now. As Michael Eisner roared, the conference room was as quiet as a chicken. Like Bill Gates, they didn't believe that Roland really developed a search engine just for Amazon, because over the years, Roland had done so many bad things through portal websites. Take hype and control of comments as an example. Before Titanic was filmed, Roland had already used and banned Yahoo to make those netizens feel like they were in heaven. With his manipulation, the sense of participation and exposure that netizens got made the website's market value soar exponentially. And this kind of experience is what those media giants envy the most. In the past, when they guided public opinion, at most they published some targeted news, and they were dreaming to turn these targeted news into money, because many advertising fees were negotiated in advance, and Roland's operation on the internet made them see the possibility of making a lot of money while guiding public opinion. That's why only a ghost believed that Roland was just playing around with the search engine. It is precisely because of this understanding that Disney is uncomfortable. Can't you get into the industry earlier? Do we have to spend $200 million to turn the search engine into a portal website before entering the game? Although they also understand that if this kind of unwarranted accusation spreads, it will only make their peers laugh. But they are really furious now. So furious that no one dares to take the blame. And the actions of the silly goose made Michael Eisner almost angry. Don't keep silent. Come up with your solutions. Although we will announce the portal go.com next month, we still have the opportunity to make changes. We can choose again whether to stick to the portal, return to search, or do both portal and search. Michael Eisner personally thinks the third option is the best. Because Disney is the richest company in Hollywood, no doubt about it. As long as the goal is determined, let alone 200 million, they can spend even 2 billion. However, just when Michael Eisner wanted to wave his hand and take care of everything as usual, a weak voice suddenly spread throughout the conference room, making his eyebrows rise instantly, and also made the others present bury their heads even lower. Boss, we may not be able to return to search, let alone portal search. Why? Michael Eisner asked in confusion. Because Robin Lee, who invented the hyperlink analysis technology and made InfoSeek the #1 search engine in the industry, chose to resign. Without his leadership, InfoSeek's R&D progress will only get slower and slower. Michael Eisner frowned. Why did he resign? Which company is he going to? Is it Google? Didn't InfoSeek sign a non-compete agreement with him? The tyrant was a little nervous. If the chief engineer of InfoSeek jumped to Google, it would prove that Roland was really going to play tricks. Although he didn't want to believe that portals that have found a way to make profits would be eliminated, he didn't want to be labeled as a moron. After all, it was him who pushed Disney to become a portal. It was also him who agreed to acquire the search engine with the largest market share and then turn it into a portal. Under his gaze, the guy who gave the news shook his head. No, although he didn't sign a non-compete agreement, he is not going to Google. Such an answer made Michael Eisner feel relieved. It's good that it's not Google. However, just after he finished speaking, regretful news appeared again. But he chose to go home and start a business. Go home and start a business? This decision made Michael Eisner even happier. That's easier to handle. Talk to him again and give him a higher salary. Give him options. Give him a promotion. No. As long as he can stay at InfoSeek and lead InfoSeek to continue to maintain its position as the #1 search engine, then he will have the final say in InfoSeek's business. If he wants to manage go.com, let him manage it. If he doesn't want to, then separate go.com and InfoSeek. Just when Michael Eisner was confident that no one could refuse the silver bullet offensive, the last sentence of his subordinate made his smile freeze on his face. Boss, Robin Lee may not need this. He is Chinese. And I'd go home every year. Notes: when Google was just founded, Susan Wojcicki, who borrowed their garage, had just turned 30, had just gotten married, was 3 months pregnant, and was an Intel employee. Because her father was optimistic about Google, she quit her job at Intel and became Google's 16th employee. At that time, few people knew how to write a search engine. It is also true that 6 out of 10 results from Amazon search were wrong. And recruiting talents by acquiring companies is what Dr. Wu Jun left on Google's blackboard. Disney really did have a portal website, and it really wanted to punch Microsoft and step on Yahoo. The domain name go.com was chosen by Michael Eisner himself, and it was also his idea to acquire the search engine with the largest market share and turn it into a portal. Now, the domain name go.com can still be used, but it is no longer a portal website, but a guide website within Disney. This URL can be accessed without a ladder, but the jump direction is based on your IB. If you go to it in China, they point to CN. Chapter 283, I didn't take the mouse seriously. The concept of search that people talk about now was not invented until 1990. The World Wide Web did not exist at that time, but file transfers were still very frequent. Because there were too many files, it was not convenient to search, so Archie was born. Even though it was not a real search engine, users had to enter the file name accurately to find the FTP address, but at that time, it was already a very convenient tool. With the emergence of Archie, various search tools emerged one after another, and the significance of these tools was to save people time when searching for information. However, after the rapid development of the internet, these non-civilian tools obviously could not meet the needs of the general public, so Yahoo changed the world. Yahoo is indeed not a search engine, but its existence has made more people see the charm of the internet. As Steve Jobs said, many users do not know what they need at all. And Yahoo has made those users who do not know their own needs see the possibility of asking for it. Since the public knows that it is not a dream to just talk about it, search engines have a market. In this case, InfoSeek was born. At first, InfoSeek was just an inconspicuous search engine. Even its user interface and additional services were copied from Yahoo. However, after signing a cooperation agreement with Netscape in December 1995, its market share grew wildly. Unlike those who only care about the present and ignore the future, InfoSeek knew from the beginning that they grew up by sucking the blood of Netscape. After leaving Netscape, they would only have one possibility of violent death. Therefore, while consolidating their market position, they also recruited talents. At the Silicon Valley Academic Conference in 1996, Robin Lee was poached by them. Robin Lee, who wrote the hyperlink analysis, lived up to expectations and led InfoSeek to complete the writing of the second-generation search engine and launch the first search engine on the market that used hyperlink analysis. After that, search engines including Google all referred to his ideas. Because of this, InfoSeek also successfully sat on the throne of the #1 search engine in the search engine industry. Time magazine called it an innovator for a reason. But unfortunately, the world's #1 search engine was killed by Disney. Since people of this era still don't understand what pay-per-view ranking means, all search engines basically rely on burning money to operate. The more web pages a search engine crawls, the more it costs to index. In addition, portal websites give fixed rewards, so the more websites a search engine indexes, the more the company loses. As a result, almost all search engines choose to transform into portal websites. Even though they know that the most powerful portal website is Yahoo, and the second most powerful is MSN, and the market is saturated, they still stubbornly drill in, because if they don't drill in, they will die suddenly, and if they drill in, they can continue to raise funds and survive for a while. There is no way who made the profit model of portal websites known. In this case, InfoSeek, who didn't want to die suddenly, didn't want to prolong his life, and just wanted to cash out and leave, and the wealthy Disney hit it off. Disney thought it was awesome, and if it could swallow ABC, it could become a portal website. InfoSeek also thought it was awesome, and it was the best search engine on the market. So, the plan to turn the search engine into a portal website officially started with Disney's investment. At the same time, Disney stopped the most important thing a search engine should do, that is, to stop Robin Lee from continuing to include web pages. If a search engine doesn't include web pages, then what is the meaning of the existence of this search engine? The biggest selling point of a search engine is that it allows the general public to find what they want in it. When this core selling point was castrated by Disney, InfoSeek was actually dead. So, Robin Lee, who couldn't stand it, took the money and left. When he exchanged all his InfoSeek stocks for Disney stocks, and the price soared from 5 yuan per share to 100 yuan, he and his wife returned to China. The first thing he did after returning home was to write a book called Silicon Valley Business War. And in the years before Baidu was created, he complained about Disney's disgusting behavior every day on Do News. Who wasn't a keyboard warrior when they were young? As soon as the keyboard policy came out, Disney was dissed. And just as he expected, it took Disney only 1 year to make InfoSeek lose the world's #1 throne, and only 2.5 years to kill InfoSeek and the newly created Go.com. It is no exaggeration to say that if there was no help from Disney, InfoSeek might still lose, but it would never let the other companies win so easily. And those winners really were, I haven't even done anything, and you fell down. Just like after the merger of AOL and Time Warner, the market value of AOL shrank by 98%. These Hollywood media giants have killed countless well-developed internet-leading companies, and it is precisely because of their attacks that other companies have the opportunity to grow. As the saying goes, buy football in reverse, villa by the sea, invest in reverse, never buy a building. The people's rich man Ma, who is now following Teacher Zhu, called Tencent Baywin a mob because most cross-border ventures are failures, and those guys' cross-border ventures are just building a moat for their own companies. How can you succeed if you do things with the mentality that if you win, you will make a lot of money, and if you lose, you will not lose money? And investing with these guys. This feels like the aunt selling Gillen rice noodles and Pai Pai Jia talking about stocks. It's really fucking reliable. So, when Roland learned that Disney, who was working on a portal website, was a little flustered, he had already forgotten Baidu, the 40 Thieves, and the penguin who didn't like Leo Gandmar. His first reaction was to ask in confusion, "What does my search engine have to do with Disney?" The second reaction was to cry poor. As the world's second largest media group, why are they staring at me, a person who can't even make the Forbes list? The third reaction was to play dumb. I'm really just helping Amazon find a search engine provider to cooperate with. TUI. Roland's behavior of telling lies with open eyes made the truck driver spit. He rolled his eyes while squatting under a parasol waiting for the stage to be set up, and said with disgust, "Don't I know what kind of person you are? Is there any point in pretending like this? How much money can you make from those Yahoo shares? Do you want me to make a call and let Ronald help you calculate it? I'm not Forbes who estimates wealth by guessing. I have witnesses." Okay. Looking at the old man who was about to take out his mobile phone, Roland pressed down his hands and said, "What do you want to do? Lend me some money." Roland stopped pretending, and the old man revealed his cards. Hearing what he said, Roland frowned, glanced at him strangely, and asked, "How much money do you want to borrow? The dividends from Titanic will be paid by the end of the year. If you have something you want to do, why don't you wait until the dividends come in before doing it?" Roland thought that the truck driver wanted to build a deep sea submersible to challenge the Mariana Trench, but the truck driver was thinking, "Linda and I can't live together anymore." He paused and said, "We are going to divorce." Well, as soon as these words came out, Roland was silent. The relationship between James Cameron and Linda Hamilton is simply a mystery. No one knows how they got together, but everyone knows that their relationship was the fuse for the divorce between James Cameron and Catherine Bigelow. The two began to fall in love with Terminator 2. In 1993, Linda Hamilton gave birth to a daughter for the old man. They didn't get married until the summer of 1997 in a low-key manner, but in February 1999, they officially announced their divorce. The process of their love, childbirth, marriage, and divorce was confusing. No one knew why their marriage did not last more than 2 years after they had a child and were sure they could survive. But Roland knew that, as usual, the old man was still cheating on her. "When did you get together with Sissy Amis?" Roland touched the old man's pocket and took out cigarettes and lighters very familiarly. He put a cigarette in the other's mouth and lit it, then sucked it himself. "What you said is too harsh." The old man shook his head. took 2 deep puffs, and then pinched the cigarette. But to flick off the ash, the main reason is that Linda refused to quit the circle, and Ceci, she planned to retire after filming Judgment Day. Ceci Amidst is the granddaughter of Ruth in Titanic. She may not be as beautiful as the old man's previous wives, but she is obedient. If the old man told her to go east, she would never go west, and if the old man told her to go north, she would never go south. And this is actually the weakness of many men. She is good looking and obedient, and is really suitable for marriage. Okay, how much do you want to borrow? Roland nodded. Since the matter was settled, he did not ask more. Have you signed a prenuptial agreement? How much is the breakup fee? Give her a house in Los Angeles, and the child's living expenses are $1 million per year. It has to be paid until he is 18 years old, so here is $13 million, and then leave an education fund for the child and compensate her. The total is about $50 million. The house can be transferred directly, and the living expenses are paid annually. Only her compensation and education funds must be taken out now. So, lend me $10 million. I will pay you back after the share from Fox comes down. I don't want to take the share contract to the bank for a mortgage loan. It's too uneconomical. Yes, for others, analyzing Roland's investment trends and guessing his investment ideas are the most important things to do. But for the truck driver, borrowing money after hearing the news is the most practical thing to say. He doesn't invest, and he doesn't sell news. In this case, he won't interfere with what Roland wants to do. At most, after Roland agreed to lend the money, he showed his eldership and asked if the staring was serious. It's okay, let them stare if they want to. It won't have any effect anyway. Roland was speaking the truth, because Disney's staring was useless to him. Without Robin Lee, Disney couldn't make a search engine, and even with Robin Lee, if they couldn't find a way to monetize it, the bigger the search engine, the more losses it would suffer. Disney has money, but that doesn't mean they can bear losses endlessly. Microsoft, which has the ability to make search engines and can bear losses endlessly, can't make trouble now. After all, home consoles and Yahoo are 2 pieces of fat meat that can see how to make profits. Giving up these 2 pieces of fat meat to tinker with search engines? Isn't this a donkey kicking your head? As for the 3-line parallel, that's even more ridiculous. If they announce the binding of search engines and portal websites at this time, when they are entangled in antitrust investigations, then Microsoft will definitely be dismantled. So, even if a lot of things happen, and Disney is staring at them, Roland is not in a hurry. The internet is not Disney's lifeblood. Even if it is gone, they won't feel bad. Even if they feel bad, they won't do anything. Because they can see the nuclear weapon in Roland's hand. Lord of the Rings only signed a co-production and distribution agreement with Disney, and the copyright of the toys derived from the film and television is still in Roland's hands. Not only that, as long as Roland is willing to spend money, Carl Icahn can crash Disney's stock price, like he did with Time Warner. And if Disney dares to overturn the table, Berkshire Hathaway, which holds Disney stocks and board seats, and vigorously promotes the development of R&K, will not sit there and watch. Capital always sticks together. Fighting alone will only be swallowed up by others. Since Roland, the person involved, didn't take Disney's surveillance seriously, everything that followed would remain the same. Those who should shoot movies, those who should play, those who should eat melons, and those who should work. Until September 4th, Google, which was watched by Disney and Microsoft, was finally established. With the contract officially taking effect, Roland felt more relaxed. The excitement that enveloped his body made him face the world with a smile. However, this behavior of flirting with everyone also earned him countless slaps. Whenever he communicated with those actresses with a smile, Kate, who was on duty in the group, would slap him. Roland, who was in a good mood, would retort, and then, the noisy laughter created a different landscape for the crew. Although Kate had never lost, and Roland had never won, it didn't matter. As long as the dog could be killed, it would be fine. In this pleasant and relaxed atmosphere, Spider-Man 2 and 3, which were originally commercial films, did not encounter any bottlenecks. On September 18th, when Rush Hour was released, Roland, who had a good relationship with everyone, invited the entire group to watch the movie in a private theater. It must be said that physical comedy is really the easiest performance to bring the two sides closer. Especially Jackie Chan's serious comedy, which made the theater full of laughter. Even though Hurricane Georges hit America on September 15th with wind speeds exceeding 160 miles per hour, killing 4,000 people and causing at least 10 billion in losses in just half a month, the box office of Rush Hour was still high. The first weekend box office of 33 million was terrifying, and the global box office was estimated to exceed 200 million, which made Hollywood see the influence of Chinese kung fu again. At this time, Roland's old friend came to the door with a Chinese kung fu script. Note, Li Yanhan complained about Disney many times, and he thought that Disney ruined Saksin. Because of the existence of Disney, his idea of making an ML for Saksin was rejected, and Disney only paid 70 million, the first investment in April 1998. Then, after Disney officially invested, Saksin's search business directly stagnated. It was acquired in June 1998. In 1998, it included 64 million web pages, and in 1999, it was surpassed by AltaVista. The key point is that this surpassing was completely free. Not only that, Disney completely ignored the brand value of Saksin and insisted on creating Go, which was named by Michael Eisner himself. In order to promote Go, Disney also did a trick, which was to point Saksin's original URL to Go. Doing so made many users think that the original search engine website was gone, and what they opened was a portal website they didn't need. Saksin exploded on the spot. He published these contents on Do News under his real name around 2001. I have read his blog post. He said at the time that these things would never happen again on Baidu, and then he kept his word and it really didn't happen again. But everything that happened next, James Cameron really divorced Linda Hamilton because she refused to retire. This was also related to Spielberg. Linda felt that if Spielberg's wife could make movies, why couldn't she? Not only that, she also took the initiative to cooperate with the other party. Then the truck driver exploded and divorced her, and then Spielberg's wife stopped making movies. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, A Skin-Covering Movie, A Suicidal Director. October 4th, night. James Shams, who was already balding, was wearing a khaki suit and standing at the entrance of the restaurant, looking up at the busy street, trying to distinguish all the cars parked, trying to see the faces of every customer as clearly as possible. Next to him, Ang Lee, wearing a white shirt, stared at the statue in the distance with lifeless eyes. The goddess of victory holding a wheat ear and pointing forward seemed to be the god worshipped by everyone, but in Ang Lee's eyes, William Sherman, who was riding a horse and looking forward with his head held high, was the only one in the world. What are you looking at? James Shams, who looked around, finally found something unusual. Following Ang Lee's gaze, when he saw the work of Augustus St. Gaudens, the greatest sculptor in America in the 19th century, a feeling of helplessness suddenly emerged. It's all over, don't think about it. The doorman who had been watching them for a long time was surprised by the incoherent words, but when Ang Lee heard them, it turned into a slightly embarrassed smile of approval. Okay, I don't want to think about it anymore. I don't want to think about it anymore. Although he nodded in response, he withdrew his gaze from the statue and followed his companion to look around for someone, but his absent-minded look was still easily captured by James Shams. Looking at the guy who shook his head mechanically according to the direction of the sound and scanned the air with a slack gaze, as if he had completed a task, James Shams, who was wearing glasses, rolled his eyes and said, "If you are not in a good state, then go back first." I translated the script. I can explain the film's intention to them clearly. Upon hearing this, Ang Lee, who was still in a state of separation from the world, seemed to be struck by lightning and shook his head repeatedly. "No, I'm fine." "Really?" James Shams looked doubtful. "Of course." Ang Lee, who wanted to stay, nodded vigorously. Not only that, but also forced a smile, and said stubbornly, "It's mainly because it's too boring to just wait. It will be fine after they come. Don't worry, I won't ruin my project." Having said that, James Shams didn't force it, but just as he was thinking about how to remedy the situation, if Ang Lee made a mistake later, as Roland and Kate got off the car, the state of his old friend really changed. Okay, we meet again. Ang Lee, who was cosplaying as a husband waiting rock before, became more energetic. With a smile, he took the initiative to greet her. "Compared to before, your figure is better." "Really? Director, your vision is still so good." Kate smiled and shook hands with Ang Lee. She also glanced at the man next to her and complained, "I can't help it. I don't care, but someone cares. Women dress to please themselves." Ang Lee, who understood the meaning, smiled even more happily. She took the initiative to reach out to Roland and said, "When I was working with Kate, I was wondering who would pick this beautiful English rose. You know, when she was filming, she even posted your poster in the room where she lived temporarily. This kind of intensity and straightforwardness is not something that others can handle. The guy who pursued her would definitely get past you first, but I didn't expect. In the end, you smoothed out her thorns. So, she got what she wanted? HMM. James Shams glanced at his old friend obscurely. The flattery made him feel deeply moved. "No, for us, this is a dream come true." Roland didn't care. After all, what Ang Lee said was the truth. But he still added, "I have always liked the most beautiful one. And when I saw her file, I knew I had found it." Oh, Ang Lee laughed and hugged Roland. James Shams also took the initiative to extend his hand. Kate was even more happy to show her crescent-shaped eyes, and took Roland's arm. As for Roland himself, he had already caught the inquiring eyes of the people around him. "Let's go in," he suggested, not wanting to be exposed. "Okay." The two people in charge of the dinner nodded repeatedly, led the way, and took them into the private room to sit down. After ordering the dishes, they chatted briefly for a few words. Roland, who didn't want to waste time, signaled the two to get straight to the point. "This is the project I told you about on the phone." Ang Lee took out a notebook from her handbag and pushed it in front of the two. On the white cover, there was an obscure English word, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. After seeing this title, Kate's eyebrows instinctively frowned. Just based on the literal meaning, she couldn't guess the general content of the script at all. But for Roland, this thing was too familiar. "Isn't it Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon?" In fact, after receiving a call from Ang Lee and learning that the other party had a Chinese kung fu script to show her, Roland had already guessed this project, because Ang Lee had only made this martial arts film in his life. It seemed that he saw Kate's doubts, but it was more like promoting his own inspiration. So when Kate curiously took the script and opened it to read, Ang Lee, who was sitting opposite Roland, also explained, "This is an Oriental martial arts story, similar to a martial arts movie like Fist of Fury, but the time in the story has to be pushed forward." Hearing this, Kate's hand paused. Because she didn't know much about the history of the East, she didn't know if she could understand it. While she was hesitating, Ang Lee's next words made her face look surprised. "However, you don't have to be embarrassed, because this is an Oriental story. If you have to analyze it, this is actually an Oriental martial arts version of Sense and Sensibility. The heroine Yu Jian Lang is based on Miriam, who you played before, and the other heroine is based on Alina, played by Emma Thompson." "What?" Kate opened her eyes wide when she heard this. "Isn't this a cover?" "Yes, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a cover movie, to put it bluntly." Back then, when Ang Lee returned to his hometown to shoot Eat Drink Man Woman, he read the novel Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon because he had a martial arts dream. Because his father's trilogy was about to end, he wanted to shoot a martial arts movie without any project plans. So he asked his boss Zuligan to help negotiate the copyright. But no one expected that when preparing for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Sony suddenly came to him and asked him to shoot Sense and Sensibility. Although Ang Lee had not read Jane Austen's novel, no one wanted to miss this rare opportunity, so he took on Sense and Sensibility and postponed Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. When discussing the project with Emma Thompson, the screenwriter of Sense and Sensibility, the copyright of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was successfully obtained. After filming Sense and Sensibility, the box office success of The Ice Storm made Ang Lee postpone Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon until around 1998, when he had time to write the script. If there were no accidents one after another, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon might have been put on the shooting schedule long ago, but it was, because the plan could not keep up with the changes that Ang Lee's creative ideas changed again and again. Compared with the novel, the story of the movie version has actually been changed beyond recognition. In the novel, the heroes Lee Mu-bae and Ju Zeolian did not have many roles. The core protagonist is Yoo Jae-along, who everyone is afraid to avoid. But inspired by Eleanor and Mariana, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon changed from a single female lead drama to a double female lead drama. The yin outwardly masculine Yoo Jae-along and the masculine outwardly masculine Yoo Zeolian became the branches of the film's plot, and from them, the story of Lee Mu-bae and Luo Zhao who was derived, and finally, the whole film became full. It is no exaggeration to say that, if Sense and Sensibility had not been filmed, Ang Lee might not have adopted the format of double female leads. It was precisely because he referred to Jane Austen's novels that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon achieved a good result of 200 million in Europe and the United States. Because foreigners can understand it and still find it fresh. The knights who fly over the eaves and walk on the walls are the oriental superheroes for them, and the emotional core under the martial arts coat can still set off the global Austen fever popular culture. In this case, it would be a ghost if this movie was rejected by foreigners, but while foreigners were enthusiastically supporting it, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was also scolded into a sieve in the ancient oriental country. When Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was released, the best review was it doesn't have Jet Li's handsome fighting, Tsuhak's elegant artistic conception, or Jackie Chan's natural feeling. The story is contrived, it's hard to make sense, the plot is bloody, and it's soft and delicate. As for the score on Douban, that only went up afterwards. And this is actually the cultural invasion caused by Hollywood after the rapid development of the internet. Why did a movie that was criticized so badly back then turn around? Is it because people at that time couldn't understand it? Don't be kidding. 15 years have passed since The Promise was released, and still no one can understand it. But Hero, which was also criticized as shit back then, has also slowly recovered its score. Cultural creation is originally a very private thing. If it has achievements, but not good reputation, the reputation will eventually rise slowly, because people will watch it many times, because of the achievements, and want to dig out the reasons for its popularity. When various speculations are convinced by their desire to learn, they will naturally think it is good. But if the results are not good, it is normal to follow the trend and criticize it. Because of this, when Ang Lee finished explaining, and the waiter brought the dishes to the table, Kate, who was eating and watching, was soon attracted by Yoo Jae-along's choice. When she found that Yoo Jae-along was hesitant between family and love, the twisted feeling of playing Marion in the past suddenly came to her mind. Okay, it's the same. Kate smiled and said, family, love, these are two things that everyone finds difficult to choose. If I'm not wrong, Yoo Jae-along should also like Lee Mu-bae, right? Luo Zhao who in the script is Willoughby, and Lee Mu-bae is Brandon. Although she only read a quarter of it, Kate had already guessed the direction of the plot. Ang Lee and James Shams did not hide it and nodded. It's about the same. The feelings have been slightly modified. Hearing this, Kate, who had a bottom line in her heart, did not continue to read, but looked at her man. After finding that the other party was busy working, and did not seem to be ready to make an investment decision on the spot, Kate, who was in control of the initiative, asked again, although it is a copycat, the Big Six should not mind, right? While Rush Hour is a hot movie, shouldn't you go to the Big Six for investment? Kate is not a good man and a believer. After understanding the script, she, who grew up in the circle, has already smelled something unusual. The Big Six never mind copycat scripts, or rather, they like copycat scripts the most. Because copycat means that the core under the skin has at least been successful. And with a successful precedent, it is more reassuring to invest. After all, what Hollywood pursues is the industrialization of movies. If they can make money by borrowing from success, they will not take the initiative to innovate. Therefore, Kate felt that Ang Lee's behavior of taking Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon to find her man was problematic. Under normal circumstances, this script must have passed the hands of the Big Six first, and after passing the hands of the Big Six, this script should not appear in front of her, because the Big Six can also evaluate the success rate of the script. As she asked, Ang Lee, who wanted to continue introducing the script, looked embarrassed. After exchanging glances with Kate, he turned his gaze to Roland. When he found that Roland was struggling with the food, the anxiety he had felt when waiting for someone appeared again. He smiled helplessly and nodded slightly, not knowing how to answer. After finding that Kate had no intention of changing the subject, he lowered his eyes and stared at the plate in front of him. It was as if there was a beautiful flower on it. Such a situation also gave James Shams a headache, because he knew that, if he did not stand up and tell the truth at this time, the negotiation would be ruined. In fact, the Big Six are unwilling to invest in us. Why? Kate was confused again. Can't they see that this is an Eastern version of Sense and Sensibility? Or do they think that only comedy movies like Rush Hour can succeed? Neither. Since his friend didn't speak, James Shams spoke on behalf of Ang Lee and said, "Before you came, Ang Lee and I were waiting at the door, and he was looking at the statue of William Sherman. You should know who William Sherman is. He graduated from the West Point Military Academy and was a famous general of the Union Army during the Civil War. When it comes to the Civil War, people's biggest impression is the motives of both sides. At the beginning, the North fought to maintain national unity, and later, it became a revolutionary war to eliminate slavery. For the vast majority of people, the victory of the North has great, world historical, progressive, and revolutionary significance, but Ang Lee had just finished filming a movie called Ride with the Devil. In this movie, he did not portray a big war, but started with small people, and expounded a point of view. For the people, this war is meaningless. When James Shams mentioned the Civil War, Kate was a little surprised that this guy went off topic. But when he said, "There is no right or wrong in this book," Kate immediately curled her lips and lowered her head to eat, saying that the victory of the North has no meaning for ordinary people. Aren't you looking for death? In the country of America, things like the Civil War can only be filmed with the main theme. The white ones are always the North, they will only be the winners, and they save the world in blue uniforms. And the black ones are always the South, they can only be the losers, and the gray uniforms are the proof of being eliminated by the world. The North must be progressive, and must be avant-garde in thought, while the South will always be stubborn and conservative in behavior. That's right. People cannot be simply divided, and it is even more impossible for there to be two clear-cut factions, but movies must be filmed like this. The North did not kill its compatriots, but those god-forsaken people who were stubborn and attempted to continue to enslave black people. The South will only be the biggest obstacle to social progress. Why? Because history is written by the victors. You are scolding those in power on someone else's territory? While you portray the fierce and cruel image of the Southern guerrillas, you also let those enlightened and kind Southerners die under the butcher's knife of the Northerners? Don't use words like "no one is without fault" to flaunt yourself. No one will listen. Satire is satire. No matter how you look at it, it is satire. Using war to discuss human nature is something that many directors like to do. But the premise of discussing human nature must be to stand in line. Just like Saving Private Ryan. Everyone can see that the last Star-Spangled Banner is the theme, but no one can express it publicly. This kind of sensationalism is too deliberate. Not to mention, for Hollywood, which is controlled by Jews, the victory of the North in the Civil War is of great significance because the North liberated black people, and now they are watching these people speak out. In this case, Ang Lee's butt is obviously not right, and this kind of film with a wrong, but can only go down the road of failure. The issue of stance has always been very serious. Since Ang Lee has shown his unique ideas to the outside world, then don't blame others for isolating him. So we came to you. After James Shams finished explaining, Ang Lee, who was lowering his head, finally spoke. The six majors are unwilling to invest, and Sony, which has the best attitude, just said that they will talk after Ride with the Devil is released. Although Ang Lee described his situation very miserable, Kate did not mean to be soft-hearted. Even though the two had worked together before, she had a good impression of Ang Lee. Similarly, she also thought that Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon could make a profit, and Roland had several pleasant cooperation transactions with Ang Lee before, but now, she was not going to help Ang Lee. For her, Ang Lee's current situation was all self-inflicted. Even if Roland could invest in him, and if Roland came forward, those Jews would not fight against him. But, why should they help him? Roland is her man, and Ang Lee is an outsider. She would spend her life with Roland, so why would she damage her man's interests because of an outsider at the beginning? Isn't this a mental illness? But just as she was about to swallow the food in her mouth and directly reject the project for Roland, who was still eating hard, suddenly kicked her secretly from below. Kate glanced at Roland, feeling strange. When she saw Roland's left hand holding the fork constantly pressing down, she smiled and closed the script very naturally, putting it aside, saying, "We also understand the specific situation. Whether to invest, we have to go back and read the script before making a decision." Although Kate's response was very official, she didn't refuse it anyway. The two of them couldn't say much, so they nodded and agreed. Because they were discussing a very serious topic, the atmosphere in the box was quite dull during the meal. In addition, they were thinking about their own things, so after a quick meal, the two sides said goodbye to each other and went back to their own homes and mothers. Looking at the car body moving away and finally disappearing, Ang Lee, who felt that his hope might be dashed, asked, "Do you think they will agree?" "It's difficult." James Shams said truthfully, "Roland is Steven's student after all. He will only stand on Steven's side." "Really?" Ang Lee nodded inside, showing that he understood. Then, we can only rely on ourselves." Before coming here, Ang Lee had already prepared himself to be rejected, and now, it's just a matter of turning fantasy into reality. Just when he had prepared himself for the rejection call a few days later, Kate, who returned to the hotel, couldn't wait to find out what Roland was thinking. Note, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a martial arts version of Sense and Sensibility. This is what Michelle Yeoh said herself. In an interview, Michelle Yeoh said that she took the project without reading the script because Ang Lee told her directly that she would play a role like Emma Thompson. The creative team has never shied away from this matter. It is no secret that Ride with the Devil is not straight. After filming this movie, Ang Lee has never attracted any investment. In the film review given by Roger Ebert, he also wrote about the biggest problem of Ride with the Devil. "History is written by the victors. History is written by the victors." Roger Ebert affirmed the correctness of the visual approach and acknowledged that people cannot be limited by their positions, but at the same time he also pointed out the key to the failure of the film. It's a film that would inspire useful discussion. In a history class, this is a film that can inspire useful discussion in a history class. Chapter 285 is suggested to be changed to, Kill and Barry. "Don't tell me you really want to invest in this movie." As soon as she entered the room, Kate pulled up the hotel's anti-theft buckle, threw her handbag on the table, and sat on the sofa faster than anyone else, with her 3-inch high heels hooked on her toes, swinging non-stop. "Why do you say that?" Roland, who came out of the tea room, handed the juice to the other party, then looked around and brought the slippers scattered on the side to the other party. "Change your shoes. If you don't want to invest in this movie, then I will directly reject Ang Lee at the dinner table." Kate kicked her high heels aside, but did not put on the slippers immediately. Instead, she curled up and put her legs away. Many Europeans and Americans don't have the habit of changing shoes when they enter the house. Because of the carpet on the floor, they prefer to go barefoot, just like Michael Fassbender, who always goes out barefoot when he walks with his wife in the rich area. But Roland is not used to it. "I told you not to refuse immediately, because I didn't want to make the atmosphere awkward." Seeing that there was still an empty seat, Roland took the seat. But as soon as he leaned on the sofa, Kate's folded legs straightened and rested on Roland's thighs very familiarly. The shaking big toe seemed to be showing off, but if it was accompanied by the lifting and tapping of the heel, it was conveying a little secret that only two people knew. Roland also grabbed the instep at the right time, clenched his right fist, and pressed on the sole of the foot with his finger bones slightly protruding. The comfortable feeling made Kate squint her eyes, like a cat, and rested her head on the armrest of the sofa. But even though Roland was very sensible, Kate still didn't forget her purpose. Really? I don't believe it. Kate really didn't believe her man's words. Or in her eyes, Roland was a guy who would not do anything without profit. If there was no profit, he would not care about the atmosphere, and would only tell the truth. I'm telling you, we'd better not touch the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon project. It's not the project that has problems, it's Sangye as a person. How our movies about the Civil War, made in this era, Gettysburg, released by New Line in 1993, is full of the glory of humanity. Glory, released in 1989, describes how white officers trained blacks who escaped from the Southern slavery system into a disciplined force under the serious prejudice of racial discrimination during the Civil War. It's not 1915 anymore. If David Griffith's The Birth of a Nation was released in this era, it would only be criticized to death by public opinion. The glorification of the KKK and the denigration of blacks are not what society needs now. The current social situation is that people are only allowed to criticize the slavery system in the South, but not to question the plight of workers in the North. Creators can expose the atrocities of the North that plundered the people, but at the same time they must spread the significance of liberating slaves. In this environment, Ang Lee is a famous American filmmaker. He 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 is a famous American filmmaker. Lee said that the Civil War was meaningless to ordinary people, which was just a way of complaining about his long career. Do you understand what I mean? Kate thought that Roland saw that the performance of Sense and Sensibility was too good, so he thought that the Eastern version of the movie was also very promising, so he wanted to make some money, but the problem was that in her opinion, there was no need to invest in this project that would eventually turn into an unknown amount of profit, because they were not short of money at all. Roland had many projects in his hands, and each of them brought profits that were several times that of film and television. In this case, they did not need to ruin their reputation for some petty profits. After financial freedom, it is best to cherish your feathers. What's more, Ang Lee is now going against mainstream public opinion. The tone of persuasion coupled with the sharp words surprised Roland, who was massaging Kate's feet. Looking at the guy with his arms around his chest and eyes staring at him, Roland smiled and shrugged, saying, I really just don't want the atmosphere to become awkward. Didn't you see that I've been eating? If you refuse immediately, can I still wait until I finish eating and leave? Let's go on the spot. The same words made Kate frown. You don't have to perfunctorily deal with me on this matter, okay? I'm seriously telling you about the harm of investment. Ang Lee may think that the Civil War is meaningless, but he can't say it in front of the public. The high voice and firm words made Roland even more helpless. Not knowing how to reply, he buried his head in massaging his wife's feet. But this silence was ignored by Kate. Do you really want to earn this money? Or do you want to promote the Warcraft film and television brand? Kate, who wanted to continue persuading, straightened up and pulled her feet back from Roland's hand. Such behavior made Roland feel even more wronged, because he really didn't want to invest in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I just want to have a good meal. Now he is telling the truth. Why doesn't anyone believe it? That's right. After seeing the script of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Roland had already made the decision to refuse to invest. As Kate thought, after investing in Apple, Amazon, and holding Berkshire Hathaway stocks, he didn't need the profit from Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon at all, and there was no need to go against the public opinion for a little money. Knowing that Ang Lee's behavior was problematic, he supported the other party. Isn't this a mental illness? That's why he gave the initiative of the topic to the curious Kate, and he kept eating at the dinner table. Of course, there is a reason for not leaving early, and even after knowing Ang Lee's situation, he still went to meet with the other party. Letting Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon take the original historical path is also what Roland wants to see. Why? Because in the previous life, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was finally invested by Sony. In Roland's previous life, Sony Columbia Pictures production company took advantage of the fire. Seeing that Ang Lee could not get investment due to his bad relationship and had no choice but to choose himself, Sony made a huge offer and asked Ang Lee to sign a bet agreement with them. Sony Columbia would invest in the project, but if the global box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon could not reach 6 times the amount of investment, Ang Lee and his team would not get any share. It was like working for nothing. Even if it reached, the share ratio between the two parties would not be the same as the market price. Although the final result was not bad, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was a big hit in Europe and the United States, and Ang Lee also won an Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film, but it was because of the experience of being blackmailed that Ang Lee did not cooperate with Sony for more than 10 years afterwards. The Hulk, Brokeback Mountain and Lust, Caution were all Universal. Life of Pi was Fox. And it was not until Billy Lynn's long halftime walk that he got involved with Sony TriStar Studios again. And that was just a touch and a breakup. Of course, it was not Roland's true intention to see Ang Lee being cheated by Sony again. What he really wanted to see was that Sony was not right either. When all the companies were implicitly banning Ang Lee because of the stance shown in the movie Ride with the Devil, Sony came to his rescue and turned into an angel to invest in Ang Lee's project. Isn't this just courting death? If it was just an investment, the other companies that were disgusted might just turn a blind eye, but what if it was paired with the Black Hawk Down gift package? Then Sony would have to sit on the sidelines. Black Hawk Down might be defined as an accident, but if it was coupled with Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, who would believe that Sony was innocent? There is one and there is another. Are you reciting the Tao Te Ching here? 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things? What's more, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon will be released before Black Hawk Down. So after reviewing the situation, Sony in the eyes of the public is Ang Lee, who first accepted the meaninglessness of the Civil War and helped him shoot Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Then they released Black Hawk Down and caused trouble during the September 11th attacks. In this case, even if Sony had a lot of mouths, it couldn't explain it clearly. Sony, I really didn't violate the international law. I really didn't interfere in other countries' internal affairs. Sony, sir, I was really wronged. CIA, do you think our people's police will believe your lies? CIA, 2 times in 2 years. Do you think we are blind? Since you want to kill someone, you have to do it thoroughly. If there is no criminal record, then create a criminal record. If there is no criminal record, then create a criminal record. The cause, process, and result are all arranged for you. We not only kill, we also bury. With this idea in mind, Roland would naturally not invest in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Not only that, he would also find a way to make things go on the established track so that Sony could take over the project safely. But he couldn't tell Kate all this. So after seeing that his woman really didn't want him to fall into the trap, Roland accepted the warm concern with a bit of helplessness on his face. Well, I can't hide it from you. Hearing Roland's words, Kate, who was hugging her legs, wanted to raise her hand to hit her man. But when the slap fell, she regretted it and clenched her 5 fingers and pinched Roland's arm. What do you want to hide from me? Kate frowned and glared at Roland. Do you really want to invest? After we watched City of Angels before, didn't you have a deep understanding of the situation of black people in Hollywood? Why do you forget all this after seeing Ang Lee now? Tell me why you want to invest. If it's just for money, then you will sleep on the sofa from now on. The harsh words made Roland a little overwhelmed. Looking at his really angry wife, he raised his hand and wanted to hug her in his arms. But unfortunately, Kate didn't give him this opportunity. As soon as Roland's hand reached out, she opened her mouth and bit hard. Okay, I'll tell you. Is that not enough? This situation made Roland, who didn't want to lie, make up a bunch of excuses. I understand the seriousness of the matter, and I know that it is not reasonable to invest in Ang Lee, but since I have worked with him many times, I also want to help him. Look at his state tonight. He actually regrets it. He knows he shouldn't get involved in this matter, but unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. Besides, I don't think that revealing the idea that the Civil War is meaningless is something that Ang Lee can do alone. Unlike Stephen and James, Ang Lee does not have the final editing rights. The final effect of the movie is determined by the distributor. In this case, can't the sentence "the Civil War is meaningless" be cut out? Or, doesn't the film producer know to let Ang Lee reshoot this shot? The movie has just been finished, and Ang Lee already knows the result, and the Big Six won't invest in him. What does this show? This shows that someone wants to test the market's reaction, but is unwilling to come forward in person. So Ang Lee was pushed out to take the blame. Although this does not prove that Ang Lee is innocent, it will not be the root cause of his direct ban. That's right. Although even Ang Lee himself admitted that Ride with the Devil is a very complicated movie and his handling may not be in place, Roland does not believe that he insisted on conveying those ideas. In other words, many of these sensitive Hollywood movies are not shot by American directors themselves. Black Hawk Down, the director Ridley Scott is British. The Shawshank Redemption and The Green Mile, the director Frank Darabont is French. The Shape of Water, the director Guillermo del Toro is Mexican. 12 Years a Slave, the director Steve McQueen is British. And Wind Talkers, there is no need to say more about this. Although Hollywood frequently produces controversial movies, most of them have nothing to do with American directors. And those controversial movies brought to the screen by American directors are actually many topics that have been concluded. This is actually very easy to understand. Let outsiders try it first. If the market feedback is fine, then the insiders will follow closely. But if there is a problem, I'm sorry, I can only ask you foreigners to go back to your country to avoid the limelight first. Do you really think that all the capital in Hollywood is stupid? How could they not know which sensitive topics cannot be filmed? But even if they know, they will still try these contents again and again. This is not a crazy test on the edge of death. Instead, they want to figure out which topics are the most sensitive, based on actual data, and which element can be manipulated. It is precisely because of repeated attempts that a series of contradictions such as racial issues, feminist issues, religious issues, and political issues have been screened out. Under this kind of manipulation, a situation of chaos, but not collapse, has emerged. After all, the bosses of these people want to profit from chaos. If there is no chaos and peace, what resources do they fight for? And if they fall, as soon as there is chaos, it will undoubtedly make their miserable life worse for them who have already lost their country. Therefore, whenever a controversial movie appears, after all kinds of public opinion scold the director one-sidedly, Roland simply ignores it. Director is rubbish. This is Hollywood, where producers are the center. There are only a few people who have the final editing rights. Where do these directors get the power to make the investors who control the distribution channels obey them? You are making fun of me. Is that why you want to help Ang Lee? Kate frowned after hearing what Roland said. Although she admitted that Roland was right, but whether this is a test in the traditional sense or not, we don't have to get involved. Kate only beat Roland when she was unreasonable or Roland was unreasonable, and when both parties could communicate normally, her tone was still very serious. After all, participating in this matter, for us, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Although my words may be a little unkind, but my name in the future can only be Kate Winslet Allen, not Kate Winslet Lee. Well, looking at that serious and worried face, Roland raised his hand and put his arms on the other's shoulders. Don't worry, I said I won't invest. I won't invest. Didn't Ang Lee say that before? Sony didn't reject him immediately, so I think that Japanese company still has some ideas. So, I want to drag this matter for a while, and then turn around and tell Ang Lee that many people think the skin-covered movie is very good, but unfortunately only non-American capital can invest. Not only that, if that non-American capital can get the movie released in America, it will still be worth it. The only company that can get the movie released in America without non-American capital is Columbia Asia, right? This is my greatest help to him. As for whether it can succeed, that depends on them. Since it was a setup for Sony, Roland didn't want any accidents to happen in this matter. Even though Roland knew that after he refused, Ang Lee would definitely look for other investments and find Sony. But how could all this be guaranteed by Roland's own hint? As the owner of 25% of the shares of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Co., Roland believed that, as long as he told Ang Lee that his colleagues thought the script was good, he would definitely continue to work on it. After he told Ang Lee that the film could only be released in America to maximize profits, Ang Lee's only target would be Sony. As a company that set up an office in Beijing in 1995, Sony Columbia was really interested in these films. As long as the two sides negotiated a few more times, Roland believed that things would be under his control. When Roland described his real thoughts, Kate first listened carefully, then her forehead bulged with ravines, then her eyebrows relaxed, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled, and finally, just when Roland thought that Kate would praise herself for helping Ang Lee and not letting herself fall into the trap, Kate did the opposite and raised her hand to beat him up. Roland, why can't you tell me clearly about such a simple matter all at once? This is not a difficult topic to talk about. You just held it back for a long time. I thought you really wanted to invest. Roland couldn't stand being beaten even though he had told the truth. In order to show off his family's throne, he immediately changed to a wrong tone and said, "Don't be unreasonable. I told you from the beginning that I didn't want to invest in this movie. Then why didn't you tell me clearly?" Kate felt that Roland was being unreasonable. "You are wronging me." Roland raised his voice. He said righteously, "You didn't believe me from the beginning, okay? You always thought I would invest. I don't believe you." Cold slaps were slapped on Roland. "I didn't ask clearly. Can't you speak consciously? If everything depends on me, how many things are you hiding from me? Why would I hide anything from you?" Roland felt that this guy was a bit inexplicable. "It seems like you are really hiding something from me." Kate was like a blind monk who had discovered something. "What?" Roland had countless question marks on his head. "If you have nothing to hide from me, why would you instinctively ask back? Only a guilty person would do that. Did I get it right? Tell me quickly, what else are you hiding from me?" Roland was shocked. He was surprised by Kate's inexplicable change. When he saw the guy with his arms folded, serious face, staring at her and questioning her, but with a smile in his eyes, he immediately understood that the worst thing to do in the world is to reason with a woman. This is obviously because he found out that he was wrong. He didn't want to admit it, and he wanted to blame others. For such a guy who didn't know the law, Roland usually chose to convince him directly with reason. He bent down, leaned forward with his arms, and carried Kate on his shoulders like a chicken. "Ah!" Caught off guard, Kate screamed in surprise, instinctively grabbed Roland's clothes with both hands, and then, click, the bedroom door was opened. Bang, the bedroom door was closed. "Roland, do you want to domestic violence?" A muffled voice came from inside the house. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm teaching you that people should learn to be reasonable." Roland was not fooled by Kate. "You are talking nonsense." Kate cursed, but there was a hint of joy in her voice. Even so, threatening words kept coming out. "I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Tomorrow is my birthday, if you..." But before Kate could finish the rest of the words, her voice stopped abruptly. A few seconds later, a cry of pain spread throughout the room. "Ah!" When the melodious voice gradually dissipated, vengeful words suddenly appeared. "Roland, you're dead tomorrow." Chapter 286. The capitalist's happiness is all built on the suffering of the tools. October 5th is Kate's birthday, but Roland has never celebrated it for Kate before. When they first met in 1996, they had not yet confirmed their relationship, but only regarded each other as an anchor point for entering the play. When Roland invited Kate to his home for Christmas, her birthday that year had already passed. In 1997, the two people who had already confirmed their relationship had different thoughts. Roland was thinking about how to help Kate win an Oscar, while Kate was thinking about how to monopolize Roland. In addition, it was the promotion period of Titanic, so both parties tacitly did not mention this matter. But in 1998, the situation was different. The house was bought, the marriage proposal was made, the official announcement was made, and the brand was also established. Under such circumstances, if Roland still didn't celebrate Kate's birthday, he would explode. Because of this, he deliberately asked the truck driver to adjust the shooting schedule and take October 5th off to accompany the other party. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was very skinny. On the night of October 4th, Roland severely educated Kate and made her understand that people should be reasonable. The next morning, this guy stayed in bed and didn't get up. No, can you get up? It's hard to rest for a day. You can't waste it on the bed. Looking at the guy wrapped in the quilt, curled up into a ball, and turned into a silkworm pupa, Roland, who had already returned from morning exercise, was a little angry. No, I won't get up. The muffled words came out from the quilt. While speaking, the white lump squirmed a little, tightening the loose quilt from the inside, like a glutinous rice ball. In this situation, looking at Roland, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it was the era of streaming media, Roland could hold up the GoPro and show the audience a little break-up trick every day. Don't get up. Do you want to be slapped? Still want to eat chestnuts? Or screaming chicken? Or a bunch of voice-controlled toys? Well, actually, it's because he dares to die only when holding a GoPro. Then use the show effect to cover up his cowardly heart. Now, since it's not the vulgar era, Roland can only sit by the bed and start the wake-up service of the earth grass. Get up. He patted the glutinous rice balls with his hands, but unfortunately the glutinous rice balls didn't move. Breakfast has been brought to you. There are black pudding and fried tomatoes that you like. The glutinous rice balls shook a little, but the fillings inside still didn't show any sign of breaking out of the shell. It's already 8 o'clock. If you get up and wash and eat now, we can still reach Chinatown before 9:30. If there is enough time, you can eat the hand-torn chicken I made at noon. A small crack appeared on the edge of the glutinous rice balls, but Roland still couldn't see the inside clearly. Didn't you say you can make small cakes? After buying the ingredients, I won't go anywhere in the afternoon. How about I learn to make cakes from you? The glutinous rice balls were stirred for a few times, and the gaps enlarged. A small head grew out of it, staring at Roland with bright eyes, and the little mouth was slightly pouted, as if saying, go on, go on. Let's go to Le Bernardin tonight. Their chef Eric Rippert will only serve us tonight. You can eat whatever you want. When Kate heard about Le Bernardin, her eyes suddenly lit up, and after learning that the chef would only serve her, she fell on the bed and smiled like a corgi. You actually booked the whole place. The red silk fish there is good. How much did it cost? During the time you stayed in bed, I could have bought the restaurant. Roland told the truth. That's because I delayed your time to make money? Kate's voice became higher and her eyes became sharper. How could that be? Kate, who had no intention of arguing, smiled and said, no matter how much money I make, I can't buy you back. Kate, who was in a good mood, snorted and climbed out of the bed. Just when Roland thought that the seal of the quilt had been lifted, Kate suddenly hooked his neck and lay on his back. What? Roland was puzzled. I was too tired last night. My feet are weak. I may not be able to walk. My hands are a little sore. I may not be able to lift them. My body is even weaker. I feel like I will fall down if the wind blows. The English Rose rubbed Roland's neck with her face. The sticky words made Roland stunned at first, and then he smiled bitterly and nodded. Okay, I'll carry you to the bathroom. I'll wash your face and brush your teeth. I'll also feed you. After getting a positive answer, Kate's body softened. She chose a position and fell into Roland's arms. That clever action doesn't look like a weak person. As a person, you have to be trustworthy. Last night, Kate shouted, Roland, you're dead tomorrow. Today, she would definitely not let Roland have an easy time. Letting Roland carry her to the bathroom, brushing her teeth, and washing her face, and feeding her breakfast were all small things. When she went to Chinatown to buy things, she let Roland carry her on his back the whole time, which was happiness. Not only that, while waiting for lunch, she stood at the kitchen door like an overseer, picking and choosing. In the afternoon, when she was teaching Roland to make a cake, this guy squeezed the cream all over Roland's face. Although when Roland sent the cake that looked and tasted average to Kate, this guy praised her a few words against his conscience, which made Roland feel very comfortable. But after the two of them finished dinner, she lay on Roland's back again and asked the man to accompany her shopping. Le Bernardin is in Manhattan, the center of New York. Carrying Kate shopping in this area, it's hard not to attract attention. It's hard not to be recognized by others. When Roland carried Kate into the first store, they were recognized because they were not wearing sunglasses, because it was dark. When the passing fans learned that Roland was celebrating his wife's birthday, they drowned him with envious words like waves. Ah. Is this really a birthday? Oh my god. Kate is so happy. Oh my god. My boyfriend is not as handsome as Roland, not as rich as Roland, and never accompanies me shopping. Wake up. Do you have a boyfriend? Is this the time to talk about this? Go and get an autograph. Although it is not the era of mobile internet, passers-by cannot hold up their cameras and take pictures crazily and then share the photos on Instagram. But this is not a preset program and the security measures are not perfect. When her identity was exposed, the shopping trip, that had not yet begun, came to an end. In order to avoid being surrounded by the fans who kept gathering, and to prevent accidents, Roland, who was carrying Kate on his back, ran wildly and rushed into the Plaza Hotel. He asked the hotel security to block the passers-by who followed him outside, and he himself got into the security car that came to pick him up and left the scene quietly through the back door. Geese, geese, geese. Looking at Roland, who was sweating profusely, she covered her mouth and laughed all the time. The guy who was leaning on the seat and panting glanced at her and said, "Are you happy? Are you happy? HMM. Hehe." Kate did not answer directly, but expressed everything with her actions. She knelt there and hugged Roland, her upright nose starting from the neck. When she rubbed all the way to Roland's cheek, the naughty guy drew circles around her man's mouth. It was like Deo controlling the flood, passing by his home 3 times without entering. When Roland's patience was about to be worn out by her, the flower of passion finally bloomed. The two of them didn't spend much money throughout the whole day. They didn't buy any rings, necklaces, earrings, or pendants, and they didn't even look at watches, bags, shoes, or clothes. For them who have achieved financial freedom, material things are no longer important. Cars, houses, and land, these things can be bought whenever you want, but taking a day out to play with Kate is a real luxury. Since the two did not hide their whereabouts, the next morning, all major news stations tacitly reported the news that Roland accompanied Kate on her birthday. The photo of him running wildly on the street with his wife on his back made the CP party very excited, and when the frontal shot of the two people laughing heartily flowed into the internet, Yahoo and MSN were blown away by the sweetness. Anyone who clicked on the title link went in with the fragrance and came out with a full stomach. Of course, some are happy and some are sad. Compared with those fans who said they were excited, David, who was working, was almost sour. Here they come again. Here they come again. These two guys. Here they come again. Pa, pa, pa. His right hand slapped his thigh in annoyance. Although Roland changed the development direction of his company, cut off StarCraft Records, which could not make a large-scale profit, let Warcraft Film and Television, which did not need to be managed, let Overwatch Ventures, which had no projects to invest in, aside, and handed over Blizzard Entertainment, which was already on the right track, to the 3 giants for operation. But this did not mean that David would be free. He had always been in charge of buying land and building a headquarters for Blizzard Entertainment. The plan was born at the beginning of the year, the transaction was reached in June, the formalities were completed in August, and the design plan was finally finalized. At the earliest, it would be delivered for use around the millennium. This was just one of the tasks he had just completed. There were many other shabby things besides this. The first was Warcraft Film and Television. Although the projects that had been rolled out were managed by professional managers, and Warcraft Film and Television had no intention of sending people to supervise the entire creative process, the investment amount for the Lord of the Rings project was personally run by David. There was no other way. Who told Roland not to invest his own funds? After returning from the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting, Roland gave David the contact information of Wells Fargo that he had obtained. Since Berkshire Hathaway was the major shareholder of Wells Fargo, and Warren Buffett was the director of the only AAA-rated bank in America, it was easy to get a project loan from them. Disney and Warcraft Films each took half of the $300 million budget for The Lord of the Rings. With the participation of the 6 major companies, Wells Fargo approved 30% of the investment of $150 million, even if it was an unsecured loan. Don't think that 45 million is not a lot, because with it, Roland doesn't have to pay the remaining 105 million himself. After getting the 45 million loan, David immediately found Spielberg, and this guy was familiar with the way, and asked his long-term partner Chase Bank to package the project into a fund, sell it on the market, and raise funds. Although it took a total of 5 months from the loan to the listing of the fund, all the risks were transferred out. In addition to the 45 million loan and interest that must be repaid, the remaining 105 million is basically given for nothing. Because in addition to the 7% fixed remuneration, the 25% profit return agreed in the schedule is basically impossible for retail investors to get, and even if they get some, it is considered that the capitalists have a conscience. If it is like Time Warner's treatment of Harry Potter, retail investors will not make money, and it will take several years to get their principal back. But more often, for the sustainable development of leaks, the 6 majors will not do things to the extreme. Unless the screenwriter, director, and actor ask for too high a price. This is also the reason why Spielberg still holds on to that shell after the failure of DreamWorks. With the DreamWorks shell, he can raise more money from the leaks. Startup capital? In Roland's previous life, this old man first used the money of Samsung, Microsoft and Chase, then sucked the blood of Paramount, and then made money from Indian industrial company. After that, he became the people's rich man Jack Ma. DreamWorks loses money every day, but the old man makes a lot of money. Because the director's share and producer's share he got had priority over the fund's dividends and the bank's loan repayments. With this acquaintance leading the way, Roland was simply getting something for nothing. Don't look at the 150 million in 5 years, and the final interest will be more than 50 million. But according to the nearly 3 billion box office of the Lord of the Rings trilogy, after the split, he can get 600 million. Deducting the cost of 200 million, the remaining 400 million is simply given for nothing. He didn't spend time or energy, just paid for the film and copyright, and made 400 million. What's the difference between this and bending down to pick up money? No. There's no need to bend down, the toolman has already done everything. As for Wall Street, after the fund went public and raised money, they who were responsible for underwriting had already received hush money in the form of commissions. Hollywood is too cunning. We misjudged it. The business is losing a lot. There's nothing we can do. Haha, of course, this mature business that has been played by Hollywood and Wall Street together does not actually need David to handle it himself. The reason why he personally led the team to make the trip was mainly to open the eyes of those tools. The core of the entire business is not how awesome the company is, but that Roland has opened up all the channels. These capitals are based on people, not all projects. Those managers just need to run according to the procedures. Don't do anything weird. In addition to the 2 tasks of buying land and building and making money out of nothing, the cooperation between R&K has also been negotiated. As David expected, the thief Warren Buffett did not think of paying cash to enter the market, but wanted to use his own brand to invest at a discount. According to the market value of nearly 2.4 billion, even after the discount, they have to pay 33% of the equity and 550 million in cash. If they really do this, it means giving up absolute control. According to the old man's controlling and operating nature, the company has grown so big just after registration, so he will definitely find a way to continue to swallow up shares in the future. So David directly rejected this plan, and after the 2 sides argued, the store plus cash became the final choice. Berkshire Hathaway offered 13 stores in 5 major cities, namely New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston and Philadelphia, and 630 million in cash in exchange for 20% of R&K shares, as well as the agency sales rights outside the 5 major cities for 5 years, and a cooperation agreement that the remaining assets of the company must be purchased in cash within 10 years. To put it simply, Warren Buffett knew that Roland did not want to give up the control of the company, so he was willing to take a step back and not give up so many shares. But at the same time, he also hoped that Roland would take a step back, and, after R&K had established a firm foothold, he would buy out all the channel jewelry companies under his name that only did R&K with cash. It seemed like a win-win situation, but it was actually a gamble, as both parties bet that R&K had a bright future. Although the three things sounded easy, it took David nearly 10 months to do them. In addition, Google burned through $200,000 in 3 weeks, and then used the small matter of borrowing $2 million from Roland, which also passed through David's hands, and every 3 months, he had to go to the US Securities and Exchange Commission to submit a report on Yahoo's share reduction. Not only that, he was also responsible for the construction of the land in New Zealand and the decoration of Roland's 3 villas. To put it bluntly, Roland really just opened his mouth and David ran himself to death. Roland was soft and fragrant in his arms, and David was miserable. In this situation, he still saw Roland, that bastard, making trouble every day. This life is simply unbearable. I want to resign. I want to go home. Jealousy made him split apart. But just as David's chest was heaving, he was sulking, wondering why Roland could eat, drink and play, while he had to attend meetings. The door of the office was suddenly knocked from outside. Hearing this, he, who was still Roland there, directly picked up the remote control on the table and turned off the TV. Come in. Following his call, the male secretary holding the documents walked in. Chairman, there has been news from ATI. Note, film funds can be raised with 10 million yuan, and the proportion of the capital provided by the investors varies according to the project funds. For projects with more than 100 million yuan, it should not be less than 30%, while for projects with 10 million yuan, it is generally between 40% and 50%. The profit return varies according to the funds raised, but the most common one is 25%. For example, a project with 10 million yuan raises 5 million yuan, gives a part of the fixed income, and then gives 25% of the profit share. Among them, the profit share is unlikely to be obtained. If the movie does not lose money, the film company really makes money, the fixed income is generally given, and if it loses money, then goodbye. Don't think this thing is rare. 10 years ago, our country had products made in Hollywood. The later Ulebao was even more of a pit, and this kind of thing is more common in Hollywood. Of course, banks are only willing to issue public offerings to the 6 majors, and small companies can only cheat people through private placements. Chapter 287 Long-Arm Jurisdiction 2.0. Has Higuain agreed to sell ATI? Upon hearing this, David threw all the resentment and complaints in his mind out of the window. No matter how much he cursed or hated, it was impossible for him to just give up. Roland grew up under David's watch. David knew better than anyone how much knowledge he had. If he really didn't care, this guy who didn't even finish elementary school would probably be played around by the capitalists. No, Higuain once again rejected our offer to acquire. Facing David's inquiry, the secretary shook his head, placed the documents in front of David, and said, ATI's chairman Higuain said that ATI is currently in good condition and has no intention of selling it for the time being. He also specifically stated that this was not only his intention, but also the intention of all shareholders, asking us not to continue to offer, because if the price is too low, the shareholders will not accept it, and if the price is too high, we are not willing to do it either. With these words, David, who was still expecting something, took a breath and nodded. After flipping through the documents and scanning them, the ATI fax letter signed by Higuain was very straightforward. When Roland came back from the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting and told David that Blizzard Capital was trying to acquire ATI, David, the chairman and CEO, asked his subordinates to contact ATI and ask about their willingness to sell. But unfortunately, the first price inquiry ended in failure. Although 3DFX is still the leader in the current graphics card market, ATI is far from selling assets and announcing its withdrawal. They feel that they still have the strength to fight, so they directly regard Blizzard Capital's offer to acquire as a joke. Well, in fact, even David himself thinks that this invitation is purely mentally ill. A company that has no hardware business wants to acquire a hardware company. What is this? Opening up new markets? Don't be ridiculous. Even if a company opens up new markets by acquisition, they will only open up markets that are related to themselves. For example, a media company engaged in cable TV networks merges with Hollywood entertainment companies. Another example is Oracle's acquisition of Sunday. Only the market related to the company's main business is the best to develop and the easiest to build a moat. Leapfrog development and rushing into an unfamiliar field will only lead to a miserable death for the company. The current main business of Blizzard Capital is entertainment. In this case, graphics card hardware related to game entertainment can indeed be called an associated market, but the problem is, what's the use of just making a graphics card? If you want to form a moat like industrial chain, you have to build computers and write systems yourself. If this is really the case, you have to start with Intel, which makes CPUs, and then motherboard manufacturer Asus, memory chip manufacturer Samsung and hard disk manufacturer Toshiba, and system provider Microsoft. This is really a fart. So Atty thinks that Blizzard Capital is wrong, which is really normal. After all, the two parties are simply not related at all. Unfortunately, Roland was determined and said that this was a way to make money, provided by Bill Gates. So David, who also thought that this acquisition was a bit funny, but was deeply interested in the channels provided by Bill Gates, sent a letter to Atty again, and this time, it was a direct premium invitation. Faced with the 120% price offered by Blizzard Capital, Atty still rejected it. After that, the price increased by 130% and 140% every month, which made Atty think that Blizzard Capital was crazy. When Blizzard Capital offered a 150% acquisition price for the 5th time, Atty finally couldn't bear it. They didn't want to continue to argue over such a boring game. In this way, Atty would officially send a letter and righteously stated that, unless the premium was high enough, otherwise, we would never sell it. To put it bluntly, this is actually a matter of money. If Blizzard Capital had offered a double premium right away, Atty's shareholders would not have refused decisively. But a double premium would really be stupid for David. 1.5 times was already the highest price in his mind. If it was higher, it would really be a rich man. Of course, if he told Roland the result directly, he believed that Roland would be disappointed. Therefore, while making the 5th offer, he also asked his secretary to collect information about Atty's hardliners who opposed the acquisition, and the first one to bear the brunt was the company's founder, Olson. What is the situation with Olson? David threw the documents in his hand on the table and asked the secretary for details. Didn't he say why he didn't sell? Our lack of hardware business is not an excuse for them to refuse, because after acquiring them, how to promote the development of the company is our business, and they don't need to worry about it at all. Collecting information about Olson was done after the 3rd offer was rejected. After more than 2 months of careful preparation, everything related to him had already been investigated by the company. So when facing David's inquiry, he just said the confirmed news as if endorsing it. In fact, it is easy to understand why Olson is reluctant to sell Atty. Just like Steve Jobs regarded Apple as his son, Olson also regarded Atty as his own child. Olson is a Chinese. He grew up with his mother. It was not until junior high school that he was taken in by his father, who was doing chemical business in Hong Kong. At that time, their family was reunited. When he was 20 years old, he went to Taiwan to study electronic engineering. After graduation, he worked as a supervisor at Control Data. Unfortunately, Control Data went bankrupt after he worked for only 1 year, so he looked for a job again. He was involved in production, materials, quality, all industries related to the consumer electronics industry, until he joined Philips. He even took the position of vice president. Then in 1980, he was poached by Hong Kong Wang's Electronics to become CEO. After working as a professional manager for 3 years, he felt that there was no hope for development, so he immigrated to Canada with his friends and founded Atty in Toronto. It can be said that the establishment of the company was the result of his careful consideration, not a whim. It was precisely because of his rich work experience that Atty developed smoothly. However, this success was actually based on his endless work. According to the information we obtained, he said that he wanted to retire at the age of 50, but his parents knew that he would only die in his own company. Whether it was the development of the American market in the 1980s, the development of the European market in 1993, or the current focus on the Asia-Pacific market, all of these business developments were done and negotiated by him personally. To exaggerate a little, without him, Atty would definitely not be what it is today. In this case, unless the acquisition price doubles or triples, otherwise, he can suppress the voices of most shareholders to sell. Is that so? Roland in New York nodded and said, I see, let's do this for now. Give up. David on the other end of the phone asked, give it up. Roland said, Atty's market value is about 2 billion. If it doubles, it will be 4 billion. I don't want to throw all the money earned by Yahoo into this. Then should we quote 2 other graphics card manufacturers, or forget it? Apart from Atty, the only potential graphics card manufacturer on the market is Nvidia, and Hu Son will not choose to sell his son. What's more, we might as well privatize Apple directly, if we spend so much money on it. Roland expected that Atty would not sell. He is not a son of destiny, and others will bow down to him as soon as he shakes his tiger body. No entrepreneur wants the company he has worked so hard to create to be acquired by others. If it is digested by a giant, it's fine, but if it is swallowed by an unknown investment company, it basically means that many years of hard work will go to waste. Not to mention, Atty is still the leader in the field of civilian display cards. I'm comfortable as a phoenix head, but you want to acquire me. Dream on. But whether Atty is sold or not is not up to Higuain. Because in Roland's memory, Atty in the previous life was unwilling to sell itself to a massage parlor or a toothpaste factory, and then Higuain was GG. After Nvidia cheated Microsoft, the angry Microsoft threw the Xbox display card business order to Atty, so Atty instantly became the leader in the industry. At that time, the market was full of arguments that CPU plus GPU was the future, so the toothpaste factory and massage parlor who did not want to be eliminated by the Times asked Atty for the price and wanted to acquire Atty. Faced with the invitations of the 2 big guys, Atty refused without thinking. Higuain did not want to sell Atty. He felt that he could lead Atty to make a name for himself in the display card field. Then, the iron-willed Higuain was sanctioned. Half a year after refusing the acquisition, the Ontario Securities Commission, OSC, of Canada summoned Higuain and his wife because he was accused by Atty employees of suspected insider trading. What is most amazing is that the OSC's investigation result is that Higuain and his wife sold off their Atty shares on a large scale when the internet bubble burst, avoiding a loss of nearly 5 million. This result is a lie. The internet bubble has come, and everyone in the world knows that the stock prices of companies related to the internet will fall. In this case, Higuain and his wife sold part of their shares to avoid losses. Is there a problem with this? Isn't this human nature? Besides, they did not sell them in violation of regulations. Instead, they followed the legal requirements and disclosed first, and then sold them. How can this be called insider trading? But the OSC believed this investigation result and then continued to summon Higuain. Then, unable to work normally, Higuain was forced to give up the position of CEO. After he resigned as CEO, the new guy who took over flirted with the toothpaste factory and the massage parlor. When OSC summoned Atty's investment director, marketing manager, and chief defense lawyer one by one, the difficulty of concealing the Q1 and Q2 sales targets in the 2000 financial report became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Higuain officially withdrew from Atty, and Atty, after continuous bidding by the toothpaste factory and the massage parlor, finally married the massage parlor. Most importantly, after Atty was sold, OSC stopped investigating Higuain on the grounds of insufficient evidence. From the perspective of the beginning of the millennium, Higuain was really a traitor in people's eyes. OSC's cessation of investigation was the greatest mercy. But if we look at it from the perspective of more than 10 years later, isn't Canada America's thug? If we can't solve the problem, we will solve the people who create the problem. The routine of long-arm jurisdiction was played very well by the toothpaste factory and the massage parlor. But Atty? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not being an American company. It's a mental illness to talk about favors with capital, and the development and growth of American companies are all due to sucking blood in this way. So Atty will not be sold for the time being, and Roland doesn't care, because it's still too early to completely get rid of Yahoo. After all the Yahoo shares are sold, he will stare at Atty and fight to the death. The massage parlor and the toothpaste factory have already pointed out the direction for him. What he has to do is to follow the path of his predecessors and walk it again. As for how to deal with the Securities Commission of Ontario, Canada, isn't there James Cameron? As a native Canadian, he is the pride of Ontario. The film and television base was built there, and his deep sea exploration plan was also launched with the help of Ontario. This guy still owes him 10 million, and after that, he will only owe more and more. Roland doesn't charge him interest. In this case, it should be okay to help shake the Ontario Securities Commission, right? Since Atty couldn't acquire the company for the time being, David, who had been busy for almost a year, could finally take a nice vacation. He left all 3 little ones to the nanny, and then took his wife on vacation. First, Nevada. Roland gave David the plan to build a zoo, and after careful selection, David chose Nevada, which is closest to California, as the construction site, and bought 7,400 acres of land here. The cost was less than 20 million. Since it is a livestock and irrigation agricultural area, the land here is very cheap, and you can enjoy subsidies by acquiring land under the banner of entering the livestock industry. As for why we would build an aquarium while raising cattle, sheep and horses, a lion park, a tiger mountain, that's because we are afraid that cattle, sheep and horses will become depressed while growing up. When the horses are free, they can go to the lion park to see the lions, go to the tiger mountain to listen to the tiger roar, and go to the aquarium to see the penguins. Species diversity is for the better growth of creatures. Well, actually, no one cares whether private land is used for grazing or building a zoo. The reason for building a ranch was simply because the land was too big, and it would be a waste to build a zoo. Enclosing a ranch could get some subsidies, just like Jeff Bezos raising cattle next to his rocket launch site in Texas. The reason is that it keeps animals alert and fully exercised, so that the meat can be delicious. After a few rounds in Nevada, the couple went to New Zealand. Although The Lord of the Rings will not officially start shooting until next year, many scenes have already been built. Because it is not clear where Peter Jackson needs to shoot, so the land has been enclosed, but the resort has not been built yet. However, this does not prevent the couple from playing. While galloping on horseback, David waved his hand and said to Ganetti, "This is all the kingdom bought by Roland." Ganetti had her after staying in New Zealand for a week. They turned to the UK. Although Roland repeatedly said that he would let Kate choose her own house, in David's opinion, it is more cost effective to buy land and build it yourself. Anyway, it is permanent. Of course, whether to buy or build, David will not help Roland make the decision on such matters. Not to mention, as Kate's hometown, this matter might be handled by Kate herself. As for his visit to the UK, he was purely looking for some good vacant land, so that he could give Roland a reference. After looking at several plots of land, David suddenly sighed. "Hey, I came here to relax on vacation, but I ended up finishing the things at hand. How can there be such a good person like me in the world?" Note, Higuain really regarded Atty as his own child. He started looking for a successor in 1994, but the first one was rejected after 2 months. After that, he was promoted and rejected again. It was not until the millennium that he finally found a mediocre one. The massage shop acquired Atty, which was actually a beautiful misunderstanding. Because of Microsoft, Atty and the toothpaste factory have a good relationship. Also because of Microsoft's suppression, the nuclear bomb factory and the massage shop are in the same boat. AAU's best partner is the chipset of the N company, and all the acquisition reports that have been reported are all about the toothpaste factory acquiring Atty and the massage shop acquiring Nvidia. The reason for this marriage was purely because the idea of general computing was so popular at the time. The CPU and GPU would be completely merged, and floating point calculations would be done by the GPU. Manufacturers without a full set of technologies would be eliminated, so the toothpaste factory and the massage parlor both wanted to acquire a GPU company. However, when the massage parlor talked to Leo Huang demanded that he must be the CEO of the new company, so the massage parlor gave up, and the toothpaste factory found that Atty was unwilling to sell, so it exercised long-arm jurisdiction and got Higuain out. At the same time, when the massage parlor found that the business of its mortal enemy was going to be successful, and they could only die slowly, they raised the acquisition price and forcibly snatched Atty away. Then the toothpaste factory and the nuclear bomb factory were scared to death at the time, and the massage parlor felt that it was going to create the world, but within 2 years, no one mentioned general computing. Chapter 288 Sony's Thoughts and Helplessness. On October 19th, Roland, who had left Ang Lee alone for 2 weeks, finally gave a positive response. As explained to Kate in advance, Roland expressed his optimism about the project to Ang Lee, but at the same time, he also told Ang Lee about his difficulties. When Ang Lee learned that Roland had sought the opinions of his peers and received a lot of praise, and many people even hoped that the film could be successfully filmed and smoothly released in America, the investors surfaced. Without hesitation, Ang Lee bought a plane ticket home that day and then found Jiang Ziqiang of Hong Kong Enel Pictures through his teacher Zhu Ligang and asked him to contact Sony Columbia, Asia. Faced with Ang Lee who came to the door, even though they were prepared, Sony Columbia, Asia, was still caught off guard, and when they learned that Ang Lee came to seek help immediately after being rejected by Roland, a feeling of understanding surged in their hearts. It seems that those guys are not very firm in their attitude. I thought they would exclude those non-American directors as before, and treat them according to the good or bad public opinion after the movie is released, and the response is generated, but now have they expressed a certain degree of goodwill? In the office of Sony Pictures Entertainment, everyone who received the report from the branch was having a meeting. Those guys mentioned by these people actually refer to the Jews. When they heard the words releasing goodwill, a chuckle also sounded. That's because Ang Lee found the right person. The producer of the movie Ride with the Devil is Robert Colesbury. His friends are Martin Scorsese, Robert De Niro, Meryl Streep, Dustin Hoffman, Robin Williams, and Harrison Ford, aren't they? In this case, Ang Lee, who couldn't get investment for Ride with the Devil, found Roland. Isn't that the same as asking the people behind the scenes what they think? Let's not talk about those guys having no intention of targeting Ang Lee. Just because Roland came forward, they wouldn't say no to Roland for such a small matter. The producer of Ride with the Devil is a member of the Jewish gang. Ang Lee found Roland to ask these people what they really think. Although Roland didn't yell in the group behind him with a notebook as he expected, the answer he gave Ang Lee and Sony Columbia a reassurance. In the eyes of these guys, since Roland said there was no problem, there must be no problem. Then let's invest. Let's invest. Let's invest. Okay, after the meeting I'll notify the Asian branch and have them sign a contract with Ang Lee. Well, let's do it. Oh, by the way, how much money does Ang Lee want? 10 million. 10 million. This investment amount is enough to sign a bet. Just agree to a box office of more than 6 times the investment amount. Oh, by the way, when you report it, don't mention Roland, understand? Okay. Capital can abandon its face for the sake of profit, and at the same time, they can also pick up its face for greater interests. Although Sony Columbia had intended to invest before, now the key to their investment is Roland. In the eyes of others, the current situation is that Sony Columbia Pictures invested in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon under the influence of Roland, and Roland's personal influence has surpassed the giants. But if Roland is hidden, and only the bet is mentioned, it will become that Sony Columbia invested in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon alone for profit, and it has nothing to do with personal power. Don't underestimate this change, because no giant wants to see someone shitting on his neck. This kind of face image is related to all interests. If the public knows that non-giant employees can easily control the survival of a project, the value of the giant will fall madly. In this case, the initiative is in the hands of individuals. This is unbearable for the giants, because they use the right to speak to achieve all-encompassing exploitation. But for Roland, this concealment is just what he wants. He wants the whole world to know that Sony wants to split America. In this case, if you can avoid showing up, don't show up. After talking about the investment matters related to Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, since Roland was mentioned, they put all the topics related to Roland on the table. This year, Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Joint Distribution Company have not released any projects, which is a short-term operation. So, how much loss are you going to make? As soon as this matter was mentioned, everyone in the meeting began to flip through the documents in their hands. Last year, despite releasing movies such as Maggie Cheung, Air Force One, Men in Black, and Donnie Yen, they still made the company lose money, leaving Amblin and Warcraft Pictures, which hold 50% of the shares, with nothing to gain. It was because of this that Spielberg wanted to use the power of the Wolf King, under the slogan of helping Paul Allen fulfill his dream, and use Microsoft's money to take over Sony, Columbia, and Samsung. This idea prompted Roland to win an Oscar, and also launched a joint brand, changing the direction of the company's development. Although Sony's operations made Roland a lot of money, they did not think that there was anything wrong with what they did. After all, the distribution channel was also intended to keep the entire company alive, and when the company was alive, cleaning up the idlers in it became the first choice, just like asking Michael Jackson to merge his copyright library and then constantly trying to buy the other half of the shares from the other party. Mergers are for better development. Cleaning up is for greater self-interest. As a result, since they did not launch any works for global distribution this year, but lost a lot of money on their own film projects, they are ready to let The Master and Apprentice make up for their losses this year. We have 34 offices in 66 countries around the world, and the loss of personnel costs is $40.3 million. In addition, the overseas publicity business of 9 films including The Replacement Killers, Les Miserables, V for the Special Forces and The Heroes of the Storm was also undertaken by Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Film and Television Joint Distribution Company. All of this was done at par, and all the publicity profits were taken away, so the net loss was $28 million. In other words, the joint distribution company had a net loss of $71 million for the whole year. Both of us will bear $35.5 million, and Roland and Steven will each bear $17.75 million. This is the number we carefully calculated. It is not difficult for them to bear it. Steven only needs to give us the money he earned from Saving Private Ryan and The Mask of Zorro this year, to plug the hole of more than $17 million. As for Roland, Titanic has already made $2 billion, and he can take $360 million by himself. It is not a big deal for him to give us a small part of it. Not to mention, he is frantically selling Yahoo shares now. Maybe he has more cash on hand than our company. Who among the big 6 has not sucked the blood of their peers? When Universal, Paramount, and MGM formed United International Pictures, the 3 companies were all good. They all thought that the 3 companies would be better off together than fighting alone, and they would definitely be able to take the lead in overseas distribution. However, their overseas distribution path is indeed much faster than Warner, Disney, Columbia, and Fox, but after the high-speed expansion period, they began to make trouble. Universal and Paramount have been sucking blood for years, which has made MGM, which already has financial pressure, even worse. So, MGM had to withdraw its shares and leave. And then, it was the era of media and entertainment mergers. With both parties backing each other, Universal and Paramount stopped making trouble. Although it has been proven that this coexistence is feasible, it does not apply to Sony, Amblin, and Warcraft Films. This company is not the only choice for Warcraft Pictures and DreamWorks, but it is a retreat that the other 5 companies are afraid of. Its existence is just to allow The Master and Apprentice to negotiate with other companies better. Since it is a spare tire, Sony will not want to endure it. What about next year? Spider-Man 2 will be released next year. How much are we prepared to lose? Steven will not produce any works next year. We just need to make the overseas distribution income of Spider-Man 2 disappear. Control the losses within their tolerance range? Yeah. The so-called control of losses is actually a blunt knife sharpening people. If the distribution company loses several $100 million a year, Roland and the old man will definitely take action. At that time, whether it is to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and lose 800, or to directly cut off the project, it will be a painful act for Sony. But if the loss is small, just a few million a year, it will not hurt them. If you want to squeeze people in, you have to control the degree. You can't be too light or too heavy, and you can't let people bleed at once. Only when people feel that it's a pity to eat it and throw it away and calling for greater power to solve this matter will lose money is the most ideal range. This is a very long process, but it's not a problem for Sony. After all, they have been on the road of net losses for 9 years. Okay, let's do it this way. Last year we made the joint distribution company lose money, and they didn't react, so this year, we will do more. They must know that we are disgusting people, but this disgusting has not reached the level of tearing the face. After determining the development policy of taking other people's money to fill their own holes, there is only one topic related to Roland. And this one is a topic that no one wants to mention because they can't control Roland. Although they have cooperated with Roland on Spider-Man 2 and 3, it's better not to mention this. When they invited Roland, they promised to give him enough creative space and wrote it into the project contract. So now, even though they are eager for Roland, who is shooting in New York, to film honestly and quickly stop the high cost, they can only look on because of the contract in black and white. To put it bluntly, Sony even thinks that it is right to let Roland and the old man bear the loss of more than 30 million. Who told you not to film well? Because you are unwilling to work at full capacity, the production cost has increased a lot. In this case, we will cut you a little from other places to make up for the loss you have caused us. Isn't this a reasonable thing? Of course, although I think so in my heart, I won't admit it. Not only that, Sony also often cares about Roland. There is no way not to care. Roland has not paid for their publicity and hype. Speaking of hype, that is the last unpaid debt owed by Roland when he rushed to the Oscar. In the deal between Sony and him, it was clearly required that Roland should cooperate with the actress who played Mary Jane to hype up a love affair when Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 were released, so as to arouse the audience's desire to explore and go to the theater. Now, the candidate for Mary Jane has been announced, but Roland has not submitted the hype plan to Sony. This made Sony a little anxious. Not only that, after seeing Roland and Kate subconsciously posting dog food, they actually doubted whether Roland wanted to default on his debt. Because this kind of love hype would actually damage the brand image of R&K. If R&K was just an ordinary product, Sony would be worried, but would never get carried away. But when Berkshire Hathaway entered the market, the situation changed. Although there is still a year before the movie is released, according to the normal rhythm, the publicity and promotion arrangements should have been finalized. Confirmed. How can we confirm it now? If Roland doesn't say anything himself, can we force him to confirm it? Yeah. Oscar transactions never leave contracts. If he pretends not to know now, then we can't do anything to him. Hey. If I were him, I wouldn't want to mention this matter now. After all, 13 stores and more than 600 million in cash are already in his pocket. Compared with Warren Buffett's investment, the success or failure of Spider-Man 2 and 3 is not so important. Not to mention that he signed a global box office profit sharing contract with us. Regardless of the profit or loss of the movie, he will not lose a penny of the money he deserves. In this case, the longer the time drags on, the better it will be for him. Then can't we think of a way? What can we do? The Oscar deal involves Time Warner, Disney, Fox, Universal and Paramount. Now those 5 companies have received corresponding compensation. If we jump out and say that Roland still owes us something, do you think there will be media reports in the market? Are the 5 companies that have already made money fools? How could they allow us to drag Roland into the water? Now we can only watch. What else? This kind of thing can only be decided by Roland himself. At this point, everyone presents side. Roland is developing too fast. A few years ago, when they learned that the Japanese headquarters agreed to sell 25% of the shares of the overseas distribution company to Roland and signed a generous cooperation agreement with Roland, they actually didn't care. Everyone thought that Roland was holding it on behalf of them, and it would be easy to take it back in the future, because Roland is just an actor. He just held a leg hair of Wall Street. But now, it's only been a few years. Carl Icahn, who they didn't want to face at the beginning, and Roland have started a business. Time Warner, Disney and Universal can be tied to Roland for at least 5 years. Not only that, Roland is also supplying Microsoft, and it is Warren Buffett who has become an angel investor. Yes, these relationships are bound by interests, but it is the transfer of interests that makes them inseparable. These guys are making money through Roland, and the more they make, the safer Roland will be. Call Roland directly and assign the task of hyping up the relationship. Don't be kidding. Even if Sony president Nobuaki Ida comes, they won't say a word about this issue. With one phone call, Roland tells them, sorry, Warren hopes that we can live well. When our wedding is decided, I will definitely send you an invitation. Oh, by the way, William and the others will attend. And all their words will be blocked. Questioning, cursing, that was just impotent rage. Because they won't tear each other apart. They don't have the ability to tear each other apart, and they dare not tear each other apart. This has nothing to do with tripping up the distribution company. The distribution company is Roland's personal interest, and Roland's current marriage is in the interests of everyone. Note, the producer of Ride with the Devil is indeed a member of the Jewish gang. Sony Pictures Entertainment is really capricious, and they really cooperate with the Jewish gang, while stabbing the Jewish gang. When signing the contract for the 1997 movie Ride with the Devil, the one played by Harrison Ford and Brad Pitt, it was stated that it would be filmed according to the script, but in the end, the script was revised 7 times, and the creative team was all confused. After discovering that the script was changed into a mess, the creative team didn't want to shoot it anymore. Then Sony did something very awesome, killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and directly threatened Brad Pitt with a lawsuit. The liquidated damages added up to $63 million, and the liquidated damages of the entire team added up to $470 million. You have to know that the total investment of this movie is only $80 million. Then Brad Pitt gave in, and the creative team stopped making a fuss and just patted the film on the back. This matter was exposed by Brad Pitt before the film was released in 1997. Sony Pictures Entertainment is really the kind of company that wants to be led by a great director, but also thinks the great director wants too much. Chapter 289. Roland is also annoying. New York, Manhattan, coffee shop. Gwen Stacy and Mary Jane, who had ponytails, sat facing each other, with a cup of coffee in front of each of them. Mary Jane, who had red hair, held the coffee spoon and stirred the sugar and milk in the cup evenly, then placed it on the outside of the saucer, picked up the cup, and took a sip. At the same time, Gwen Stacy, who rested her chin on the back of her hand, exhaled heavily, quickly took off her green windbreaker, and threw it on the inside of the sofa. When the black sweater wrapped tightly around her body appeared, the irritable words, like the black on her body, were clear to see but vague. Mary, I've really had enough. Gwen Stacy confided to her classmate and good friend opposite her. I think Peter has changed. Since we went to college together, he has become a completely different person. In high school, when we were dating and going out together, he was always very punctual. Occasionally he would be late, but he would explain it to me. But after entering college, he has hardly ever been on time. He would be late for every date. Every time we get together, he would either find various reasons to explain his lateness, or find various excuses to leave early. I can't stand that perfunctory attitude anymore. Her empty hands kept flying in front of Mary Jane, and her face looked hideous with burning anger. Such a situation made Mary Jane put down her coffee cup, and pursed her lips. She smiled awkwardly and comforted him. Maybe he is really busy, and every time he explains, I think it is very reasonable. My aunt at home needs his help. He can't just go, right? The professor at school asked him to do an experiment. In order to graduate smoothly, he can't just say no to others, right? And the motorcycle he rides is very broken. It is normal for it to have some problems from time to time. Mary Jane frowned and tried hard to help Peter Parker explain. But this kind of empathy, in Gwen Stacy's eyes, is an extremely perfunctory and clumsy excuse. Is being late really his only problem? If that's all, that's fine. What makes me most upset is that he doesn't take good care of the things I give him. I gave him a pair of Nike shoes for his birthday this year, but one of them fell off in less than a week. I gave him a Nike jacket for Christmas this year, but it disappeared in less than 3 days. I bought him a watch so that he could have a sense of time, but, he asked me where I bought the watch the next day. It got soaked in water and needed to be repaired. I worked for 3 months to buy it, but in his hands, it didn't last more than 24 hours. I've had enough. The words of venting came out of her mouth, and the irritability that burst out attracted the attention of the guests around her. Faced with this list of crimes, based on facts and reasoning, Mary Jane suddenly felt that her previous explanation was pale and powerless. She sighed, used a smile to hide her embarrassment, raised her head and looked around. While exploring the true reactions of the customers around her, she also hoped to use this force to calm her friend down. But when her eyes passed the door of the coffee shop, the handsome young man holding flowers and looking helpless made her, the mediator, smell the embarrassment in the air. The blue shirt collar turned outward, the dark knitted sweater was extremely old-fashioned. If it was matched with jeans and sneakers, this program address in Silicon Valley, San Francisco, would be out of place when compared with Manhattan, New York. If you had the directness of his girlfriend, the twitching face would easily make people feel sympathy. If it were a normal person, he would turn around and leave after staring for a while. When the handsome Peter Parker wanted to do the same thing and escape from this sad place, a loud shout interrupted his thoughts and pulled everyone out of the play. Cut. No good. The truck driver sitting behind the monitor popped his head out, leaned over the machine, raised the director's gun, and shouted at Roland, who turned his head in confusion. I showed you the script 5 years ago, but your emotions are still wrong. The conflict between Peter and Gwen is a conflict between companionship and protection. Before Gwen's father died, he hoped that Peter could protect the city, and Peter did so. Gwen didn't know that Peter was Spider-Man, so she was dissatisfied with Peter's frequent disappearances and saving the world. Not only that, before she confided in Mary, she had a big fight with Peter. The content of the argument was whether Spider-Man was the real murderer who killed her father. In this situation, Peter was very depressed, and when Peter saw with his own eyes that Gwen complained about what she had done in front of Mary, he was more entangled in his heart. He was entangled in whether he should obey Gwen's father's last words. He was entangled in whether he should tell Gwen the truth. He was tired of hiding his life for many years. At the same time, he also recognized Mary's gentle side. Gwen's confession to Mary is Peter's emotional turning point in the entire series. He did love Gwen before, but after years of quarrels, this love has faded. When Gwen died because of him, Peter felt more guilty. At the same time, it was because he recognized Mary's gentleness and understanding before that he was with Mary in the third part. Because superheroes need such a partner who can tolerate them. In this way, the emotion you want to express in this scene is to release the depression in your body facing Gwen's back, and then before leaving, your eyes collide with Mary, bursting out with appreciation and emotion. Appreciate Mary's understanding, and feel that her temper is better than Gwen's. And what about you now? When you looked at Gwen's back, I felt that you had done something wrong, and wanted to apologize to Kate. Did you really do something bad? From loud explanation to sudden questioning, the truck driver lying on the monitor winked at Roland. The slightly teasing words aroused a chuckle at the scene. The cameraman in front of the camera rubbed his nose with his finger. In the cafe, Reese with a spoon, who played Gwen Stacy, smiled. Kate Mara, who played Mary Jane, tucked her hair behind her ears with a smile. The guy in charge of sound control put down the pole, and the lighting technician stuck the reflector in front of him. As for Roland, he was already angry, flashed to the side of the truck driver, and raised his hand to hit him. Can you show some respect? Roland slapped the old man on the shoulder, and put his arm on him. What do you want to say? Can't I come over? Is it necessary to shout here with the director's microphone? If I don't speak louder, can you hear me? The truck driver asked with a smile, then raised the director's microphone and said to the staff on the scene, everyone take a 15-minute break. As he spoke, the scene suddenly cheered, and the staff walked away very tactfully to the rest area to drink water and eat snacks, and the two leading actors in the cafe also tacitly got into the trailer, leaving only the old and the young, with their feet rooted and motionless. After everyone left, the truck driver had no scruples and asked, is it difficult to act? I told you before that you were going to hype up the relationship. Why do you break up as soon as your eyes meet? Transactions cannot be hidden from people at all. The biggest difference is nothing more than the distinction between content and results. Most people in the circle only know the final result, while the truck driver knows more or less about the content of the transactions of several of them. Hearing his question, Roland, who had been showing a ferocious look in front of everyone, smiled helplessly and nodded, saying, yeah, the relationship may not be hyped up in a big way. No way, this matter is not up to me alone. That's right. just when Sony was struggling with whether Roland would give back according to the terms of the transaction. Roland was also very worried about the hype of the relationship. Before, according to the agreement between the two parties, the news that Peter Parker fell in love with Mary Jane would fly in the sky for a while, and then the parties would come forward to refute the rumors. Finally, Roland, who realized the power of public opinion, would choose to withdraw from the circle. From suspected love affair to finally giving up his career, the whole process can not only attract people's attention, but also infinitely elevate Roland's personal image. After all, after being harassed by public opinion, he gave up love for a leg. Ugh. He gave up his career for love. But now, with the entry of other funds, all of this has been stopped. In the words of Warren Buffett, since you can earn stable compound interest, there is no need to give it a try. Since Roland can directly announce his retirement, then don't play any nagging soap opera in front of the public. Although soap operas can arouse greater influence, at the same time, they will definitely have negative effects. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. As long as negative news spreads, someone will definitely believe it. Even if it is finally whitewashed, it will never be restored to the past. Do you think that $1 billion is easy to get? He directly stopped the hype plan. Roland shrugged, expressing helplessness, and Cameron nodded slowly, after getting this result, expressing understanding. After pondering for a while, he said again, no wonder all your emotions were focused on Reese when you were performing just now. It's not that you dare not pay attention to Kate Mara, but under the bondage of capital, your body has an instinctive reaction to avoid suspicion. Maybe? Roland shrugged, not too concerned. Subconscious resistance can be changed. Before I turn around, can't I just give Kate Mara a look of gratitude? Thank Mary Jane for comforting Gwen Stacy when I needed help the most. Although it is different from appreciation and emotion, gratitude can replace the former. Roland is now very familiar with emotional replacement. Although it is impossible to express true feelings, it is no problem to make the fake look real. The truck driver will not be entangled in such trivial matters. From the audience's standards, this scene has no bugs, so it can be passed. As for the critics, those comments have long since stopped affecting them. Of course, he will not give Roland any guidance on acting, but he can still show concern for him and life. So is this matter just going to drag on? The truck driver took out a cigarette and a lighter and lit one for himself. What else? Should I return the $1 billion to Warren Buffett? Roland rolled his eyes at the old man. He didn't want to smoke, because he couldn't find a clue. To be honest, the box office brought by hype is not important at all compared to R&K. Of course. The truck driver nodded in agreement. In that case, forget about Sony. Anyway, they can't do anything to you in the movie now. As a guy who can divorce his wife after becoming famous, the truck driver doesn't think there is anything wrong with standing up the investors. In his opinion, every decision in a person's life must be based on his own comfort. If he is not happy, then it doesn't make sense to earn more. But for Roland, standing up Sony is actually a big problem. After all, he was planning to trick Sony into investing in Black Hawk Down. If he had a disagreement with Sony in terms of hype and promotion, it would be very difficult to persuade the other party to invest in the project and control the release time, which is the key to killing Sony. If Black Hawk Down cannot be released in the period Roland wants, then even if Sony shoots it, the impact on them will be quite limited. But there is no way. Compared with killing Sony, personal brand is the meat that has already been eaten. What's more, after killing Sony, he can't get a share of the dismemberment process. In this way, focusing on the present is the most important thing. If there is no good solution, then we can only take it one step at a time. Hey. Why is it so difficult for me to get everything? Of course, although he was depressed, Roland did not vent his emotions on the performance. Under the stare of the truck driver, the subsequent filming was bumpy, but it was still under everyone's control. While Roland was filming during the day, accompanying Kate at night, and thinking about how to repair the relationship between himself and Sony, the news of Lars Aperton's visit to Japan and South Korea was also faithfully reported by CNN. Reading the news every day to make up for the lost memory is basic operation. He has watched at least 800 news reports on Lars Aperton's interviews over the years. It is not a new thing at all, but this time, the situation is a little different. On November 22nd, after Lars Ipton's visit, America officially announced that it would impose punitive tariffs on imported Japanese hot-rolled steel sheets, and that importers would also have to pay protection money to the customs. At the same time, Japan immediately responded by imposing a 1000% tariff on imported American rice. Chapter 290 Sony is targeted like a dog. At night, in the hotel suite, Roland focused his eyes on the TV in the living room. In the CNN Live studio, two experts stood on the left and right of the host. They were wearing white shirts and were analyzing the current international situation. In order to hear their remarks clearly, Roland turned up the volume. Today, we are honored to have Professor Robert from Johns Hopkins University and Professor Raphael from Massachusetts Institute of Technology to discuss with us the impact of the president's visit to Japan and South Korea. After briefly introducing the live broadcast theme to the camera, the host turned his head to look at the old man on the left and asked, "Well, Professor Robert, before discussing the impact of the visit to Japan and South Korea, can you briefly introduce to us the reasons for the president's visit this time?" Okay. This visit is the third head-on collision between us and Japan after the passage of the Comprehensive Trade Act. The result of the collision will determine the future direction of US-Japan relations. As soon as the host finished speaking, the old scholar-like guy nodded, turned sideways to the camera, and talked freely. And if we want to introduce the origin of the collision, we have to start from 40 years ago. After the end of World War II, in order to promote post-war economic recovery and prosperity, we began to establish a multilateral trading system. After the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944, the IMF, the World Bank, and GATT were established one after another. At that time, Japan, which was undergoing post-war reconstruction, established the path of commercial and industrial country in 1945, and in the 1950s and 1953, the rapid development brought about by blindly restoring the economy caused overcapacity, unsellable products and goods accumulation in Japan's textile field. So after joining GATT in 1955, Japan frantically sold us textile products at low prices due to the accumulation of goods. In that year, the trade volume reached 11.1 billion yen. This excessive and disorderly export has seriously threatened our local light industry. Japan, which also understands this, implemented voluntary restrictions on the export of such products in January 1956. In order to avoid losses to our enterprises caused by Japan's crazy development, we signed the US-Japan Cotton Textile Agreement with Japan in 1957. But even so, in 1965, Japan still had a trade surplus with us. Because we came prepared. During Professor Robert's narration, a series of curves appeared on the big screen in the studio. The blue and red lines represent the amount of Japan's exports to the United States and the amount of imports from the United States. Although the specific data at each time point is not accurately marked, the trend of the two curves can be distinguished at a glance. From 1950 to 1960, the two lines overlapped, but from 1965 onwards, the curve representing exports soared like a rocket, and by 1995, just by looking at the large scale on the y-axis, one could see that the gap was more than 20 billion. In the 1970s, Japan and our synthetic fiber industry were in serious conflict. If we had not reached a fiber trade agreement with Japan in 1972 and strictly controlled their exports to us, perhaps we would now be wearing all made in Japan clothes, using all made in Japan tabloid, and playing with all made in Japan toys. I think Professor Raphael knows this better than I do. When the old man with glasses looked at the middle-aged man opposite him, the scholar from MIT nodded seriously and agreed, yes, when I was a child, the most common thing at home was made in Japan. Japan's utensils. As Professor Robert said, our trade friction with Japan began in the 1950s, and after reaching a fiber trade agreement in January 1972, peace only lasted for 1 year and 9 months. In October 1973, the Fourth Middle East War broke out. Since Japan's overseas dependence on oil was as high as 99.7%, many light industries could not operate. From then on, their fiber textile industry declined rapidly, and our fiber textile suppliers won without fighting. However, in order to continue to develop the economy and accelerate the transformation of the industrial structure, they put the focus of development on knowledge-intensive industries. Therefore, our contradictions have changed from light industry to heavy industry. That is, industries such as automobiles, steel, CNC machinery, household appliances, and integrated circuits. The host asked. Yes. Professor Raphael nodded in agreement and said, although Toyota was not a company founded at that time, they also transformed from a cotton textile factory to enter the automotive field, and the opportunity for their rapid development was the Middle East War in 1973. Because of the oil crisis, they madly devoured our automobile market. The same is true for Honda. They were only established in 1948 and initially developed in the fiber and textile fields. After 1973, they sold cars to our country. Professor Robert added. Panasonic also entered the market at that time, and they also launched the VHS standard. And Sony. In 1975 they became a global consumer electronics imaging manufacturer. As the two people continued to add, one data sheet after another was printed on the display screen in the studio. What Roland was most interested in was the blue bar belonging to Sony. Before 1973, Sony had a place in the American import list with its own inventions of semiconductor radios, semiconductor televisions, home video recorders, color televisions, etc. And after 1973, because of the Middle East War and the emergence of Walkman, it even accounted for 4% of America's total import trade with Japan. The market share of color TVs has soared from 1% in 1965 to 7% in 1970. Although this number seems small, Japan's share of the American color TV market in 1970 was only 16%. At its peak, Japan occupied more than 30% of the American color TV market, and almost half of this belongs to Sony. Fuck, is it so awesome? Roland, who was leaning on the sofa, sighed. This Japanese player who lives a good life is still very capable. Maybe it is, because Sony has invaded America a long time ago, that Sony pictures can survive to the end. Roland admitted that as a loyal Sony fan who wanted to buy the PS5 with an optical drive, he did have a certain understanding of Sony, but that was after the millennium. As for how Sony made its fortune, what kind of wind outlets it encountered in the process of making its fortune, as a pig on the wind outlet, how did he ensure that he would not die after the wind outlet disappeared? He didn't know anything about these. All his digging and calculations came from his confidence in America's long-arm jurisdiction. After all, ever since America implemented long-arm jurisdiction, it has been knocking others down with one hammer. No one can survive the second round. The one who can make America call Canada first, then call Britain, and then block chip purchases, it can never be Japan. Since no one has been able to defeat it before, Roland doesn't need to care about how Sony got rich, because it's meaningless. This guy's destined to be unable to bear it. Of course, this is due to the previous confidence. Now, Roland really wants to know, is there any way to make Sony not care about this pigeon? Isn't it just cooing? The first time is cowardly, the 100th time is justified. Just as Roland stared at the chart and sighed, the discussion continued in the CNN studio. As far as I know, the second trade friction in 1973 was very intense, the host asked. Yes, in 1977, Japan's steel exports to our country were subject to severe price restrictions, and their color TVs were subject to the agreement on maintaining market order signed between us and Japan. Professor Robert said in approval, if there had not been the restriction of 1.75 million TVs in 3 years, I think in the cognition of Professor Raphael's generation, TV might have been equivalent to Sony. But now the Walkman people talk about is also Sony. Professor Raphael shook his head helplessly, as if he was dissatisfied with this encroachment, but it was more like he was helpless about the fact that there were no competing products in the country. After imposing restrictions on steel and color TVs from 1981 to 1994 in order to protect the automobile market, our ITC, International Trade Commission, also imposed voluntary restrictions on their products. In 1987, Japan's semiconductor products occupied 95% of the domestic market in Japan and swallowed up more than 25% of our market share, so we signed the US-Japan Semiconductor Agreement with them. Of course, in order to fight back, they also restricted our beef, oranges and other agricultural products. Under the professor's successive narration, the Trade Act of 1974, which dominated the multilateral trading system, appeared in front of the public, and in order to solve the sharp increase in America's foreign trade deficit and clean up the ass of the collapsed Bretton Woods system, the Plaza Accord was also brought to the table. However, after the Plaza Accord, the sharp appreciation of the yen against the dollar did not effectively improve the problems in Japan-US trade. Instead, the trade friction in a single industry escalated into a compound friction at the exchange rate and institutional level. Therefore, in 1988, America strengthened the Section 301 in the Trade Act of 1974 and launched the Super Section 301 for Japan's steel, automobile, and semiconductor industries. Not only that, America also required Japan to carry out structural reforms in its domestic industries. The economy and system must be adjusted to reduce the resistance of American products entering Japan. Although the two professors on TV repeatedly stated that this was a protection for domestic enterprises and a serious consideration for the stability of national life, Roland knew in his heart that this was nothing more than relying on his big fist to beat whoever he wanted. He felt that Japan's economic structure and political system affected him, so he asked the other party to change it in one sentence. Isn't this just treating others as grandsons? And Japan really couldn't beat him, so the two sides established the US-Japan Structural Agreement Council in 1989 and reached the US-Japan Structural Issues Agreement. In order to avoid friction, Japan began to invest overseas on a large scale, and the slogan "Buy America" emerged. At that time, more than 96% of Hawaii's overseas investment came from Japan. In 5 years, they completed 18 mergers and acquisitions worth more than $1 billion. Nearly 10% of our country's real estate was bought by Japanese companies. Sanling, Panasonic Itachi Corporation, Toshiba, and Sony were the main forces in this purchase, but this still did not stop the growth of the trade deficit. This year, our trade deficit with Japan rose to $63 billion, accounting for 40% of the annual foreign trade deficit, setting a record high, so continuing restrictions has become an obvious thing. Last year, Japan dumped 83,300 tons of hot-rolled steel plates on us, which became the target of restrictions. Under the rotation of Professor Robert and Professor Raphael, the trade friction that broke out this time was explained clearly. Not only that, they also called this friction the largest in history, because in addition to the conflict between hot-rolled steel plates and rice, the dumping and anti-dumping confrontations in other fields will also be revealed one by one. As far as we know, the ITC has determined that the export of Japanese mainframe computers to my country has caused the price of mainframe computers in my country to drop, which has caused harm to manufacturers. Therefore, they have to submit an application to ask the Ministry of Commerce to curb Japan's behavior. Professor Robert, what do you think is the probability that the Ministry of Commerce will approve it? The host glanced at the manuscript. This will definitely be approved. Professor Robert said, Japan sells mainframe computers to my country at low prices, which has damaged my country's electronic computer market. Since 1993, IBM's sales revenue has declined, while at the same time, their R&D funds have not decreased. If Japan is allowed to dump mainframe computers to us, then our companies in the same industry will have to reduce R&D costs due to reduced revenue. Once the R&D costs go down, it is equivalent to giving this market to others. Then it is aimed at companies like Fujitsu and Hitachi. The host asked. Yes. Professor Robert nodded. Besides that, the host turned to look at Professor Raphael. Professor, what other industries do you think will cause friction? In fact, I think all industries can cause friction, because Japan's favorite tactic is roundabout tactics. Professor Raphael said, for example, we restricted Japan's steel, and then they stopped selling steel, and instead sold processed products, hot-rolled plates. For example, we once restricted their color TVs, and then they stopped selling color TVs in large quantities, and instead dumped Walkmans on us. For example, we restricted their cars, and then they stopped exporting cars in large quantities, and instead disassembled the cars, and sold auto parts to us. In this case, restrictions on a single industry are useless. What's more, when Japan finds that, as long as they export too much of a single product to us, we will impose restrictions on their industry, they began to change their thinking and seek the right to speak in the industry. The most typical example is Japan's Victory Company. They developed the VHS system in 1976, and then VHS videotapes took over the global market. After that, Victory Company joined forces with Sony and Panasonic to launch the VCD standard. And now the entire market is dominated by VCD. Then Sony joined forces with Toshiba to launch DVD. Last year, the world's first DVD rewritable burning specification DVD RAM was born. One standard after another is the solution Japan came up with when dealing with trade frictions. Imagine that every time we produce a DVD disc, we have to pay Sony and Toshiba. This licensing fee is much more exaggerated than dumping a single product. The right to speak in the industry sought by Japanese companies is what we need to be most vigilant about. Professor Raphael slapped the table, and the dull sound won the approval of Professor Robert. That's right. The best way to break through friction is to have the right to speak in an industry. When I'm the only one who has the final say in this industry, then any restrictions will not work. And Japan is doing this now. Since Professor Raphael has mentioned Sony many times, we can also say a few more words. Although I don't think Sony will be the focus of this trade friction, Sony has been making industry rules. In 1975, they launched Betamax. Although they lost to VHS, they did not give up. They are tinkering with game consoles, just to promote the CD-ROM in cooperation with Philips. Last year, they released the VAI laptop computer, which was just to consolidate their position in film and television entertainment. As long as they control the right to speak, their image receiving chips can monopolize the global market. Then, they are now creating a non-MP3 audio encoding method. If successful, their Walkman will dominate the world in the digital age, and they are not afraid of any country imposing restrictions. Because the products of companies in various countries have adopted Sony's standards, the country wants to restrict, but the manufacturers don't do it. So, Raphael and Professor Raphael shared the same view. While solving the trade deficit problem through various restrictions, we must also find ways to curb those companies that attempt to set industry standards, even if the products produced by these companies are not strategic materials. But their success will give those strategic material manufacturers hope. Then what the professor means is that if possible, I hope the relevant departments can target Sony. The host asked, but this seems to be an unrealistic thing. As you said, as a non-strategic material manufacturer, we can't find any reason to deal with Sony, a company that sets an example for Japanese companies. This is the problem. Professor Raphael shrugged and said, Sony is on the road of consumer electronics, and their current core product, game consoles, we don't have any company that can target them, and their portable digital music products, we don't have any company that can target them. As for other industries, they have no intention of setting standards for the time being, so if we just want to show our determination to maintain various industries, dealing with it will do more harm than good. In this case, we can only focus on the trade frictions that have already erupted, the host said with emotion. Everyone knows that the so-called disadvantages outweigh the advantages, but it is just because no company is crying and shouting in Congress to develop. Just like when Raytheon shouted, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries was beaten to give up the market. The benefits that everyone talks about are just the interests of capitalists. If capitalists think that entering this industry is not profitable, no one will be stupid enough to waste time on a field that even capital is too lazy to invade. In this case, Sony can certainly live comfortably. While these guys continued to analyze, Roland, who was sitting in front of the TV, laughed. Because he figured out one thing. It turns out that Apple has taken the path of monopoly, but has not been investigated, because these guys wanted to deal with Sony. Sony has repeatedly complained to Microsoft about malicious competition, but because of America's will, it disappeared. The iPod grew and developed with the joint support of various music companies. Sony has complained about Xbox's low price strategy countless times, but no one paid attention to it. Roland in his previous life only knew these facts, but now, Sony is losing money and selling buildings, which is not unreasonable. Fortunately, Sony Mobile Communications did not develop 5G, otherwise, they would have been demolished long ago. But, even if I know the general environment Sony is facing now, what can I do? This general environment can only guarantee that when we attack Sony, we can get unconditional support from all industries. But, the key knife that will kill Sony still can't find an opportunity to attack. That's right. Roland felt that, even if he understood the general trend, it would be useless. Because he couldn't borrow this general trend at all. Could it be that Roland went to tell Sony that I can try to get the Ministry of Commerce to suspend restrictions on your commodity industry and you just need to express your attitude and invest in Black Hawk Down? Let alone whether Roland has the ability. This kind of transaction alone looks very stupid. Only if the military-industrial complex stamps its feet, the Ministry of Commerce will run around. And if Roland has this ability, why does he need to dig a pit? Isn't this a waste of effort? It is precisely because he can't pass that he wants to set a trap, and if he can pass, wouldn't it be over? Of course, Roland doesn't think he has watched the show in vain. At least, it makes up for the lessons of this guy who hasn't read for many years. After Roland put aside the US-Japan trade war and other things, life goes on. In his spare time from filming, he occasionally attends gatherings held by old guys like Carl Icahn. Although no one wants to talk about business, he still knows a lot of peers. What surprised Roland the most was that Charlie Munger, who lives in New York, would take one day a week to play golf. Even if Roland doesn't play well, he doesn't think it's shameful to lose to these old guys. Under the alternating relaxation of work and rest, Roland, who was still anxious, gradually calmed down. After calming down, the days passed quickly. StarCraft: Brood War was launched on November 30th, and Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets was announced to meet the public on Christmas. Although there was no trace of Roland's involvement in these two products, the related advertisements still filled the public's vision when the popularity had risen. From December 17th to 20th, on Christmas Eve, the United States and Britain launched 4 rounds of airstrikes on Iraq codenamed Desert Fox. It lasted 70 hours, carried out 650 airstrikes on more than 90 targets in Iraq, launched more than 500 cruise missiles, and killed 1,400 people. Although the war was very cruel for the people of America and Britain, the war was still far away from them. Not to mention, this kind of war was still a crushing situation. Under such circumstances, Christmas in 1998 was still a carnival for merchants. The dazzling array of goods dazzled people, and the clamorous promotional activities even more caught people's attention. People who returned home dared not go home empty-handed. James Olson was the same. He had been away for a year studying, but he appeared in front of his family with a lot of bags. After he distributed the prepared gifts to his sister and parents, the 2 extra gifts were particularly eye-catching. Where's Roland? The former chubby boy asked in confusion. Have you not contacted him? Elizabeth asked without raising her head, while opening the gifts. Although she was full of doubts, she immediately answered her brother's question. He went to the UK, and will spend the holiday at Kate's house this year. Note, the numerical data in this chapter comes from a series of reports on international economic cooperation affairs and policy research by Professor Yu Yangda, Deputy Director of the China Public Leadership Center of the School of Public Administration of Tsinghua University, and the FD 900 file of the US Department of Commerce. The data of the two are different. For example, the trade deficit in 1998 accounted for 40% of the US foreign trade deficit that year. This is the number on FT 900, but in Professor Yangda's Japan-US trade friction and respective countermeasures, this data is 27.2%. This is a problem of the calculation of both parties, and there is no need to entangle it. When the Japan-US trade friction started in 1998, Sony was indeed the one targeted. I have written before that Jobs used monopoly means to kill Sony portable audio equipment and Sony Music because he was tacitly approved, because Sony responded to anti-dumping restrictions by formulating rules. Sony also launched Wega in 1997. The sudden death of this product was also due to the trade war, because Sony wanted to promote its own standards. Not only that, the image CPU was still produced by them, while Sharp and Samsung, which were rising at the time, all used American LCDs. Then Sony TVs were restricted from import, and the United States purchased Sharp and Samsung products on a large scale. It is no exaggeration to say that Sony's three major businesses were all cut off because of the trade war, and the transformation to entertainment was a last resort. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. The Project Grandfather finds for grandson. What? James, who was almost 1/10 as handsome as Roland, smacked his eyes, his pupils full of surprise, staring at his sister for a few seconds. Without getting more information, he glanced around, and when he saw the naturalness emanating from Ashley and Mary, he subconsciously curled his lips, revealing his inner world. Damn. This damn guy didn't tell me again. He slapped his thigh in anger and wanted to throw away the gift in his hand, but as soon as he raised his arm, the feeling of regret drove him to put the things on the table again. Looking at the two gift boxes, one large and one small, with a helpless smile on his face. This guy must have done it on purpose. Since 1996, Roland and James have been apart more and more. The former has to work, and the latter has to study. But the distance in time and space cannot cut off their feelings and relationship. James will communicate with Roland regularly, and Roland always cares about each other, and often sends spring-like warmth to his friend. For example, the Christmas gift was a ticket to the Johns Hopkins University summer camp, and after learning that the other party had received an admission invitation, he specially met with Michael Bloomberg, hoping that the other party would take care of his childhood friend. Well, maybe the person concerned may have something to say about this kind of concern. But no matter what, they have been in contact with each other over the years. Although, every time they communicate, Roland always brings up some old questions. Have you found a girlfriend? Do you need me to introduce you to one? You can fall in love at 18. Don't wait until my child is born, and you are still single. Anyway, you don't play games, so you don't need to practice such fast hand speed. Whenever Roland expresses his true feelings, James on the other end of the phone will curse and exit the voice. But isn't the nagging inquiry also a manifestation of a close friend? Just like there is a kind of coldness that your mother thinks you are cold. Well, more often, the person concerned feels that this is a mockery of himself. However, even though James was not interested in Roland's care and concern, he still did not do the excessive act of not bringing gifts to him on Christmas. After all, I call you brother and you call me grandpa. When choosing gifts, James had already thought about how to show off, give, present, gift, muscles, beg, flesh, forgiveness, in front of Roland this year, so that Roland would be honest in the future and not mention those unpleasant things in front of him. But now, this guy actually ran away. This is meaningless. It's like sending local specialties to some authors through the internet. The things are mailed out, but the recipient is Roland Allen. That feeling of powerlessness made James feel that this year's Christmas is meaningless. James? Just as James was thinking about it, a call pulled his thoughts back. Looking down, his sister Elizabeth was patting his arm. What are you thinking about? Mom is calling us to go downstairs for dinner. Oh, okay. Hearing this, James immediately put away his boredom. What if Roland is not here? Christmas is a day for the whole family to reunite, and happiness is the most important thing. As a grandfather, he doesn't need to argue with his grandson. Humph. Carrot. James came to the restaurant with his sister, and the food on the table made him smile again. Perhaps because the topic center of previous years disappeared, he, who had not seen his family for a long time, finally felt the taste of being valued by his family again after 9 years, and became the focus of everyone's attention. Under the curious questions of his sisters, James at the table talked about his experience for more than a year. The gap between Baltimore and Los Angeles is too big. The temperature there is below 10 degrees in winter. Wow, how did you get through it? Elizabeth opened her big eyes. Buy a down jacket. James said, I have a down jacket in my suitcase. When I was waiting for the flight in Baltimore, I put it on. After I got on the plane, I took it off. This is so troublesome. Mary frowned and complained. Yes. James nodded in agreement and said, but the temperature is still good. We can still get through it, if we endure it. What makes me most uncomfortable is that the security there is not good. The west and east districts of Baltimore are the gathering places of black drug lords, and there are fights in broad daylight. In front of the Peabody Conservatory of Music at our school, there are often black people blocking the way and robbing. The security around the medical school is also very bad. When I just enrolled, I learned that a medical student passed by the blue light district after school. He just took a look at the gangsters, who were in a fight, and was beaten to death. Then all the school buses were replaced with anti-riot vehicles. The glass was shot. Ah. So dangerous? Hearing his son's words, Ganetti, who was still smiling, was shocked. Where are the school police in your school? Mom, don't you know that the area covered by the school police patrol is the most unsafe place? James shrugged helplessly and complained, if it is not too chaotic, is it necessary for the school to send school police to patrol every day? So you are now avoiding the area patrolled by the school police? No, I don't leave the school at all. Although everyone knew that Baltimore is a murder city, knowing and witnessing are two different concepts. If there are many homeless people on the road in Los Angeles, they are like NPCs in the game. Whenever you pass by, you can see all kinds of guys, but as long as you don't get close, they will not assign you a task. Then Baltimore is equivalent to the city of crime. Open Google's crime map and select Baltimore. You will find that the whole map is full of yellow and red dots. Among them, yellow is the place where the theft occurred. If it is a money bag icon, it means it is a theft in the street, and if it is a residential icon, it means burglary. As for the red dots, they are all gun murders. There is also a famous saying, only rats go to Baltimore. The American TV series The Wire also interprets the situation in Baltimore very well. While James was complaining, David on the main seat did not show any sympathy. Didn't you choose it yourself? I asked you to go to UCB, but you didn't go, and you had to go to Baltimore. After this, James was helpless again, because he knew that his father was still upset about his behavior of giving up UCB Haas School of Business and choosing Jew School of Biomedical Engineering. Dad, don't I dislike that thing? Is it a question of like or not? Of course. Without interest, where would the motivation for learning come from? James subconsciously brought up his grandson. Look at Roland, that's his interest-driven career. He's interested in movies, so he joined Hollywood. He's interested in the internet, so he switched to investing in the internet. You can accept his choice, but why can't I accept it? David rolled his eyes at his son. You use a survivor bias case to explain everything. I read your book in vain. Is Roland's success because he's great? No. It's because of the people around him, and you're the only one who's not great. However, since his son brought up Roland, David stopped nagging. He felt that he could help Roland keep an eye on him for more than a decade, so he naturally wouldn't favor one over the other and force his career to his son. Besides, real estate is really not easy to do, as infrastructure in various places is infinitely improving, and the population will not increase dramatically. The profits of this industry will become less and less. More commercial real estate companies have turned to business operations. In this case, it is also a good choice to find a way out in advance. Not to mention, his son chose the ultimate field of human development, biomedical engineering. Okay, you're going there, so study hard. David waved his hand and said to his wife, although Baltimore's security is not good, as long as he stays in school, nothing will happen to him. And with Roland here, the school dare not let him get into trouble. What David said is true. As a guy named by the chairman, James lives in a dormitory. The first floor is the campus police duty room, which is guarded 24 hours a day. Unless the criminals kill the 8 people on duty inside, don't think about going upstairs. Not only that, David also assigned bodyguards to his son, and the vehicles for traveling were transported from home. There is no way. Safety first. However, just when David wanted to get past this dull topic and restore the atmosphere at the table to the joy of Christmas Eve, James suddenly added, "Actually, I won't stay in Baltimore for too long." Huh? Why? Ashley asked curiously. The other four also cast doubtful glances at him. Because Professor Carroll has taken on a new project and will be researching with her mentor, so starting from next summer, she will frequently travel between UCSF and U. So, I plan to join in the fun. It doesn't make much difference to me whether I graduate early or late, as long as I complete the credits within 6 years. And Professor Carroll has already selected the corresponding courses for me when I enrolled at the beginning of this year. As long as I finish the courses for the spring semester next year, the theoretical knowledge will basically be fine. Is that so? Then you might as well transfer to UCSF directly. Ganetti felt that her son was doing something unnecessary. Of course, she was even more worried about her son's description. David didn't have any opinion, but he gave some advice on life. If you often travel between San Francisco and Baltimore, I will buy you a business jet, which will be more convenient. Faced with this proposal, James' eyes lit up, but the next second, he shook his head and said, "Forget about the business jet. You and Roland haven't bought one yet, so what's the point of me using it first? I don't need it for the time being, and Roland is too lazy to buy it." David rolled his eyes. This time he went to the UK and asked Charlie Munger to borrow a Boeing 777. And he doesn't know how many times he has done this. I'm used to this. I asked him why he made money back then. I didn't buy clothes or luxury cars, but he said it was unnecessary. I felt strange at that time. How could there be such a person in the world? Now I know that at that time he had already gotten rid of material needs and pursued spiritual pleasure. Buying clothes, watches, and luxury cars? Is it more refreshing than buying a company? What's more, appearance will naturally improve with a girlfriend. Just as James politely declined his father's proposal, Elizabeth, who was eating ice cream there, suddenly raised her head. "When are you going to find a girlfriend? Do you want to find someone prettier than Kate?" When James heard his sister mention this, he was full of black lines on his head. He glared at his sister, signaling the little girl not to bring up the issue. At the same time, he decisively changed the subject before his mother asked, and looked at his father. "By the way, when it comes to buying a company, I think of something. Does Roland's Overwatch Ventures invest in companies that have already gone public? What do you want to do? Cheating money from Roland? I tell you, I look at the accounts of Roland's company, don't have any bad ideas." Although he said so, David's eyes were full of ridicule. How could he not know that his son was avoiding his wife's questions and wanted to shut her up with work? Of course, although he guessed the reason correctly, he didn't guess the result. Single James really didn't want to talk to his mother about his girlfriend, but he really had a project to talk to his father about. "Dad, am I that kind of person?" "Yes." "Hey, I'm serious." "Okay. Just tell me, I'll see what you can come up with." "What did I say? Don't waste time." "Okay, didn't I say before that Professor Carroll and her mentor have a new project to research? The company I mentioned is related to the new project they are researching. Previously, Professor Carroll and her mentor discovered how telomeres and telomerase protect chromosomes, and through research, they learned that by measuring telomere length, they can predict people's chances of developing heart disease, cancer and other chronic diseases, and measure people's current overall health status and aging status. Not only that, the telomerase inhibitors produced, based on their discoveries, can fight cancer, while telomerase activators can fight aging. The former has already produced results in 1990, and as for the latter, there has been no discovery yet. Telomerase inhibitors can fight cancer, while telomerase activators can fight aging. The former has already produced results in 1990, and as for the latter, there has been no discovery yet. Telomerase shortening is the result of programmed aging, and telomerase can indeed extend telomeres as much as possible. However, during the research process, they found that not all cells express telomerase. Telomerase in stem cells and germ cells has high activity, while telomerase in most other cells is almost inactive. Therefore, if you want to achieve the goal of anti-aging immortality, you must first solve this problem. When James explained the situation to his family in popular language, the 3 little ones and the 2 big ones were staring at each other. No one understood what James was saying. After finding that his understanding could not keep up with his son's words, David slapped his hands and said, "Speak human language." "Ah. Okay." James, who was in pain, came back to his senses. After finding that his 3 sisters were eating hard and his parents were confused, he immediately understood that the generation gap was as deep as the Mariana Trench. To put it simply, the telomerase discovered by Professor Carroll may indeed be a path to immortality, but so far, no one has been able to see the door to the path. In this case, there is a biopharmaceutical company on the market that is selling research in this area to investors. So, Professor Carroll, who felt strange, went to investigate the company's research projects, and then was impressed by their story. Impressed, how should I put it? Anyway, I felt that their development ideas seemed to be correct. Since the professor thinks it is correct, then this company must be valuable. But the problem is that the topic of anti-aging cannot be solved in a day or 2. After burning through the research funds, they had no money. So they took on an outsourcing project from GlaxoSmithKline and made $1.3 million. And in 1996, with a drug for treating an eye infection called cytomegalovirus retinitis in people with AIDS, they issued shares to raise $250 million. But even so, they eventually spent all the money they raised. Now, they are ready to give it a try and want to acquire a company doing the same type of research. But they have no money. David understood. Isn't this the most common thing for startups to do? Telling stories? When all startups raise funds, their valuation of the company is not based on the value of the company itself, but on how the company founder paints a rosy picture for external investors. As long as the pie is big and attractive enough, they can get investment. After getting the investment, they can still paint a rosy picture. As long as the public and investors believe, the founder of this company will not become Jai Yuting, who returns to China next week. Not only that, the biopharmaceutical field that James is talking about now is a very difficult place to produce results. It is normal to lose a lot of money, and it is even more common to have no money to continue to raise funds. If it were another field, David would directly pass it if it had not been profitable for many years. But now, since his son's professor thinks it's good, why not listen to it? Thinking of this, David asked, "What company? Where is it? After Christmas, I'll go and see it." The brief inquiry made James laugh. This company is in California, and it has a collaboration with the professor's mentor, and the name, Gilead. Gilead, founded in 1987, is a research-based biopharmaceutical company. In the first 5 years of its establishment, it had no income and lived on the $2 million raised in 1988, $10 million in 1989, $40 million in 1991, and $86 million in 1992. Like all biopharmaceutical companies, during this period, they sold nothing but concepts. Curbing AIDS, solving multiple complications of AIDS patients, and achieving immortality. These were all the big promises they made to investors. Not only that, they also approached Warren Buffett in 1988 to seek investment from Berkshire Hathaway, but were rejected by the old man, so they went it alone. Since the elixir that Gilead boasted about was an extended study based on the discovery of telomerase, the company was soon noticed by the 3 discoverers of telomerase, Jack Szostak, Elizabeth Blackburn, and Carol Greeder. After discovering that Gilead's research ideas coincided with theirs, the 2 sides became very close. But this kind of close visit could not bring any results in a short time. So, after spending all the research funds, Gilead raised 94 million yuan by issuing shares in 1995 and raised 160 million yuan in 1996. However, just 2 years later, the money was spent again. In 11 years, 392 million yuan was burned, but the drugs produced were as rotten as a pile of shit. After seeing such a research report, David even suspected that his son's mentor Carol Greeder found that the company's research funds were gone, so he wanted his son to come to him and Roland to defraud investment. After all, the whole world knows that David Olson is rich, and even more, so that Roland Allen is a major shareholder of Berkshire Hathaway. But on second thought, David felt that the possibility was not high. Because James' mentor Carol Greeder did not officially join Gillard, she is a professor at DU and already enjoys subsidies from the country's special research fund, so there is no need to make money from him. So, David, who did not want to invest after seeing the financial report, but was not easy to refuse because of the other party's identity, kicked the ball to Roland. When Roland learned that he had only spent Christmas in the UK, James, the bastard, actually brought him a pharmaceutical company. He ended his vacation and returned to New York to film. He almost jumped up in front of the crew. Wait. Roland excitedly raised his voice. David, say it again. What is the name of that company? Is it really called Gillard? The Gillard that loses money every year and never makes a profit? Note, Gillard did look for Warren Buffett at the beginning, and both parties admitted this. The promise Gillard made to investors at the beginning was indeed immortality, and the research direction was indeed telomerase. The three people who won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 2009 for discovering how telomeres and telomerase protect chromosomes are indeed Gillard's research and development professors, and Jack Szostak is a permanent resident. As for why Gillard developed this thing before telomerase was widely promoted, it was because he obtained his master's degree in medicine at Johns Hopkins, and then went to Harvard Medical School. The former is a cooperative school of Gillard, and the latter is where Gillard founder Mac Rayoden met Jack Szostak. Jack Szostak taught at Harvard, and they knew each other when they were students. James Olson went to Johns Hopkins to study. I have written about it before. Chapter 292, Gillard, the deep pit, hidden deeply. For David, or in other words, no matter from which angle of the investor you look at Gillard, it is a rubbish company that can't be any rubbish. Because apart from promoting the concept, they can't come up with anything. If the prospectus of these guys is equivalent to Boss Jaya's PPT, then in the early stages of development, Gillard is worse than Boss Jaya. LetTV, a pure video company, has been profitable for 3 consecutive years before it was listed on the GEM. Although many of them are amortization algorithms of intangible assets that make it appear on the books, but Gillard can't even make a book profit. But for Roland, Gillard is not only not a deep pit, but a gold mine as big as Apple. Well, this is just a judgment based on impression, because in his previous life, he was not a person in this industry at all, and he didn't know how deep the water in this industry was, and he didn't skin some large game companies, because he liked playing games. After all, no one likes to be sick, and when they are sick, few people have a good impression of pharmaceutical companies. Therefore, his understanding of Gillard can actually be summarized in one sentence: a company that can cut its own stock price in half with its main business. That's right, Roland in his previous life knew Gillard through a joke. In his only memory, Gillard was a piece of shit before 1999, but after entering the millennium, it took off. Gillard's success is not actually due to how strong its R&D capabilities were at the beginning. If it was really awesome, they would not have failed to launch a drug with annual sales of more than 10 million for 11 consecutive years. Their success is actually capital operation. All the achievements, all the R&D teams, and all the drug patents were acquired. Your product is good, but it will be mine in the next second. In 1999, it acquired Northeast Star, and Northeast Star later developed Anbisu and Ornarubicin hydrochloride liposomes. In 2003, it acquired Triangle Pharmaceutical, and they later developed Truvada. Truvada is the only drug on the market to prevent AIDS, and it has a success rate of up to 90%. In 2006, they acquired Raylo Chemicals, a supplier of pharmaceutical raw materials, Myogen in the cardiovascular field, and Chorus Pharma, which produces antibiotics, although these 3 investments have not yet seen returns. In 2011, they spent another $11 billion to acquire Pharmasset. 2 years later, Pharmasset launched Sovaldi, which can kill hepatitis C, and its sales reached $10.3 billion that year. In 2015, the drug for treating hepatitis C alone could cost the American health insurance $10 billion. The health insurance of almost all countries on the earth was plundered by it, and only 2 countries survived. In 2013, They acquired SYNOPSIS. In 2015, they continued to acquire Phoenix Pharmaceutical, EP Therapeutics, and Galapagos NV. In 2016, they acquired Apollo. To put it bluntly, this is the most typical way to develop a company controlled by capital. Do it yourself? There is something wrong. My time is more valuable than this market. Facing a vast blue ocean market, crazy money throwing investments will be the end of the matter. Facing a fiercely competitive red ocean market, as long as I acquire the industry leader, won't I become the industry leader directly? As for the rest, let me say something very hurtful and unpleasant. The thing that this world lacks the most is people who work. And it is precisely because Roland knows that Gillard is a company that has grown gradually through capital operation, so he threw this thing into the garbage dump from the beginning. How many companies that can grow through buying and buying can let ordinary people get involved? Those who dare to do this are either rich or have a dark background. For a guy like him who started from scratch, relied on his own efforts, worked hard, and started a business with great difficulty to get involved, wouldn't that be a humiliation for himself? But now, Gillard has no money? A company that has developed with its money ability has no money? Roland felt that this was simply a joke. That's right, the company is really called Gillard, and it has been losing money every year. The word coming from the receiver of the mobile phone woke up the confused Roland. Still unable to believe this fact, he asked again, has Gillard ever sought investment from Warren? Yes. David answered affirmatively. Oh my god. Roland almost held his head. Is this company in California? Yes, California. While answering, David's voice was also full of doubt. You actually knew? Did James tell you before? As soon as he said this, David felt something was wrong. Oh, I forgot. It was you who gave James the admission ticket to Johns Hopkins University's summer camp, and you also asked their chairman to take care of James. In other words, you actually knew about this a long time ago. Then are you going to invest now? They have a funding gap of $300 million. Oh my god. Although David's behavior can be regarded as a self-attack strategy, Roland can't care so much now. He twisted his thigh hard, and the clear pain contributed to global warming. The founder of Gillard graduated from Johns Hopkins University. In the early days of Gillard, the slogan was that telomerase can make people immortal. I actually personally delivered Gillard to James, one after another. The news was like 80 hammers, almost making Roland dizzy. Unlike movies, games, and the internet, medicine is a field that Roland doesn't understand at all. He never thought about developing in the medical field, so after James told him that his chosen major was biomedical engineering, he couldn't even say a word of encouragement. But even so, the strongest pharmaceutical research and development company in the universe in the future has rolled in front of him. This is outrageous. Roland thought that after experiencing Blizzard, Marvel, Apple, Google, and Amazon, he could already be able to remain calm, even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, and not blink, even if a deer rose on his left. But it was too far away. But Roland felt that he couldn't blame himself, because Gillard was really good. Roland would be happy when Warren Buffett estimated R&K at $5 billion. But what about Gillard? This is a $100 billion company with a $1 trillion market. If he could solve the problem in a casual conversation, then he, Roland, would probably have become an immortal. Roland. Just when Roland was stunned by the news thrown by David, who had not received a response for a long time, spoke again. Hearing the call, Roland came back to his senses and said hurriedly, you're there? I thought you were called to film. David said casually, and then continued to ask, how is it? Will you invest in this company or not? If you don't invest, I will directly reject them. After all, 300 million yuan is not a small amount of money, and I personally think that this company is a liar. The honest words made Roland shudder. Although he admitted that what David said was correct, but a liar in scientific research and a liar who understands capital operation and scientific research are two different concepts. The point is, if you don't invest in Gillard now, you won't be able to invest in it in the future. Invest, Roland said repeatedly. Not only that, he also found a reason in a flash. We should invest in companies related to Professor James. When David heard the first half of the sentence invest, he was actually very surprised, but after he heard the second half of the explanation, the surprise turned into a warm current and penetrated into his heart. After a long pause, he said, "Roland, you don't need to do this. I know you think that, since James likes this business, we have to support him, but 300 million is really too much. For so many years, we have raised you in name, but you have given us much more in return than we have given you. You have helped Ashley and Mary get projects more than once, and you have built a zoo for Lizzie. Now you have invested 300 million in the company that James likes. How can you ask them to pay you back for all this? You can't spoil them like this. You will spoil them when they are used to unreasonable demands. One day when you refuse them again, they will become enemies directly." The sudden heart-to-heart made the emotional Roland stunned on the spot. When he came to his senses, the surprise that had occupied his heart had already subsided. Roland admitted that the reason he had just put forward was indeed weird, just like a father spoiling his child and satisfying his demands without limit, but it was precisely because of its weirdness that it stood up. "David, we must be fair. I have satisfied Ashley, Mary, and Lizzie, so why can't I satisfy James? This is the first time James has made a serious request, and I can't let him down. Besides, 300 million is indeed a lot, but compared to Yahoo, which we are selling, 300 million is not even 1% of Yahoo's stock price. This money, even if it is a reward for bullying James for so many years, if his vision is good enough, he should study hard now and try to ask me for a position as a director of the company in the future." The other end of the phone fell into silence. It seemed that he was thinking about Roland's words, or maybe he was thinking about the loopholes in the logic, but it was more like he was trying to convince himself. About half a minute later, a chuckle mixed with a sigh entered Roland's ears. "Hey, okay, I get it. I won't persuade you this time. I can help you negotiate for investment, but I hope you can listen to my analysis next time. That's it. I'll hang up first. Call me directly if you have anything." Hehe. The busy tone made Roland purse his lips and smile. But after a moment, he sighed again, staring at the phone with his eyes gradually empty. To be honest, 10 years ago, when he signed the contract with the crew of Terminator 2, he felt that David was a very good parent, and now, he is willing to give David a full score as a parent. David's educational philosophy is to let children develop according to their own preferences, but at the same time, he will not spoil them endlessly. Children can regard hobbies as careers, but the premise is that hobbies must be safe. Just like he thinks that girls have no need to mix in the entertainment industry. If it weren't for Roland's help, he would have divorced his wife long ago, but after confirming that Roland can ensure that his daughter is not violated, he just let it go. Although his laissez-faire attitude can be regarded as a manifestation of irresponsibility, it also complies with the personal wishes of the children. The point is that once the children have chosen a path, he will spur them to keep moving forward. You choose the path yourself, so you have to finish it yourself. I can help you solve various problems, but you can't choose to push all the decisions to me because of my intervention. I can help you solve all the details, but you have to control the overall situation yourself. Details can be done by countless tools, but strategic thinking can only be accumulated through decisions again and again. Tools are easy to find, but it is difficult to cultivate a sense of the overall situation. Fortunately, they have money and can try and make mistakes. David is really an excellent father, Roland said with emotion. The next second, he was still happy for the appearance of Gillard. Although we still haven't found a way to deal a critical blow to Sony, Gillard can make up for the loss of Sony. Compared with Gillard, Sony is not so attractive. After all, Gillard is a company that can blow up global health insurance. Although Roland knows nothing about the pharmaceutical field, this does not prevent him from investing. He does not want to privatize Gillard, and a capital operation company like Gillard will never be privatized. In this case, getting involved is the greatest success. Becoming one of the top 5 shareholders and entering the board of directors is a perfect victory. Of course, this victory does not refer to money, but global influence. Just like military capital and financial capital can treat Congress as a persimmon, pharmaceutical capital can also rub them into a ball. It is no exaggeration to say that in Roland's eyes, Gillard is more important than Blizzard Entertainment, Warcraft, Amazon, Apple, and Google, because people can stop playing games, watching movies, shopping online, using technology products, and getting rid of the convenience brought by search engines. However, no one dares to say, "I'm not afraid of getting sick." The public and capital are both afraid of illness. The public and capital both want eternal life. James is really a treasure boy. Roland laughed while playing with his mobile phone. At the same time, he was satisfied with his help many years ago. Sure enough, if you learn math, physics and chemistry well, you will not be afraid to travel around the world. Of course, James can be what he is today, but it is because of my good education in the past. If I hadn't bought him exercise books and hired a tutor for him, he, who only read Marvel comics, would definitely not bring me Gillard. It seems that, if he has a child in the future, I will have to give his son more math, physics and chemistry books. Hey, how can I be so awesome? Sure enough, handsome people have good luck. Roland, who was in a good mood, hummed a little tune and returned to the shooting site after dealing with the things at hand. Along the way, no matter who he met, he would smile and nod with a smile on his face. Although Roland is usually easy to get along with, the joy from the heart and the kindness of being polite to others are two different concepts. Why are you smiling so happily today? While preparing for the shooting, the truck driver looked at Roland in confusion. You know, when talking about the hype before, Roland had a dark face, but it didn't look good anyway. Could it be Kate is pregnant? The old man made irresponsible guesses. Since the old man did not choose to lower his voice, after hearing this, everyone present cast a surprised look, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, who joined the crew to play Dr. Octopus after Christmas, also hurried over and shouted, "Look, look, look at what I heard. Is it true? Did they find out during Christmas? Roland, you are amazing. When I first met you, you were only this young, and now you have a child?" The sudden shouting made Roland look as surprised as a big hammer, and after seeing the future governor's hand, he was furious and said, "Go away. Go away. If Kate is pregnant, can you still see me? How can a pregnant woman take a plane? I will definitely stay in the UK and not come back." While explaining, he raised his arm and put it on the truck driver's shoulder, shouting, "Don't spread rumors." The next second, he turned his head to look at the future governor and punched him on the arm. "Don't spread rumors." Ha ha ha. Although everyone was hit by Roland, they still laughed. Infected by them, Roland's face was not tense, and he broke his strength with a puff. Okay, she's really not pregnant." Roland waved his hand. "I hope she gives birth soon, but she insisted on having a wedding first, and then having a baby. I understand. The truck driver nodded happily. Although they can hold a wedding after having a baby, it means something different to them. Taking wedding photos with a child and taking wedding photos with a couple are two different concepts, and it will become a regret with a contrast. The future governor added. That's it. Roland was very satisfied with their reaction. "Since she's not pregnant, what are you happy about?" the truck driver asked again. "Wow, what are you saying?" Roland was shocked. "Kate is not pregnant. What does it have to do with my happiness? I'm in a good mood. I'm happy. Is that okay?" "No." The truck driver deliberately frowned and said in a slapping manner, "You." Roland glared at him, and the next second he threw out the ultimate killer move. "Your deep sea submersible is gone." As soon as these words came out, the truck driver was stunned on the spot, a sense of astonishment, which made him petrified instantly. The future governor was actually laughing at the two people's funny behavior, and then, he choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough. Are you two trying to make me laugh to death? Stop acting. James, your acting is really bad. The truck driver smiled slightly after putting away his surprise and ignored the future governor's diss, but directly said, "Making money again. No, I just invested some money in a company related to the teacher of the kid at home." Roland, who knew what the old man was asking, waved his hand, and he was in a good mood and acted like an old man. "No way. for the graduation certificate. The guy in the Olson family with the same name as me? James was a little surprised. His teacher is a big shot in the field of biomedicine. The company related to them must be very powerful, right? No. Are you going into biomedicine again? No way. That company loses money every year, and I don't know if I can get the money back. Although Roland looked indifferent, the other two didn't think so. Roland is really rich, and the point is that he has resources. Perhaps because it has never been disclosed, the outside world does not know how much Roland is worth, but for them, being able to sit with Warren Buffett is enough to hear a lot of inside information. As long as a little bit of it leaks out from the gaps between the fingernails, it is a huge profit. Don't be ridiculous. Everyone knows that most of your wealth comes from investment. What is the name of the company you are investing in now? We don't have the ability to invest, but it's also good to buy stocks after it goes public. The truck driver wanted to make a fortune, and the future governor, his ears were already perked up. Although investing in Gillard should be confidential, as a company that is dissed as garbage by all investors, Roland believes that, even if he tells it, these two people will think he is joking. So, without any pressure, he said directly, "Hey, don't mention it, that company is really rubbish. It was founded in 1987, and it's almost 12 years now, but it has never made a profit. It went public in 1991, and it went through 3 rounds of stock financing, but all the money was spent." Don't look at me with such questioning eyes. I'm not lying. The company is called Gillard. If you don't believe me, go check it out. Roland originally thought that, as long as he mentioned Gillard, the two people around him would really believe that he was just investing casually, but before he finished speaking, after hearing the name Gillard, the future governor was full of surprise. "You invested in Gillard?" "Yes, you know." Roland also looked at him strangely, because in his memory, the governor and his wife, as well as the family behind his wife, never involved in the field of biopharmaceuticals. "I may not know about other biopharmaceutical companies you mentioned, but if you are talking about Gillard in California, then I will definitely know." "What?" This time it was Roland's turn to be surprised. "You won't be trapped, will you?" The future governor shook his head. "I won't buy the stock of that company." "Why?" Roland asked. "Because there are no products?" "No, because that company has a dot background." The future governor looked at Roland in confusion. "You didn't even check the background of this company, did you?" The chairman of this company, one of the top 10 individual shareholders, is Henry Rumsfeld. He became a congressman at the age of 30 and became the youngest defense minister in history in 1975. He is the hawk flag of America. His former deputy, who was also his student, was called Dick Cheney, and he was the defense minister during the George Bush era and led the Gulf War. Holy crap. Roland was stunned. Henry Rumsfeld? Dick Cheney? George Bush? What the hell is this group of elephants? Why didn't David tell him? No. Wait. Gillard has a dot background? Holy crap. Roland felt like he had discovered something incredible. Note, Gillard has indeed relied on acquisitions to develop. From 1999 to now, the amount they have spent on acquisitions has been close to $40 billion. Gillard has indeed penetrated global health insurance. After discovering that it had to pay Gillard nearly $10 billion every year, the US government had no choice but to let Goldman Sachs intervene, hoping that Gillard could lower the price of its drugs. Before 1999, Gillard was indeed lame, and they were really looking for funds, but unfortunately they had raised funds too many times. If they continued to issue shares for financing, no investment bank was willing to underwrite them, and they looked for capital to raise funds, because they had been drawing cakes for 11 years, resulting in no one willing to invest in them. In the end, they chose to exchange shares with the acquired company plus directional convertible bonds to swallow the other party, and this was done by their chairman Henry Rumsfeld, who asked Morgan to do it through his relationship. Chapter 293. So Nissan, goodbye forever. If David knew that Roland had put the blame on him for not explaining the situation, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Before, he did want to tell Roland about Gillard's background, but Roland was too excited and told him the news about Gillard very clearly, so he mistakenly thought that Roland knew everything. If he didn't know, how could Roland say losses every year, never profit? If he didn't know, How could Roland say Gillard's headquarters is in California? If he didn't know, how could Roland ask, has Gillard ever sought investment from Warren? One question after another, one confirmation after another, made David feel that Roland was very familiar with the company, so he didn't dwell too much on the company's background, and talked directly with Roland about business. But it was this misunderstanding that made Roland go from excitement to surprise, and finally to confusion after hearing the names of a bunch of bigwigs of the Elephant Party. Although he was very unfamiliar with Henry Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney, the position of defense minister alone could explain everything. Not to mention, Arnold Schwarzenegger also mentioned George Bush. Didn't I say that I really only invested in Gillard because of its relationship with James' mentor? Although Roland was dizzy with the news thrown by the future governor, he was still rational. After discovering that there were secrets behind Gillard that he didn't know about, and the guy in front of him seemed to know a lot, Roland asked without shame, Arnold, if you know any news, you must tell me. The unconcealed words made the future governor frown, and stared at Roland for a long time. After confirming that the guy in front of him didn't seem to be acting, he immediately coughed and looked up at the truck driver. James? What's the specific schedule for this afternoon? The truck driver got the other party's intention and called the assistant director over. After glancing at the shooting arrangements, he said, this afternoon is all literary scenes. The first meeting between Dr. Octopus and Green Goblin, showing the mechanical tentacles and transforming energy cooperation are your scenes. Then, the injured Spider-Man finds the second-generation Green Goblin to confide his conflict with his girlfriend, and just being discovered and recognized by the Green Goblin's identity are Roland's scenes. There are only these 5 scenes related to you, and the rest are all about the Green Goblin and his son. We can cross-shoot. Let's shoot the first meeting in room 1 first. While shooting, Roland, you can do it yourself. I went to room 3 to watch the interior of the confession scene. As soon as I finished shooting here, I went with Anthony Hopkins and finished the confession and discovery scenes at the same time. At the same time, the scene of the robot arm and the transformation of energy cooperation in room 2 could be set up. So, if you want to leave work early, get moving. Okay. The truck driver glanced at the 2 people and found that they nodded in approval. Then he handed over the storyboard that Roland was going to shoot, and then patted Roland on the butt with a folder and shouted, go, go, go. After so many years of cooperation, the truck driver knew Roland's level very well. He had taught everything that should be taught, and Roland had already learned everything that should be learned by spending money. In this case, let alone letting him supervise the set. Even if he was holding a director's baton to direct traffic, the truck driver would not watch him all the time, like he did in the past. In this way, when the top team wants to do something quickly, the entire crew will run like an engine. Work started at 1:30 and clocked out at 4:30. Roland didn't have to worry about the remaining 2 scenes of the Green Goblin father and son. In order to thank the whole team for their cooperation, Roland also asked the production director to give all the team members extra meals tonight. He would pay for the meals out. As for the truck driver's share, hey, Roland would not be polite to him. After finishing the work and taking care of the things, Roland and the governor returned to the hotel together. Since the next topic was very sensitive, they had the conversation in the guest room that had been rented for several months. What do you want to know? The governor, leaning on the sofa, lit a cigarette. I don't know anything now. Roland spread his hands. If you can, please start from the beginning. For example, why is Henry Rumsfeld the chairman of Gillard? What is the relationship between Gillard and Dodd? Why can't Gillard raise funds with the Dodd background? Yes, this is what Roland was confused about. If Gillard is really backed by Dodd, how could it lack research funds? Trouble? Why are you being polite to me? The governor flicked off the ash from his cigarette, waved his hand, and said, these are all news you can get from other places, but they definitely don't know as much as I do. Henry Rumsfeld actually likes pharmaceutical companies very much. He used to be the CEO of GDC, and as soon as he took office, he cut off the loss-making subsidiaries and departments, allowing GDC to turn losses into profits. So when Gillard was founded and promoted its longevity plan with emerging concepts, he gladly accepted their invitation and joined Gillard's board of directors in 1988, owning a certain amount of shares. At first he did not participate in the company's operations because this kind of startup company that sells concepts could not provide him with room to display his talents, and he was also the chairman of General Instruments at the time, so he had even less time to manage Gillard. But because of his existence, Gillard still attracted a lot of investment because those investors felt that they could save GDC. Roll has the ability to lead a startup company to grow and develop. So, what you mean is that because you believe in immortality, you invest in Gillard, and this is just the rhetoric of capital? Roland interrupted the governor and asked, very puzzled. What else? The governor shrugged and pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. Is the immortality thing that can be solved in a day or two? Do you think those old men are really easy to deceive? Every startup pharmaceutical company will weave a beautiful future to the outside world when looking for investment, but which company that can really get investment is not endorsed by big names? If you believe it with just a few words, then am I still capital? Which guy who can make 1 billion and control tens of billions is a fool? Just like you are investing in Gillard now because why? Do you think it's good? You don't know anything. It's just that your family thinks it's good, so you believe in your own people. It's the same with others. They don't believe in a bright future at all, but they see that there are really people in this company who can take the investment amount to develop drugs. Or they see that there are talents in this company who can manage. If not, then don't invest. Warren Buffett is like this. And I personally think that his vision is really great, because Gillard is not a research and development company at all. Well, Roland laughed. He remembered the experience of Warren Buffett being surrounded and questioned in his previous life. Every year at the Berkshire Hathaway shareholders meeting, there will be a lot of people asking the old man which cases he regrets the most among the ones that he could have invested in, but didn't invest in over the years. And the old man's answer every time is Google and Amazon. But at this time, Charlie Munger would add, no, no, no. To sum up these 2 points, I regret not investing in Jeff Bezos. We have known each other for many years, but we don't trust the internet and missed Amazon. Similarly, we have known each other for many years, and Jeff invested in Google, but we still didn't. Whenever this happens, someone will ask if they regret not investing in Gillard. Faced with this question, the two old men's answers are surprisingly consistent no. If Roland couldn't understand it at the beginning, then now he understands it. Because Amazon and Google are companies that do things, and Gillard is exactly like Berkshire Hathaway, growing through capital operations. If this is the case, then there is no point in investing. When it comes to compound interest, Warren Buffett is not afraid of anyone. Then what? Why did he become the chairman of Gillard? Roland asked. This is mainly because Gillard has defrauded too much money. When he said this, the corners of the governor's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was trying to hold back a laugh. Gillard spent 8 years to develop a drug called Cidofovir. For this product, they burned nearly $100 million. The point is that when they were promoting the drug, they said that this drug that inhibits cytomegalovirus is hundreds of times better than sodium phosphonate and ganciclovir on the market. The latter two require surgical intubation for administration, while the former only requires intravenous injection. So they raised another $250 million in financing in 1995 and 1996. However, when the drug was launched in 1996, people found that the drug was not as powerful as it was said. So Henry Rumsfeld became the chairman of the company in 1997. Oh. Is it because he found out that he was also deceived by the company? Roland was shocked. That's about right. Gillard raised funds under his name and swindled so much money, but in the end, it couldn't come up with a drug. The governor's hands kept gesturing in the air. This will seriously deplete his trust in the capital. So he must make Gillard change. Even if it still ends up in bankruptcy, he must at least try to save the company. If he does nothing, it will be very difficult for him to get investment the next time he joins a startup. And as far as I know, Gillard's acquisition this time was led by him. Whether it succeeds or not, he can give an explanation to the investors. And you, how did you get involved? The governor smiled helplessly. At this moment, he really felt that Roland had been deceived. But Roland didn't care about the governor's sympathy because he understood why this company couldn't raise funds even with a dot background. It was because it had been deceived too much before. So what you mean is suggesting that I should think about it more. Roland took a deep breath, with a bitter smile on his face. No, I won't tell you that. However, the governor shook his head. Not only that, I will also tell you that Gillard is a very good company. Why? Such an answer surprised Roland. Because I'm the chairman of the President's Health and Sports Commission, appointed by George Bush on January 22, 1990. The governor shook his eyebrows, and the funny action made Roland laugh. Haha, I haven't seen you working out for a long time. I forgot about it. Really? I'm so sad. The governor acted very aggrieved. Oh. If James was here, he would return what he said in the afternoon to you intact. Roland smiled and said, don't act. Arnold, your acting is really bad. Hehe. The cheerful governor didn't care, but picked up the water cup to moisten his throat. Under his narration, Roland had already figured out the situation of Gillard. Roland had thought that Gillard was some secret project of the Dodd, but now it seems that it's just that those politicians, after retirement, are frantically asking for the benefits promised to them by the capital. It's just, maybe they are going too far. Since Gillard is not the private property of the Dodd, Roland invested boldly. As for Henry Rumsfeld, it's easy to get things done with someone in the court. It's because of him that Gillard can frantically acquire other pharmaceutical companies. You know, all the pharmaceutical companies acquired by Gillard can basically come up with shocking products within 2 years after being acquired. If you infer the timeline, you will find that these companies were targeted by Gillard when they submitted their applications to the FDA for approval, and they were swallowed up by Gillard during the FDA approval process. If it happened once, it could still be called an accident, but twice, 3 times, and 4 times, After a few jokes, Roland, who was no longer under psychological pressure, threw another strange question to Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, by the way, what does Henry Rumsfeld look like? I don't know yet. What? You have such a big business, but you don't have any preparation in this regard? I didn't need it before, but now, don't I have you? Oh, I like to hear that. But why do you suddenly want to know what he looks like? Hey, I didn't know that he was the chairman of Gillard before, so I asked David to discuss the investment directly. Now that I know, of course I have to remember it. Otherwise, if I don't recognize him when I meet him in the future, wouldn't it be a joke? That's right, if other people couldn't recognize him, it would be fine, but he is the former defense minister after all, and half of his student is also a former defense minister. It's really unreasonable that you don't know such a famous guy. Unfortunately, Arnold Schwarzenegger is not a lunatic. It is impossible for him to carry a photo of a grown man with him, and in this era, Wikipedia has not yet been created by Jimmy Wales and Larry Sanger, so it is actually very difficult to find a specific photo of a guy, but it doesn't matter, they all have tools under their command. After instructing his assistant to find a photo of Henry Rumsfeld, they did not wait foolishly when it was time for dinner. Instead, they went out to eat. Because Arnold Schwarzenegger helped Roland solve his doubts, Roland took the initiative to treat him to dinner. When they returned to the hotel, after having a good meal, the photo was also delivered. Here, this is Henry Rumsfeld. The governor handed over the clear color ID photo. Ah, good. Roland took the photo and glanced at it. At the first glance, Roland thought it was nothing special. After the second glance, Roland thought he looked okay. But after the third and fourth glances, his eyebrows gradually frowned, and his forehead showed furrows like plowing land. Hiss. This old man. Why does he look so familiar? It seems like I have seen this guy in my previous life. That's not right. Wasn't this guy the Minister of Defense in 1975? How could I have flipped through the Defense Minister of America in 1975 in my previous life? If I had flipped through it deliberately, I would have remembered this guy's name, just like I remembered those European and American stars. How could he be familiar and yet strange? Roland felt very strange, but he didn't know how to ask. After staring at the photo and thinking for a while, he said, "How about, help me get another photo of Dick Cheney? After all, he is half of his student, so I have to remember him too." What? The future governor was a little confused. He thought Roland's behavior was a little strange. But after looking at Roland, he was defeated by Roland's entanglement. In his opinion, Roland, who decided to invest in the abyss of Gilead, wanted to remember these people firmly. If he encountered the same thing in the future, he would call up this memory and make himself act cautiously. So he agreed to Roland's proposal. Not only that, in order to solve this problem as soon as possible, he also asked his assistant to bring the photos of this group of people over. When Roland was holding Dick Cheney's photo, his expression became even more ferocious. He glanced at the Bush father and son on the coffee table. Roland really couldn't figure out why he felt familiar with people whose names he couldn't even call out. But when he was struggling to scratch his head, he flipped through the photos and suddenly saw a black figure. When he found that the name marked on the photo was Colin Powell, Roland's eyes widened instantly. He hurriedly lined up the photos. When all those guys were together, Roland almost jumped up from the sofa. Fuck. Aren't these all the people who led the laundry powder incident? Roland recognized them. Roland recognized all of them. The black Colin Powell was the United States Secretary of State who would use the mass destruction called laundry powder by the Bear Emperor to explain the reasons for attacking Iraq at the United Nations Security Council in the future. And Dick Cheney in the Mediterranean was the vice president who promoted the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. As for the current chairman of Gilead, isn't he Bush's anti-terrorism spokesperson, the only guy in American history who served as defense minister twice? And during the anti-terrorism war in 2001, he used 9 kills at the press conference. Fuck. Henry Rumsfeld will leave Gilead? Then how did Gilead develop? Roland was confused again, but the next second, he slapped his forehead and woke up suddenly. No. What I need most now is not to guess Gilead's development path, but to find a guy who can endorse Black Hawk Down and let Sony invest. Now, no one is more suitable than this group of people. Thinking of this, Roland suddenly felt that his brain became extremely clear. All the layouts that were originally scattered in a group seemed to be connected by lines, one ring after another. According to Roland's plan, Sony would first invest in the unfair Ang-Lee, then shoot Black Hawk Down and release it at a fixed time to stir up public opinion and promote the war on terror. Then, he would use the iPod to block Sony's market share in portable music devices. Then Xbox came into being, and Blizzard Entertainment cooperated to encroach on the market of Sony games. Not only that, the old man who was already dissatisfied with Sony was pulled in, so that the Jewish gang rejected Sony's film and television entertainment projects as much as possible. In this way, it was a three-sided attack, giving Sony's cash cow a heavy blow. Then, when America fell into the quagmire of the war on terror, both at home and abroad were questioning the correctness of the war, and anti-war sentiment spread across the country, they put the blame on Sony for interfering in America's internal affairs, stirring up public opinion, and promoting war. In this way, Sony will die. But the problem is that there are 2 problems in this plan. First, Roland, who had stood up Sony on Spider-Man 2 and 3, could not think of a reason for Sony not to reject him and invest in Black Hawk Down. Second, even if Sony was killed, Roland would be thankless, because in addition to helping the Jewish gang to gnaw Sony film and television entertainment, he could not share the cake left after Sony's death. I spent so much effort to kill a Fortune 500 company, but I can't get the big share. Isn't this a waste of time? But now, all the problems are solved. Roland is worried that Sony will not be willing to invest in Black Hawk Down, which he led after seeing that he stood up. That doesn't matter. I'll give you a reason that you can't say no. Under normal circumstances, a film and television project will first find investors and then find a creative team, but this time, I will find a creative team first. I took the Black Hawk Down project to Henry Rumsfeld and asked him to be a consultant for this film. Is the former defense minister important enough? It doesn't matter if he is not, and then bring in his student Dick Cheney. 2 former defense ministers. One of them also led the Gulf War. And after he left office, the overwhelming US military produced Black Hawk Down. If they are not qualified, then no one in the world is qualified. Not only that, let Dodd get involved in Black Hawk Down first, and then go to Sony for investment. Would Sony dare to refuse? As soon as the US-Japan trade war started, Dodd came to Sony. Sony wanted to refuse, but they didn't dare to refuse. because they couldn't guess Dodd's intentions. Are they really just making movies? Or are they testing whether Sony wants to go against America? If they are really making movies, then forget it. But if it's a test, wouldn't it be a death sentence if they don't accept it? What's more, even if Dodd said at this time that we really just want to make movies, would Sony believe it? Why not shoot it earlier or later? But when the US-Japan trade war just started, not to Warner, not to Universal, but to us Sony, you say it's not a test, do we Sony dare to believe it? This is an open conspiracy. Even if Sony knows this is a pit, they have to jump in. In this way, the first problem Roland faced before was solved. And if the first problem is solved, the second problem will no longer exist. Before, the core contradiction of the second problem was that the cards were played, but they could not be taken back. Although Black Hawk Down was the key to stabbing Sony to death, the hand that stabbed it could only be the initiator of the war who had to divert the contradictions in the face of domestic and foreign pressure. Only they can distribute the benefits. Apple, Microsoft, and the Jewish gang can share the cake because they are directly targeting Sony, but Roland, who is hiding behind the scenes, will only be ignored. But now, after investing in Gillette and finding the initiator of the war to act as a consultant for Black Hawk Down, although Roland is still behind the scenes, these people will never ignore him again. What's more, Roland is the leader of the movie. He is a major shareholder of Apple. Microsoft has a close cooperation with him. Only the people deceived by the media don't know his relationship with the Jews. In this case, he directly became the core of contacting all parties. The one who dug a pit for Sony was Roland's people. The one who punched Sony was still Roland's people. The one who made the knife that stabbed Sony to death was still Roland's people. And in the end, the hand that stabbed Sony to death was still Roland's people. The whole world is my people. So how could I not have a share of this cake? And I don't want much. Apple can smoothly swallow up Sony portable mobile devices. Microsoft can easily swallow up Sony computer entertainment. The Jewish gang can get the Sony Pictures entertainment they want most. And Roland is not a devil. Sony's most powerful semiconductor business, imaging products and mobile communications were given to those warmongers, and they took them out to manage the ups and downs. He Roland only wants Sony Music Entertainment. Star Records can't develop. Isn't it now directly one of the 3 major record companies in the world? As for the price, the money will eventually be compensated to America. How much to bid is still up to them. 700 million, 800 million, 900 million, or 1 billion yuan is enough. No one dares to jump out to bid, because Doc will not approve their deal. And this group of people who eat all they want behind closed doors will not allow outsiders to mess around. Of course, the future is beautiful, and the present is cruel, because Roland doesn't know whether these guys are willing to be consultants for Black Hawk Down. However, considering that investing in Gillette will help solve the urgent problem, it should be okay to ask them to put their names on it, right? When Roland took the photos of these guys and jokingly mentioned the project that Francis Coppola had told him at the end of the previous year, in order to sound out an old Schwarzenegger, he got an unexpected answer. Be a consultant for a film project? Henry and Dick are not interested in entertainment. What? Black Hawk Down? Oh, I think they will be very interested in this. They have always been brooding over the fact that they won the war, but lost the vote. Now, since they have the opportunity to film the scandals of the Louisville period, they will be very happy. Especially Henry. He cheated George back then. It was he who caused George to work for the CIA. Unfortunately, he squeezed George out of the CIA, but Ford, whom he supported, lost to Carter, and later he lost to George in the competition for Reagan's deputy. If it weren't for these things, how could he have gone into business? Then he watched George, who was squeezed out to the CIA by him, become the president with the support of Reagan. He actually always wanted to return to Washington, but he no longer has the chance to be the president. And George's son, now the governor of Texas, also wants to be, and give it a try after Zipperton steps down. Dick is the team his father left for him. For Henry, returning to Washington through Dick is a very realistic thing, and it is very feasible. If at this time, he goes to expose the old background of Zipperton who kicked George out, I think he will be very happy to deal with Dodd, or he will be eager to pull Dick and let George know about this matter. I will be a producer? I can't be a producer, but I can be an executive producer. No problem. You go to Francis first, and tell him to take over Black Hawk Down. When we return to California this month, I will help you find Henry. I know him very well, not to mention that you have invested in Gillard now. Okay, let's talk about this first. Oh, by the way, Terminator 3. Am I also a producer? Okay, then I will talk to James about this project myself. Although Arnold Schwarzenegger married Mariah Shriver, he entered White House through her house, but he is not a member of the Donkey Party. Instead, he is very close to the Bush family. This is actually a very normal thing. After all, when people leave, the tea gets cold. Compared with the power of his wife's family, the Bush family actually gives people a sense of security. As for the dispute between the donkey and the elephant, isn't this just a scam? Michael Bloomberg wanted to be the mayor of New York City, so he cancelled his Donkey Party identity and jumped to the Elephant Party openly. When he participated in the presidential election, he abandoned his Elephant Party identity and went to the Donkey Party to split the votes. For capital, the dispute between the donkey and the elephant is bullshit, and eternal interests are God. As long as I can see a better future, I can be anyone. As a guy who wants to climb up, Arnold Schwarzenegger is also such a person. After learning that Roland wanted to shoot Black Hawk Down, all the shameful disputes were thrown behind his mind, because in his eyes, this was an effective way to consolidate his relationship with the Bush family. As for Terminator 3, mentioning this series at this time is nothing more than relying on the status of a middleman to have the best of both worlds. This kind of greedy behavior may make people feel shameless, but for Roland, it is the best answer. He is not Arnold Schwarzenegger's biological father. Why should he help him run around? If it is an ordinary project, it's fine, but Black Hawk Down is a sensitive topic that must involve Dodd. In this case, not taking team money is a problem. Only by becoming a community of interests can we not be afraid that the other party will turn around and sell teammates. Only by becoming a community of interests can they move towards a goal. What's more, using Terminator 3 as team money is simply a blood profit for Roland. Because the last thing he wanted to change was Sony Music Entertainment. After reaching a cooperation agreement, the two parties parted ways. When seeing off the other party and closing the door, Roland, who was comfortable all over, also took off his disguise and leaned directly against the door. Looking at the messy and familiar guest room, his body suddenly trembled, his mouth corners raised, his cheeks smiling, the excitement that could not be expressed in words wrapped around his body, the joy that could not be expressed in words, surging wildly. Hee ha ha. Roland did not try to wipe the tears that gushed out with his hands. When the bean-sized tears dripped down his cheeks and fell to the ground, the splashing water blended into the carpet, leaving a mark. He walked slowly to the window and looked down at the grandeur of everything, which made him feel extremely comfortable. The starry city can be grasped in one hand, and all living beings running around are ants. Power, it's wonderful, so Nissan. Goodbye. Note, without Rumsfeld, there would be no Gillard. What about the emergency funds for avian influenza flowing into Gillard? What about the FDA review news leaked? What about Merck suing Gillard? But the result is that its own lawyer perjured himself in court and was slapped in the face. There are too many bad things on Gillard's bloody Capitol Road in the past 20 years, and I can't finish writing them. I really don't have water. The key to long-arm jurisdiction is to be able to take back what you have played. Killing a company and strengthening others is a stupid act. As for tearing down the opponent to support yourself, is it too bloody? Which company can grow steadily? Capital has never been a way for you to share my interests and we can coexist peacefully. You share one with me, I want two. You share two with me, I want three. And finally swallow you up. Chapter 294. Everything is ready, waiting for the harvest. At the beginning of every year, America is hit by natural disasters. This year is no exception. From January 1st to 6, 1999, in just 5 days, a strong snowstorm swept across the Midwest of America. It was like a magnified version of Guyana, with ice and snow everywhere. Within the skill coverage area, traffic in various places was paralyzed, and car accidents continued. In 120 hours, a total of 102 people died in traffic accidents caused by extreme weather, and flights to the disaster area were cancelled. All schools in Detroit, the worst hit city, announced that classes were suspended, and a total of 180,000 students in dozens of states stayed at home. When lightning, thunder and howling winds, no 11 states, would stand up and say, "We are going to take to the streets." Looking at the people living in dire straits on TV, Roland felt that he had been lucky over the years. Whenever the East Coast was hit by a hurricane, hey, he was on the West Coast. Whenever the West Coast was flooded, and a tsunami came, hey, he was on the East Coast. If the entire America is covered by extremely bad weather, well, he either doesn't work or plays outside. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. The small luck of narrowly avoiding disasters allows him to do what he wants to do. After donating $2 million disaster relief funds to the disaster area with Kate, he took the opportunity of a break to personally go to Francis Coppola's home and talk with him about the past. After receiving Roland's sudden visit and listening carefully to his ideas, the bearded man smiled and said, "Are you going to directly ask Dodd to do this project?" "Sure." Jerry Bruckheimer is almost annoyed by Simon West now. Does he really want to shoot Black Hawk down? Roland asked with a smile. "Why? I don't know." The bearded man shook his head. Without getting hung up on this issue, Roland said directly, "But if I take over, the film may still not be shot by him in the end." Roland said the ugly words up front, because he still hopes to let Ridley Scott intervene in the film Black Hawk Down. The bearded man didn't care about this matter. "Roland, let me tell you this. I don't care whether Simon West can make it or not. If Jerry couldn't handle Simon, I wouldn't interfere in this matter. Jerry, as the boss of a startup company, it's difficult for him to say no to Simon, but you don't care. Simon doesn't dare to pester you, let alone promote himself in front of Dodd. How ruthless." Although he secretly complained in his heart, Roland still felt that the other party's thinking was correct. Simon West was not on their side, but Jerry Bruckheimer was. In this case, who to help? Isn't it obvious? "Okay, I feel relieved when you say that." Roland nodded and said, "Then, could you help me get the copyright?" "Sure." The bearded man answered very straightforwardly. "The copyright of Black Hawk Down, a modern war story, right? The author is from CNN. I will try to negotiate the price to $500,000 for you. At least 3 days, and at most 7 days. No one will bid for such a sensitive topic." "Okay, I'll wait for your news." Roland nodded with satisfaction. Although the Black Hawk incident is a fact that existed, this project really cannot directly draw on history. You must first buy the story, and then adapt and shoot it. This is actually the normal operation mode of Hollywood film and television projects. The so-called documentaries, historical films, and biopics are all adapted and filmed, based on the works of literati. The purpose of doing so is, firstly, to avoid market disputes during publicity. If someone questions the creative team's disrespect for history, then we can hold high the banner of literary adaptation. Secondly, we can modify a period of history, because we are shooting a story, and that story is originally half true and half false. In this case, we can hide some things, and add some private goods. Anyway, it is a secondary creation of literary works, and no one can find fault with it. As for facing history directly, the governor of Maryland just sprayed at Chuanjango and was accused of historical revisionism by the other party. How could Hollywood do such a thankless task? But if it is based on literary works, isn't this loophole here? The main body of the story is not true. Is there any problem if we change it? As for the public believing that it is true, what does it have to do with us? As the main position for promoting ideology, Hollywood has a lot of tricks. After finalizing the filming rights for Black Hawk Down, Roland, who was filming in New York, received Kevin Feige, who arrived late. According to the prior agreement, he should have reported with his own plan at the end of 1998, but in order to perfect his dream, he spent another half a month. Roland could understand that slow work produces fine results. After looking at the newly written structure, the crazy increase in the number of movies made him nod secretly in his heart. Your original plan was to shoot mutants first, and then introduce the Avengers through mutants, but now, you have separated their connection a little? Why? Because it's too messy, Kevin Feige said, and it's dangerous. Although Mutants and Avengers are both works launched by Marvel, the audience groups are different. Compared with the Avengers, the theme of mutants is a little darker. In this case, I will put the idea of fusion aside for the time being. In my new plan, the Avengers group is actually more inclined to popcorn movies. Relax, happy, and bring laughter to people. As for the mutants, they continue the comic book style, because their struggle against humans is a tragedy. If they are changed rashly, to make the tone of the movie light, it will be quite inconsistent. After all, the meaning of their existence is to fight, and what they are fighting for is the equal right to survive. In this case, forcing them to be happy not only requires taking on the unknown risk of attracting new fans, but also facing the criticism of old fans. Therefore, the starting movie of mutants must be safe. As for forced mixing, the mutants on the left are bitter and full of hatred, and the Avengers on the right are laughing and joking. The sense of separation is too strong. Looking at Kevin Feige, who was talking freely, Roland's heart was full of emotion. It is worthy of being a love-driven party that came from a family that created 2 long-running soap operas. Unlike those third-generation rich people who don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is, this bald guy will never talk about his dreams in front of investors, but only talk about innovation and stable revenue. In his newly submitted shooting ideas, he simply divided the mutants and the Avengers. The mutant trilogy and the derived single-player movies are still a tragic history of walking in the dark. After the trilogy, they chose to live in seclusion and their desire for freedom, so the single-player movies of the Avengers took over. The popcorn mode of fighting monsters and upgrading can make people spend 2 hours in laughter. In the words of the bald guy, the suffering of the mutants is a means to maintain comic fans. Shooting movies carefully on the basis of following the comic character settings, but not copying the hardcore content, can encourage fans who like comics to go to the theater, and can also make passers-by who have never read comics feel friendly. And on this basis, launching several movies in succession can stably maintain old fans and attract new fans. To put it bluntly, it is actually about building a brand. After the brand is established, the Avengers, which changes its style, is the basis for crazy money. Because mutants have only a little connotation, as a special product of a special era, they can only talk about connotation, but the connotation cannot be explored in depth. In this way, it is natural to make them a stepping stone for brand promotion. As for the Avengers, as a brand of the same company, they are not taking advantage. Moreover, the joint movie will still be made. However, the time must be determined based on the market response. Okay, you take the script of X-Men to Universal and ask them to officially establish the project and set up a team. After listening to Kevin Feige's explanation, Roland smiled and said, "The budget is $100 million, and you are the producer. Since this is your first time as a producer, I will give you a certain amount of time. The movie is scheduled to be released in the summer of 2001. You have a full 2 years to create, so I don't want to see a rushed movie, okay? Okay. Kevin Feige nodded excitedly and said hurriedly, "Thank you. Thank you. No need." Roland waved his hand. "If you achieve results, I will separate Marvel Studios from Marvel and put it under your management. A $100 million investment and a box office of $300 million. Is that not too much? As long as the box office of the first film reaches $300 million, you will be the person in charge of Marvel Studios film projects." With this promise, Kevin Feige, who was sitting opposite Roland, fell into ecstasy. "Okay boss. I'll go to California today. People who work for love, what they seek is recognition and respect. And Roland's decentralization is everything they desire." After finalizing the X-Men project, the 3 major series of Warcraft films all entered the production state. The Lord of the Rings series, which was taken over by Peter Jackson, will officially start shooting this year, and the first one is expected to be released at the end of 2001. The Sorcerer's Stone, taken over by The Old Man, has already started casting in the UK, and the first one is also expected to be released at the end of 2001. Add to that the X-Men that has just been finalized. Warcraft films will complete the slaughter in 2001. After that, every year when I get up, people will feel the fear of being shrouded by me. I really don't shoot movies anymore, but you still have to give me money. Roland's mouth curled up, and he was in a good mood with his legs crossed. Spider-Man 2 and 3 started shooting in August 1998. By the end of January 1999, the scenes in New York had been shot, so everyone flew back to Los Angeles to shoot all the fighting scenes in Sony's studio. Of course, for Roland, jumping around in front of the green screen in a tights was not the focus at all. Investing in Gillard was what he needed to focus on. When he returned home and asked David about this matter, the efficient guy had already finished the job. Gillard had a funding gap of 300 million yuan, and Watch Ventures also invested 300 million yuan. However, all of these 300 million yuan were convertible bonds. To put it bluntly, Henry Rumsfeld welcomed the entry of funds, but at the same time, he did not want the company's share structure to change significantly before the acquisition. So while he gladly accepted Roland's generosity, he also showed his capital style, asking Roland, who wanted to get shares, to wait until the acquisition is settled, and then convert it. In this way, for Roland, this is actually a loss. For example, if you invest 300 million now, you can account for 25%. But if you take convertible bonds after the company completes the acquisition, because of the adjustment of equity, these 300 million may only be more than 10%. Although investing now, after the stock exchange acquisition, 25% will still be diluted, but even so, the concept is completely different, because if you invest now, you still have the opportunity to participate in the acquisition, and then transfer later. Sorry, he can't intervene in this round of acquisitions. Although Roland didn't want to intervene, Henry Rumsfeld's rejection so openly did put the word tough on the table. I want money, but I only want money, not power. If he didn't know that this old man could shout 9 kills to Afghanistan in front of the world, showing his face of destroying the country vividly, Roland would have thought that this was a madman who wanted to challenge capital. But it was precisely because he knew all this that Roland didn't care. As a member of the military-industrial complex, this hawkish faction did have the capital to let him, a junior in the entertainment industry, stop making decisions. And when they met, this guy was not polite either. I heard from Arnold that you want to make Black Hawk Down. The old man with glasses stared at Roland with his deep eyes, and his eyes under the glasses were even more scrutinizing. I guess I would rather call it an accident. Roland smiled and said, because this is not a project I actively sought, but others wanted to make it. However, before Roland could finish his words, the old man said bluntly, those Italians didn't have the courage to make it. Jerry Bruckheimer, right? Even if his father has a good relationship with Robert De Niro, they dare not support him to make such a movie. Fuck. You are really good at exposing other people's past right away. Roland was a little embarrassed. But the old man didn't care at all, and said to himself, under normal circumstances, you shouldn't touch this movie. After all, we all saw the effect of The Shawshank Redemption. Aren't you from Lars Aperton's side? Why would you film the embarrassing things during his term? In fact, when Roland decided to come to Henry Rumsfeld, he had already guessed that the other party would ask this question. Although he had never met Lars Aperton, after playing with Ronald Perelman for a long time, he had long been classified as a member of the Donkey Party. But now he is looking for the leader of the Elephant Party to do things. If these guys don't wonder, then there is something fishy. But no matter how confused they are, things still have to be done. Since Roland dared to come, he naturally thought of the direction of explanation. Neither denying nor confirming, the style of capital is fully displayed. I invested in Apple while cooperating with Microsoft, but the two sides did not fight over it. I communicated with Carl Icahn and Warren Buffett at the same time, and they didn't say no to me. Besides, I don't think the Black Hawk incident was a tragedy caused by the mistake of a certain person. I personally think that the root cause of the Black Hawk downing is the problem of the current combat system. If Tier 2 had been formulated and implemented in 1984, I think the Black Hawk incident might not have happened. Roland's words did not win a response from Henry Rumsfeld. He sat there and looked at Roland calmly, as if he wanted to dissect the kid in front of him with his eyes. As the two of them kept silent, the scene suddenly fell into a strange silence. After 5 minutes, the old man nodded and said, "It seems that you have done a lot of homework. Very good, very good. You want to ask me and Dick to serve as consultants for Black Hawk Down, right? Go back and prepare the script now and give it to me directly. After it is ready, we will tell you what can be filmed and what cannot be filmed. As for the Rangers, Delta, and SEALs that will appear in the movie, when it is time, it will be there." Listening to the promise, that was not a promise, Roland laughed and nodded. Okay. Since it was the first time they met, the two sides were not familiar with each other, so after discussing the business, the old man left. Although it was really arrogant to do so, and did not take the future major shareholder of Gillard into consideration, Roland did not care. Because he had seen that Sony was trembling in the corner because of the Rangers, Delta Force, and SEALs. The world's largest violent organization has entered the scene. Next. Just wait. Notes. Tier 2 is the medium altitude and long range UAV program of the US Air Force. This order was won by General Motors, and the MQ-9 that was finally developed was called the Reaper UAV. The reason why he mentioned Tier 2 in front of Henry Rumsfeld was because he was the one who came up with the crazy UAV program of the United States. Before he came to power, he worked hard for the UAV production plan of his employer General Motors. After he came to power, he directly raised the $3 billion budget for 1991 to 1999 to $10 billion for 2003 to 10. At that time, the US media criticized him for pulling orders for his old employer General Motors, and he said that large-scale deployment of UAVs could avoid the tragedy of Black Hawk Down. Don't say that the US Special Forces cannot show up. The extras in Black Hawk Down are all members of the 160th Special Operations Regiment, and the US Department of Defense even sent a platoon of Rangers to shoot. Chapter 295. The Water Queen is going to disappear. Los Angeles in February is sunny. Montecito in the north is full of bad song and flowers. At the gate of Manor surrounded by lush trees, a group of children stopped and looked around like a mobile phone signal. When the familiar car came into their sight, the boredom of waiting for a long time suddenly turned into excited expectation. "Hello uncle," an African with a big nose shouted crisply at the handsome man who got off the car. "Hello Zayu." He took off his sunglasses, extended his hand kindly, and smiled without reservation, with the warmth of spring. "Wow. I haven't seen you for half a year. You have grown so tall. I remember that you were only as tall as my waist last summer, and now. TSK TSK TSK. Does your father have any secret recipe for growing taller? Why didn't he use it on me back then?" Huh. The action of gesturing height and the extremely surprised words made the African named Zayu laugh continuously, while denying the doubts raised by the man. He also dodged and pushed his sister in front of the other party. "Hello uncle." The African with small dreadlocks was a little timid. "Oh, isn't this Michila?" The little round face with pursed lips was really cute. "Hello." Seeing the man's right hand stretched out, the chubby little girl dodged a little. The man did not force it. After greeting, he turned his attention to the two brown-haired boys beside him, one tall and one short. Compared with the timid little girl, the two little carrot-headed boys who looked similar, but were of different heights were excited. They rubbed their heads and said in surprise, "Hey, Sawyer, you have lost weight. Not bad, not bad, more handsome. Dexter, although you have lost weight, but why are you wearing glasses like your dad?" It seems that they are used to the man's rubbing, so the two did not dodge, but after hearing the other party's question, Dexter, who was wearing glasses, immediately showed a bitter look on his face and shrank back, trying to hide behind his brother. Such behavior was also predicted by his brother Sawyer in advance. As soon as he moved his feet, his younger brother was exposed to the other party. Not only that, he also sold the other party out directly. "Uncle, Dexter is nearsighted because he is disobedient. When you gave him the game, you clearly said that he could only play for a maximum of 1 hour a day. But he played secretly. Then suddenly one day he told mom that he couldn't see clearly. After dad came back, we found out that he not only played all the games you gave him, but also often ran to dad's game room in the middle of the night to play games. Dad's record for Space Invaders was broken by him. Oh. So amazing? The man was surprised. Although Sawyer was accusing his brother of his self-destructive behavior, for the man, Dexter, you are much better than your father. It's just right. I brought you a new game this time. Take it and play. While speaking, the man turned his head and looked at the woman next to him. At his signal, the beautiful woman with blonde hair handed the gift box in her hand to the youngest carrot head. The smooth and flowing action made Sawyer, who was complaining, open his mouth wide, and Esther, who thought that his uncle might criticize him, was even more surprised. His eyes were wide open and full of surprise, but the instinctive action of accepting it showed his true heart. While he accepted it, Kate Capshaw, who was holding her daughter and watching the whole process with a smile, said, "Why don't you say thank you?" "Ah. Thank you, sister." The little guy who had not yet reacted instinctively replied. The next second, he felt that he had missed something again, and said to the man, "Thank you, uncle." "What?" The man's smile froze on his face. Looking at the happy kid, he asked in confusion, "What did you call me, uncle?" The little carrot head didn't think there was anything wrong. "Then what do you call her?" The man curled his lips. "Sister." The dead answer appeared again. "Don't you think there is a problem?" The man wanted to give him another chance. However, before Dexter could scratch his head in confusion, the beauty next to the man had already given away the gifts she brought with her. Listening to the sweet "thank you, sister," she smiled and took the man's arm, saying, "Do you think there is a problem?" "No." The awakened man has already noticed the danger in his head. "Oh. So you don't think they should call me aunt?" the beauty asked with a smile. The man with a strong desire to survive shook his head like a rattle. "You are so young, how can you be their aunt?" The shameless words fully reflected his family status, and also made Kate Capshaw, who was holding her daughter, pursed her lips and laughed. "Roland, do you sleep on the sofa every day at home? Stephen and I want to be the godfather and godmother of your child. If you do this, when can we realize our wish?" "Fuck." Roland's face darkened. The next second, there was a sharp pain in his arm. Thinking with the soles of his feet, he knew that it was Kate who was pinching himself. As for the reason, when a woman doesn't like her man, she doesn't need a reason. What should be done at this time is to admit the mistake. Of course, in public, no one would let Roland admit his mistake. After seeing Roland's helpless smile, Kate Capshaw, who had joked, also stopped and said, "Since you are here, let's go." Stephen left after breakfast, saying that he must treat you to the fish he caught today. But I think, with his level, he is lucky not to fall into the lake. After reaching an agreement with Henry Rumsfeld, Roland was free from trouble. Now that the biggest problem that has been entangled in his heart has been solved, the next thing to do is of course to enjoy life. Isn't it? Spider-Man 2 and 3 just had a 3-day holiday because of the interior setting. Turning around, he received Spielberg's invitation for a picnic and came slowly with his wife. Although it is really a bit of a waste of time to make a fuss under the blue sky and white clouds, among the green mountains and clear waters, but isn't working hard to make money just for fun. 26 people who control half of the world's wealth work for themselves. Get out of here. It's exhausting to do it yourself. So, upon hearing the proposal to save the situation, Roland could not wait to respond. Watching the other party and the 5 children boarding the car one by one, Roland suddenly turned his head and pecked Kate's red lips in a flash, then took advantage of the other party's confusion and pushed her onto the passenger seat. Although he was hit twice on the arm, the smile on his face did not diminish at all. When he was slapped in the face and fastened a seatbelt for his wife, he asked a stupid question. "Are you unhappy? You must think I'm your aunt." Kate pouted. "How is that possible?" Roland refused to admit it. "Humph." Kate rolled her eyes at Roland. "You're just being stubborn. If you really have the ability, you'll be as stubborn tonight as you are now." "Oh my god." Listen. What kind of lewd words are these?" Turning his head and glancing at Kate, seeing that her expression did not seem fake, Roland made a note of this request in his mind. "Okay, I'll make you call me dad tonight." "Humph. Am I the kind of person who is afraid of having sex?" Kate started the car and stepped on the accelerator. The clear feeling of pushing from behind made her glance at her man. When she saw Roland's raised mouth and the confidence that came naturally, she bit her red lips with her expectant teeth. The picnic site chosen by the old man was the San Bernardino National Forest area northeast of Los Angeles. 100 miles away, along Highway 10, can be completed in more than an hour. As a resort at an altitude of 7,000 feet, from December to February of the following year, this place will be affected by the winter rain climate, with a large amount of snow. Due to the climate, it is not as cold as other ski resorts here, so skiing in a t-shirt is not a judgment question in the cultural desert, but a real scene. Of course, as long as you are a person, you will not go to the ski resort for a picnic. After walking around the winding mountain road for half a day, the 2.1 mile long reservoir, known as the Big Bear Lake by the locals, appeared in front of them. Although he was hit by a little punch, he still put a windbreaker on Kate. After getting off the car, he threw the car luggage to the accompanying staff and went straight to the people at the dock. At a glance, he saw the big sand sculpture sitting on the ice fishing. The children saw their father and ran over in a swarm, and Roland repeatedly asked the administrator beside him, and after confirming that the ice surface would not collapse, he took Kate and carefully moved over there. "How old are you? Are you still afraid of falling?" Seeing this situation, the old man was full of disgust. "How old are you? Aren't you still afraid of trouble?" He was submissive in front of Kate, but he hit hard in front of the old man. Hearing what he said, the smiling old man immediately curled his lips and said, "Hiss. I called you here to relax, not to make trouble for me. I can't help it. Who told you to call me out for the reason of avoiding trouble? If I don't understand the situation, can I eat your fish?" Roland spread his hands and squatted beside the fish basket with an innocent look. He didn't seem to think that there was anything wrong with arguing with each other. Oh, that's right. There is no other possibility to relax in February, an awkward time when there is no village or store in front of you, except to avoid trouble. And the thing that can make the old man feel troubled is naturally the Oscars. Unlike last year's Titanic, which was very popular, this year's Saving Private Ryan has no movement at all. Not to mention the publicity for the Oscar. Even the normal public relations dinner in previous years has not been held. At the moment, the loudest shouting is naturally Shakespeare in Love, which tells the love romance of Shakespeare. Next in line is As Good as It Gets, which was squeezed out by Titanic last year and had to be released a year later. In addition, although Life is Beautiful, The Thin Red Line, and Elizabeth are all competing for Oscars, these movies seem to have not inherited the competitive spirit of previous generations who fought for an award, but are more like being stripped of their underwear and grabbed by the vitals. Except for a few whimpers, there is nothing else. This situation also surprised Roland, who returned to Los Angeles from New York. Although he has the memory of his previous life and knows that there will be a huge pit in the Oscars this year, he did not expect that Shakespeare in Love, which was strongly promoted by Harvey Weinstein, had no opponent from the beginning. This is so strange to him, because he clearly remembers that after the outbreak of the Me Too movement, Harvey defended himself and said that he had never seduced Pepper Potts and that her winning the Oscar was purely accidental. However, doesn't this indirectly admit that he did operate Shakespeare in Love? But no matter how he was doing it, it was impossible to shut up all his opponents at the same time, right? If the reason why Saving Private Ryan was not promoted was because the old man wanted to get a nomination for his goddaughter, then it would be a bit puzzling that other movies that were not related to Miramax were not promoted. For this reason, Roland gladly accepted the invitation to the picnic from the old man. In addition to relaxing, he also really wanted to know what happened in California during the 6 months he was away. If nothing happened, why would the old man tell him on the phone, "Don't mention Saving Private Ryan in front of anyone"? Nothing happened. When the old man took the lunch and asked his wife to take the children to go hiking and skating, and Roland asked his wife to help take care of them, they were dragging the fish to find a place to deal with it, and they were also mumbling while working. "I told you not to mention Ryan in any occasion, because this movie has to be handled low-key this year," the old man said. "Why? To make way for Gwyneth?" Roland asked. "That's one of the reasons, but it's not important." The old man felt a little annoyed when he heard the goddaughter's name. "I just hope she can be like you, have a quiet relationship, get married and have children early, and that's enough. As for winning an award, I never thought that would happen. Not wanting to waste time on that troublemaker, the old man complained and corrected the topic. The reason why I told you not to mention Ryan is because it is mixed up with the infinite extension operation. You understand what I mean? Oh, Roland, who was scraping fish scales with gloves, knew what he meant. It turns out that Saving Private Ryan didn't win an Oscar because the old man didn't want to cause trouble on a sensitive topic. As mentioned before, Saving Private Ryan is a movie that was released under the banner of anti-war, but happened to encounter a war during its release, and then inexplicably became a patriotic propaganda film. Its success is related to the movie itself, the main creative team, but more to the environment at the time. So many people died in the embassy bombing, and the blatant provocation of international organizations made the hawks in America trumpet Saving Private Ryan. In this case, even if the old man wanted to win an Oscar, he couldn't win it now. Because they can accuse and criticize an event or an object, but they can't directly support some sensitive topics. Because even if the object of accusation and criticism is innocent, that is a matter for the future. As time goes by, there may be an impact on them, but it will never be strong. But if the object of support is wrong, then as time goes by, those who once supported them will become executioners in the eyes of the people, and will become the target of attacks and curses by some people. The most typical example is George Clooney. He ran around frantically on the issue of South Sudan, and called on all walks of life to donate for their independence. But after they really became independent, the civil wars and ethnic conflicts that broke out one after another made the already poor country even worse. And what about George Clooney himself? With America's abandonment of South Sudan, he who wanted to pursue a career in politics also became an abandoned child of the bigwigs. Although the town still speaks out for racial issues, he has suffered losses and now only criticizes sensitive issues instead of supporting them, because, even if he criticizes the wrong thing, he can use a bunch of excuses such as lack of knowledge, need to be understood, angry, and even use the cold treatment to make up for it. But if he supports the wrong thing, then he is really wrong. A lot of real cases tell us that being a troll is much better than raising political issues. In this way, supporting Saving Private Ryan is really a brain bag. Because standing against the war is always safer than standing for the war. Okay, I know. Roland took a knife, cut open the belly of the fish, after scraping the scales, took out the internal organs, and then threw it into warm water for a quick rinse. What about the other movies? Can't we be the only ones with problems? If that's the case, then you won't lose a lot. While speaking, Roland simply cleaned the fish body and handed the processed ingredients to the old man. As he often takes care of children at home, he took the ingredients and took the kitchen paper to dry the fish. It's not just us. Life is Beautiful and The Thin Red Line also have the same problem. If Schindler's List hadn't won an Oscar, I think I would support Life is Beautiful. But because Schindler's List won an Oscar, so, if I were a judge, I would definitely not vote for Life is Beautiful. And The Thin Red Line recreates the key battle of the US military to contain the Japanese army during World War II. At the time of the US-Japan trade war, if this movie won an Oscar, wouldn't it be telling the world openly that Hollywood is supporting Laza Putin? So, the possibility of it winning an award is also very low. After drying the water from the fish, the old man took out the seasoning he brought from home and roughly smeared it on the fish. Hearing such words, Roland, who was squatting there processing the ingredients, turned his head and glanced at the other party. After he caught the helplessness emanating from the other party, Roland, who had already sorted out the matter, shook his head. Well, he finally knew why Shakespeare in Love won the Oscar in his previous life. It was not because the judges were too stupid, nor because the opponents were not strong, but because the situation did not allow it. The embassy bombing and the subsequent infinite extension operation made Saving Private Ryan embarrassed. The US-Japan trade war made The Thin Red Line, which tells the story of the confrontation between the US and Japanese troops in World War II, very uncomfortable. And Life is Beautiful was not an American movie, so it was not advantageous in itself. In addition, Schindler's List was in front, and the movie, which was also a cry for the Jews, suddenly fell into a disadvantage. In this way, when the three opponents could not beat them at all, Shakespeare in Love had all the advantages. As for Elizabeth, played by Kate Blanchett, as a British movie like Shakespeare in Love, it lacks Harvey Weinstein. In this case, the fat man who can only deceive people will have room to play. Of course, this was Roland's situation in his previous life. In this life, because of his appearance, As Good As It Gets, which was supposed to be released last year, has become a contender this year. According to the current momentum, it is obvious that As Good As It Gets will squeeze out Elizabeth. In this case, can Shakespeare in Love still beat As Good As It Gets? Jack Nicholson can beat Joseph Fiennes. And how can Gwyneth Paltrow beat Helen Hunt? The Water Queen award will no longer exist? Damn it. Thinking of this, Roland, who had finished the second fish, asked with interest, "Do you think Shakespeare in Love has a chance to win an award?" The old man rolled his eyes at Roland. "You have been learning from me for so long. You can't even improve your aesthetics, right? Titanic is okay, but Shakespeare in Love is not." Such words made Roland chuckle. Then what about As Good As It Gets? I would rather choose Life Is Beautiful. The old man shrugged, snatched the fish that Roland had washed in his hand, and said, "I didn't call you here to talk about work, but to tell you not to make random political statements outside. Just don't shout to the media. We are going for the Oscars." "Then thank you." Haha. Such complaints made Roland grin. Okay, since you've begged me so humbly, I'll let you go." A question mark popped up in the old man's head. He felt that Roland was really self-satisfied. "Who begged you? I'm asking you not to make a mistake." He kicked Roland unhappily and threw the fish on the seasoning plate and said, "Talk less and do more. You handle it." Roland laughed at his arrogant behavior. "Okay, I'll handle it. But while I'm handling it, can you please light a fire for the oven?" Note, the cost of spitting is indeed lower than the cost of supporting. George Clooney's support has become a negative example in Hollywood. Not only was he abandoned by the big guys because of the South Sudan issue, but he also stopped receiving any good scripts after supporting South Sudan. That's right, his failure to get the script had nothing to do with asking too much. When The Town was released, the Charlottesville riots happened in Virginia, and people's first reaction at the time was that it was not the white supremacists who were causing trouble, but George Clooney, who forced the heroine Julianne Moore to come out and say, "Actors should not be presidents," directly drawing a line with George Clooney. And George Clooney also responded later, "I don't want to be in politics." It is precisely because the cost of supporting something is too high that Saving Private Ryan in 1998 did not do much publicity for the Oscar. It is an unspoken rule in the circle to stand in line by spraying. Similarly, The Thin Red Line was also affected by external factors that year. It is precisely because these movies are not easy to clearly express that we support the present. So Shakespeare in Love got a bargain. This review was done by The Hollywood Reporter after Harvey Weinstein cried out his innocence in the #MeToo movement. Of course, they did not say that politics restricted the judge's hands, but they did say that The Thin Red Line and Saving Private Ryan made it difficult for the judges to decide. Chapter 296, Position and Inheritance. If it were 5, 6, 7, or 8 years ago, when Roland was 13 or 14 years old, the old man would have told him seriously not to talk nonsense. If Roland didn't listen, he could imitate Kardashian and threaten Roland, saying that if he didn't keep his mouth shut, he would be locked up. But now, just a few words in a joking tone are enough. Roland, who can do such a good job in business, doesn't need him to stare at him and nag him. Moreover, Roland's emotional intelligence is many times higher than that of the company boss who publicly posted "I'm with you." The other party has already made a move. Wouldn't it be enough to just crush him with thunder? And he even issued a pre-war declaration to tell the public that the other party's goal is to terminate the contract. Oh my god. They are occupying the moral high ground and want to fight a public opinion war with you. It would be fine if you didn't give them the cold shoulder, but you used your own shortcomings to fight against their strengths. Do you think you are an idol? Or do you think that all leaks are stupid? Isn't this the behavior of the younger brother in the novel, who gives experience to the protagonist? Roland couldn't behave like a younger brother. Because he only cared about money, he was laughing on the surface, but in his heart, he had already taken note of the old man's instructions. Although, he didn't plan to go to the Oscars this year, not to mention accepting media interviews for the Oscars. After enjoying the privilege of controlling the organizers, judges, and contestants, he didn't care who won the Oscar. He had already stripped her naked and crushed her. He knew that this thing was just a soft-spoken bitch in front of capital. In this case, how could Roland, who was already in a different class, care about who won the award? If he was an ordinary person who stayed out of the matter, he would definitely make a prediction, and after the results came out, he would stand on the commanding heights of morality and trust, and sneer at the Queen of Water with a heartbroken tone. But now, to be honest, although he thinks Gwyneth Paltrow can't beat Helen Hunt, he still hopes that Pepper Potts can win an Oscar in the future. He may not like her, but her godfather is on Roland's side after all. As for fairness, if there is fairness, then there will be no Oscar marketing. If there is fairness, let alone the crazy R&K, Roland can't even win an Oscar. The public is talking nonsense, because the award division has nothing to do with them. When they become stacker holders, such an opera's unique skill of face changing, self-taught. After revealing this trivial matter to Roland, the two who were preparing lunch there started to tear each other down again. The old man heard about Roland's privileged behavior in the crew of Spider-Man 2 and 3, and felt that Roland was not as dedicated as before. Roland directly dug out the old man's past and said, when you were filming Saving Private Ryan, you gave up a good project and had to run to the crew of Star Wars, to be an assistant director. Is this what you call dedication? The old man said, I just want to realize my original dream. Deep down, I still love movies and creation. I'm not like Roland, who decisively promoted capital and enjoyed life after his wealth skyrocketed. Faced with such accusations, Roland rolled his eyes and complained while grilling fish, I enjoy life. Are you kidding me? Who took a year and a half off? You left all the work to others and took care of your kids at home? I shot the fighting scenes in Spider-Man 2 and 3 myself. How dare you, a guy who holds the position of producer, but doesn't do producer work, say that to me? Many people in his previous life said that the old man was the most dedicated of the four major directors in the 1980s because he had a high output and worked non-stop. George Lucas, who lived on Star Wars, was dead for 10 years. Martin Scorsese, who was a teacher at New York University, appeared in school much more than on the set. Francis Coppola, who was soaking in a wine barrel, worked on 7 films, while half drunk and half awake. Only the old man made 10 films in 10 years. The point is, there are 4 box office records. Compared with the previous 3, the old man's ability to produce films is like Kato Toru's fingers, fast and high quality. But after he completed his contract with Universal, hey, his true colors were revealed. In addition to the clause of never working overtime written into the contract, his total output also dropped from 10 in the 1980s to 6 in the 1990s. Most importantly, before he got the final editing rights, he took charge of everything in the project team. But after he got the final editing rights, he took on the overall control and delegated the power. Hook, you can shoot it however you want. Jurassic Park, the pre-production and post-production were all supervised by George Lucas. Schindler's List was the result of rushing to work. Not only did it involve several assistant directors, but it was also divided into A and B groups. Jurassic Park 2, The Brave and Saving Private Ryan were all shot together. After Saving Private Ryan was finished, he said that he wanted to take a long vacation. Such a declaration made Paul Allen, the major shareholder of DreamWorks, look confused. When this guy asked the old man about the truth of the matter, the old man said directly, my little daughter can call me dad. But I'm working. So, after the filming of Saving Private Ryan, the old man officially entered the vacation period. Just like Hayao Miyazaki showed his fans that he was slacking off every day in his documentary and called it a means of collecting materials and a source of inspiration, the old man also lost all his work after finishing the filming. The editing was done by his team according to his draft of the storyboard, and the publicity was taken over by Paramount. As for the publicity, the early publicity was simply run, and then he was kidnapped by the sudden embassy bombing. Although people never know which will come first, the accident or tomorrow, it is a good thing for the old man. Because when wealth grows to the point where money can drive manpower to make money, making money is not their primary goal. Inheritance is their priority. Dad. An extremely aggrieved voice came from afar. The little girl who was previously held in her mother's arms was wearing a pink windbreaker and ran all the way towards the old man. Kate trotted behind her to make sure she didn't fall. As for the old man's wife, she held the youngest son, whose glasses were crooked, with one hand, and educated the eldest son with the other. Although they were far apart, the words that were like chanting scriptures still entered their ears. "Oh, baby," the old man squatted down and held his daughter, who was running towards him with the nose blowing, in his arms. "Where did you go? What happened?" Roland handed the water to Kate, and after seeing the sweat on her forehead, he asked, "Are you sweating? Do you want to change your clothes? Don't catch a cold from the wind. It's a bit hot." After running all the way here, Kate exhaled, and the hair hanging on her cheeks fluttered in the wind. She pulled down the zipper, and before she could take off her coat, Roland had grabbed her wrist and pulled it back to her abdomen. Seeing this, Kate, whose clothes were not dragged down, did not force it. After feeling the old man's puzzled look, she explained, "When we took them skiing, the little one was bumped by her brothers. Because she was playing with her mother, so she felt that her brothers bullied her, and her mother couldn't protect her, so she cried." Kate shrugged, smiled helplessly and said, "Then when I went to comfort her, she kept wanting to find her dad." "Oh, it's okay, daddy is here," the old man who held his daughter on his shoulder suddenly realized, patted her back gently, and kept comforting his daughter's emotions. "Who bumped into you?" The two of them, the little lolly with red eyes, still had a crying voice. "Sawyer and Esther." "Ah. How could they both bump into you?" Because the two of them bumped into each other first, and then rolled to my side." Oh, the old man smiled at the soft words. He turned his head to look at his daughter. Seeing the unhappy girl with a pouty mouth, he suggested, "Then let the sister hold the child first, okay? Dad will teach them a lesson." Yeah, the little lolly was immediately happy when she heard this. While handing the child to Kate, the old man also winked at the two of them. Under the gaze of the three people, the ferocious old man walked towards his wife, who was approaching the camp. When the momentum of "no strangers allowed" burst out and completely enveloped the children, the two little boys who were held by their mother on the left and right were stunned at first, and then trembled with fear. Then the next second, Kate Capshaw suddenly shook off her son's hands, and the two little boys ran away and disappeared in front of everyone. "You did something wrong, and you still want to run?" This situation made the old man roar. Then he chased after them. "Stephen, it was just an accident," Kate Capshaw yelled, trying to explain to her husband. Unfortunately, she failed to stop her husband, and could only follow him and disappear together. "What a bad acting, I give you 0 points." The funny scene almost made Roland laugh like a pig. The little lolly held in Kate's arms stared straight at the direction where her parents disappeared, her face full of expectation. After hearing Roland's suicidal speech, Kate stepped on him and whispered, "Do you understand how to coax a child?" I understand. Roland nodded his head in pain like a chicken pecking at rice. How could he not understand? Kate was wearing boots. If he didn't understand, his feet would be useless. HMPH, she snorted and glared at the guy who almost exposed her parents' childish behavior in front of the child, then coaxed the child in her arms. "Delhi, are you hungry? Let's eat first, okay? Your father has gone to educate your brother. Let's eat the grilled fish first, and let them go hungry when they come back. How about that?" While speaking, Roland also cooperated to open the oven. When the tempting aroma spread all around and entered the little lolly's nose, the little girl, who was still looking forward to the result of the education, immediately turned her head and looked at the juicy grilled fish on the iron plate. How could the little girl have the thought of revenge? Nodding vigorously, "Yeah. Okay, let Roland do it for you." Kate sat down with the little lolly in her arms, and her chin was raised higher than anyone else. The instruction was justified, which made Roland smile and narrow his eyes. He picked up a fish with a quick movement and put it in front of the two. "Be careful, it's hot." Although the old man and Roland's education method seems a bit crooked, because spoiling a child means actively provoking a family war, which is more ridiculous than the donkey party kneeling for votes. But well, In this case where it is not intentional to target the younger sister, spoiling her is fine. Not to mention, judging from the reaction of their family, it is obvious that everyone is familiar with this kind of educational performance. When the little lolly swallowed half of the grilled fish with the help of Kate, the family that was not in a tight position also came back. Facing the apology of the two brothers, the little lolly with a mouthful of oil had already forgotten what happened before, and when the old man took his daughter from Kate with a smile, Roland could already see that, although the old man was very good at talking, movies were no longer the most important thing in his life. Just like the truck driver who hoped his wife could retire, movies have become life, and inheritance is everything. Coaxing children while eating is the main theme of traveling with children. After spending a morning on the snowy mountain, the group went to the beach to surf in the afternoon. The city of angels is covered with snow in the morning and blossoming in the afternoon. As long as you have money, God can serve you. Surfing and diving are must-do activities for children, and parasailing and speedboating are what Roland likes. But when Kate was paragliding on the sea, Roland deliberately made a move, as if he wanted to switch positions with the speedboat driver. Kate was so scared that she settled to accounts with Roland at night. Roland understood that women are not easy to mess with. It's 12 o'clock. Go to bed. It's 1 o'clock. I'm really sleepy. I'm wrong. It's 2 o'clock. It's 3 o'clock. Tomorrow, we still have to play with them. It's 4 o'clock. Let's go to bed. Okay. I'll listen to whatever you say in the future. Kate was quite satisfied with such an attitude. Okay, let's stop here for tonight and go to bed early. Moor, as the saying goes, fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot of the bed. When Kate woke up the next morning, she was full of glory. But Roland, I'm fine. I'm not floating. It's the world that's moving. This situation made the old man, who understood the situation, hurriedly take the children away. He didn't want to disturb the sweet life of the young couple, but when Roland saw that the disloyal old man ran faster than a pigeon, he, who was still explaining with a thick neck, smiled at Kate. I'm busy. The world is not moving. I'm floating. Kate was very proud of her sincere words, but the next second, she threw herself into Roland's arms and yawned loudly. I'm sleepy too. Let's go back to the room and catch up on some sleep. We'll go home tonight. To be honest, when Kate threw herself on him, Roland's heart sank. But after Kate told him the truth, Roland was relieved immediately. It's said that people are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and can breathe hard at 50. I thought I couldn't stand it. Now fortunately, it's not my style. She can't stand it either. Chapter 297. New project related to Disney. Roland discovered a very strange fact. When he first entered the industry in 1990, he was full of energy, but 10 years later, his face was full of fatigue. He felt that his body was hollowed out, and no matter how he replenished it, it could not be replenished. And this fatigue seemed to be a contagious disease, because besides him, the people around him were the same. After the Home Alone series, director Chris Columbus, who initially cooperated with him, took on Marriage and Mrs. Doubtfire, but since 1993, he has entered the fishing mode. Although he released 3 movies, September of the Pregnant Woman, Santa Claus and Stepmom in 1995, 1996 and 1998 respectively, the meaning of crossing over is extremely strong. This is actually easy to understand. He has a girlfriend, got married, and wants to be a father. The second person he met was James Cameron. This former tyrant on the set now turns a blind eye to everything. The excitement of shooting Terminator 2 and Titanic is gone. Instead, he has a shooting attitude of 60% long live, 70% better, 80% perfect, 90% redundant. As a guy who doesn't want his wife to show up in public, exploring the deep sea is what he wants to do now. As for work, life is not just about the immediate, but also about poetry and the fields in the distance. The third person he collaborated with was Steven Spielberg, although this guy has a full schedule. In fact, he is unmatched in being lazy. Roland handed over the preparation work of Harry Potter to him, and what was the result? This guy threw it to Kathleen Kennedy and Industrial Light and Magic. The former was responsible for preparing the crew, and the latter was responsible for the production of props. As for the script and the draft of the storyboard, whenever Roland asked this question, the old man would respond with soon, soon. He was like a dove when he was holding his daughter to make her happy. And when he said soon, it was more like, it will be ready soon, I can hand it in tomorrow, sorry it will take forever. As for the fourth collaboration, it was Robert Zemeckis, who originally helped him win Home Alone. This guy also entered the Sage Mode after completing a hit series and winning 2 Oscars. After Forrest Gump, except for Contact in 1997 and the upcoming Castaway and Dangerous, he has no other works. Not only that, he has no intention of making live-action movies again, because he is fascinated by Weta Digital's motion capture technology. As a technology geek who likes fantasy, he chooses to do what he likes. Many people say that the reason why people procrastinate is that they don't love something, but the problem is that when what they love becomes a job, no matter how much they love it before, it will decline due to the passage of time. The reason why people are interested in something is that this interest can make them relax and feel happy after work, but when the interest keeps appearing in front of you, happiness disappears. However, once the interest disappears, hey, happiness appears again. Just like typing and breaking the update, people will become lazy if they type every day. But if one day they justifiably give up, happiness will come back. Because of this, Roland, who has a deep understanding, can understand the choice of these guys. Because it is much more comfortable to sit there and watch than to do it yourself. Well, except for some projects. However, for some guys who don't stay on the set for a long time, but can get good results, it seems a bit whimsical to want them to give up this path. Not only that, these guys may continue to walk on this path, because movies are their only way to make money. That night, when Roland and Kate, who had recovered half of their blood, returned home, they encountered such a situation. After coaxing the children to bed, Ganetti knocked on the door of Roland's house very abruptly, contrary to his usual behavior. At the beginning, I talked to Roland about the issue of R&K. Due to investment negotiations, store equity investment and decoration, etc., the first product could not be launched on the market on Valentine's Day this year as expected. In order to ensure that the first shot would be a hit, the new product launch date was set for this year's Christmas, and the product launch preheating will be linked to Spider-Man 2. To put it bluntly, it is to take advantage of the publicity of Spider-Man 2. Roland naturally had no problem with such an arrangement, but after he handed everything over to the other party's husband David, Ganetti suddenly changed the subject and planned a way out for his daughter. Roland A. The Perfect Match was released last month, with a box office of $79 million in North America and $118 million worldwide. This result is already quite excellent for Ashley and Mary, who are the first to play the leading roles. Especially since you helped them get a box office share contract. The salary for this movie is about $15 million. When he said this, Ganetti's face was full of gratitude. Oh, not bad. Roland was surprised by the result. Although the previous Jurassic Park, Sleepless in Seattle and Jumanji all had good box office results, this is the first time they have made a billion-dollar project without external help. It is a direct reflection of their ability to attract money. It's very good. If Roland remembered correctly, the box office of The Perfect Match in his previous life did not seem to exceed 100 million. Although it seems a bit unreasonable to get a box office of over 100 million for the first time starring in a movie. With the popularity of the Olson sisters, movies and TV are really different. An investment of more than 10 million and a box office of 100 million is really a big hit. For someone like Roland, who climbed up to record, he was all riding the wave of the times. He was the first person to reap the dividends of the times. If he couldn't fly, then hell. But before Roland could say a few compliments, Ganetti changed the subject and showed an embarrassment on his face. But, although the results are good, after so long, Ashley and Mary still haven't received any good invitations. The Big Six seem to have not seen the nearly tenfold return on investment. No company has sent them scripts. Oh, Roland understood. This is to ask him to continue to find projects for the Olson sisters. In Roland's previous life, after their parents divorced, the Olson sisters basically found jobs on their own. Because they were too young and had limited vision, they took on projects with bad scripts, no highlights, and extremely mediocre projects such as Good Things Come in Pairs, Dad's Big Clearance, Paris Passport, and Switch the Pillars. but there was no way. They didn't have a good thigh at the time. If Roland took the role like this, he would have just called the investor in the morning to confirm that he wanted to take the role, and before he went to sign in the afternoon, the old man would have come to his house at noon and broken his legs. There was no way. He couldn't afford to take a bad movie under the name of the old man, and the old man couldn't afford to lose this person. Because of this, the situation of the Olson sisters has changed. With Roland here, who will give them the scripts. Your family has money and resources. If you want to shoot something, just ask for it, right? Who can grab the ready-made projects from you? You can go your own way for customized projects faster than us. In this case, the 6 big companies are all sitting in a row to enjoy the fruits of their labor. Whoever the Olson sisters choose will happily reap the profits. Therefore, if the Olson sisters want to make a movie, they can only find Roland. It is not only convenient and fast, but also painless and safe. But for Roland, although this is a truth, he can't just do it blindly. Because the Olson sisters' acting skills are just average, shooting a youth movie to harvest fans' wallets is the best, and wanting to go further is all dreaming. So before helping to find a project, Roland has to figure out whether it is the Olson sisters who want to shoot this time, or their mother Ganetti is still dreaming of becoming famous. If Ganetti still counts on the Olson sisters to win the award and hopes that Roland can help in this regard, then Roland is really in trouble. But when Roland asked vaguely what he was thinking, Ganetti, who had already guessed the situation, laughed. Roland, David has told me many times over the years that Ashley and Mary can't become good actors. They don't have that kind of talent. And after seeing your efforts to rush for awards, I actually didn't hold out any hope. This time, it's them who want to act, and it's also David and I who want them to act. They are already 14 years old, but have never received a day of systematic education. Now whether we hire a tutor for them, or send them back to school, it will be embarrassing for them. So, David and I discussed it with them, and reached a consensus. We decided to let them learn from you, act until they are 18 years old, and then send them to New York University and the Fashion Institute. This way, after they graduate, whether they continue to be in charge of the double star group or follow you, they will not starve to death. Exaggerated. Roland waved his hands quickly and said with a smile, they are my sisters. How could I let them fall to that point? Since you have reached a consensus, I know what to do. Okay, leave the film selection to me. Give me some time. Don't worry, I will definitely come up with a plan for you before Spider-Man 2 and 3 are finished. Since Ganetti had an idea, Roland was relieved. As for the Olsons' arrangement for their daughter, Roland could understand it even more. She has not received systematic education for so many years, and she wants to relearn basic subjects, which is a waste of life. In this case, it is better to cash in on her fame and make a lot of money. After seeing Roland's own operating model, they also discovered the watershed of adulthood. Before adulthood, child stars can kill all kinds of people, but after adulthood, half of the basic base of child stars is lost. In this case, changing careers is the perfect way to achieve success. As for the Fashion Academy, isn't it just following the footsteps of the predecessors and moving forward? For most of the rich, letting their daughters who have no knowledge and skills enter the fashion design profession is the best choice, because the biggest threshold of this profession is big, but for the rich, it does not exist at all. In this way, entering this industry has become a simple thing. They can understand what the teacher says, and after graduation, they can use the resources of their family to start a small brand. If it becomes big, that is of course the best result. But even if it goes bankrupt, it doesn't matter, as long as people are not idle, there is no problem. Just like Sofia Coppola, who directly followed Carol Lagerfeld of Channel. When her father took her over to answer the phone, he didn't expect her to learn anything. He still hoped that she could be quiet and not make trouble. In this way, Roland can arrange it. Commercial films representing youth continue to be managed, and whichever one makes money will be filmed. Like Mean Girls and Freaky Friday, can't we film all of those? After sending Ganetti away, Roland went into the study alone and directly stroked Lindsay Hanro's bald head. Youth movies don't have any time factors, and isn't the protagonist of Mean Girls set to be 15 years old? The same goes for Freaky Friday. Ashley and Mary are 14 years old this year. Let them film Freaky Friday first, and when the movie is released, they will be about 15 or 16 years old. Then let them seamlessly connect and film Mean Girls. When the movie is released, it will be the age for them to retire, bid farewell to Hollywood, and enter New York University to study. Freaky Friday is easy to film, just get Jodie Foster to play the role. And for Mean Girls, just buy the book copyright. If Gannetti asked Roland to help the Olson sisters win Oscars, he would definitely refuse righteously because of his limited ability. But if Roland was asked to select some urban drama scripts for the Olson sisters, that would be too easy, and he could arrange it with his eyes closed. Of course, the Olsons' idea of letting the Olson sisters continue to make youth films actually coincides with Roland's development path. If before this, his Warcraft films belonged to the management of letting the sheep run wild, then now, he can ignore The Lord of the Rings, he can ignore X-Men, he can still ignore Harry Potter, but he really has to manage urban films, because there can be product placement in them. Just like after Coca-Cola bought Columbia Pictures, it made all the protagonists in the movies drink Coca-Cola and all the villains drink Pepsi. In 3 years, they knocked down Pepsi's brand value by 20%. Before, Roland didn't have R&K, so it didn't matter to him whether he made urban films or not, and whether he took the profits or not. But now, since he has his own brand, he has to operate it well. It is not very safe to implant brand advertisements in the 6 major urban themed movies, because no one knows how the producers will present the advertisements in the end. If it is a stupid shot like Yuli Shuhua Milk, it is better not to implant it. But if you do it yourself, it will be very feasible. Besides, this kind of urban movie does not need to be made every year. Just release one every few years to strengthen the public's impression. After all, there are only a few movies that can attract women to watch, and there are even fewer that can drive product placement with high box office. In addition to Freaky Friday and Mean Girls, there are only The Princess Diaries and The Devil Wears Prada. That's right. Roland has set his sights on Anne Hathaway, who can bring goods. Of course, it can also be said that he has set his sights on Disney, because Freaky Friday is Disney's, and the Princess Diaries series is also Disney's. Note, the 4 directors written in the article really started to fish like crazy after the arrival of the year 2000. Chris Columbus was originally replaced because Steven Spielberg did not shoot Harry Potter, but after shooting 2 films, he was too lazy to shoot when he wanted to go home to accompany his children. And James Cameron played diving under the banner of poor technology. Steven Spielberg seems to be very productive, but when promoting War of the Worlds, Tom Cruise said that the old man looks forward to going home after work every day. As for Robert Zemeckis, playing with technology is much more comfortable than running around the set. The article wrote that Jodie Foster was invited to play in Freaky Friday because Freaky Friday is a remake of the movie. The original, 1977, movie was played by Jodie Foster as the daughter. When Lindsay Hanro was reshooting, the crew invited her to play Lindsay's mother, but she refused. Mean Girls is based on the book Queen Bee and Obsession written by Rosalind Wiseman. Although the book was not published until 2003, the content was serialized a long time ago. Rosalind Wiseman is the founder of Empower Program, an organization that prevents violent crimes among teenagers. No need to copy, the script is ready. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298. I'm thinking about how to kill you right under your nose. After successfully investing in Gillette and inviting Henry Rumsfeld to serve as a military consultant for Black Hawk Down, Roland put Sony's affairs aside. Apart from regularly checking the progress, he didn't have to worry about other things. Instead, Disney, which was initially targeted, but gradually deviated from the crushes as it developed, returned to his sights, and became Roland's focus and the anchor he wanted to snipe. Hiss. Why does this sound like a villain? Well, let's put it another way. With Sony, a Japanese capital that is destined to fail, the real Thanos, Disney has returned to Roland's list of choices and has become the thigh that Roland wants to hug the most. Hey, In this way, Disney has become a villain. Roland has become a delicate and weak white lotus. The charm of language is so wonderful. The first statement is the straightforward Britain that explicitly prohibits it, and the second statement is naturally the France that allows it on the surface, but is actually xenophobic. Oh, you district. Well, I won't talk nonsense anymore. He himself feels disgusted. As a production company, the reason why Roland turned Warcraft Pictures into a light asset copyright operation company was because Roland was unwilling to compete with the Big Six when he was weak. Unlike the barren market in the eastern countries waiting to be cultivated, Hollywood has a mature operating system. When Rockefeller established RKO, it meant that Hollywood was officially invaded by capital. After that, it was undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to beat Universal and step on Warner by making 2 hit movies like before 1928. In fact, no matter how good the film creation is, it is meaningless. Pixar has invincible technology, but it was finally acquired. Marvel has a bright future, but when Disney offered a price, they decisively sold it. Lucas could eat Star Wars for a lifetime, but after selling the company, his wealth doubled by 1.5 times. Larry Ellison's children, with the support of their father, did not think about becoming bigger and stronger. All lights are cooperated with the Big Six. Even if they know that they can make money, they choose to pull the giants in. Cowardly? Stupid? Licking dog. Don't joke. Only when you become capital, you will know how awesome capital is. Just like people can never make money beyond their cognitive scope, if you don't understand why the Big Six can hold all production companies by the neck, then you will never be able to beat them. That's why Roland seized Sony's overseas distribution company and did not hesitate to attack it when he found the opportunity to kill Sony. Dismembering Sony may not be the road to success, but it will definitely add a means of survival. After digging a pit for Sony, there is no need to worry about being held by the Big Five. In this case, Roland, who has no worries, can of course develop Warcraft film and television, but he is still not ready to go it alone. Although projects such as X-Men, Harry Potter, Lord of the Rings and Spider-Man all replaced resources for their own interests and let the giants enter the market, it was not what Roland wanted. But now, he wants to turn his Warcraft film and television into a supplier of Disney's live-action film business. Or in other words, he wants to monopolize Disney's live-action film business. Just like when he used the Spider-Man series to exchange for the equity of Sony's overseas distribution company, Roland, who had tasted the sweetness, wanted to integrate his subsidiary with one of the other party's main businesses, while thinking about targeting Disney. As long as this part of the market is monopolized, once the two sides have a conflict, a fight, and wish to split up, the most concerned will become Disney. For Disney, the live-action film business can be created from nothing, but it must not be created from nothing. If it is created from nothing, then their financial statements will not look good, and once the financial statements are not acceptable, their stock price will have problems, and when the stock price has problems, the situation of the management will be precarious. As a listed company, the management first represents the interests of shareholders. But for Roland, isn't this a free death metal? As long as World of Warcraft Films is not listed, it doesn't matter how much it makes, or how little it makes. As his one-man show, Roland can decide everything. Not only that, compared with Amazon, Apple, Gillette, and Blizzard Entertainment, no matter how big World of Warcraft Films is, it can only become a well-known but unprofitable third echelon among companies, using the business of the third echelon to kidnap Disney. Isn't this the best choice? As a guy who is determined to eat up Disney, Roland really hasn't thought of a way to cut it, but it doesn't matter if he can't think of a way for the time being, because it doesn't prevent him from tying himself to Disney's chariot first. As long as Disney can get a taste of the sweetness, he can become Disney's dad. Just like Steve Jobs' Pixar made Disney unable to stop. Even though all the copyrights of Pixar's animations are in Disney's hands, they still dare not let Pixar go, because no one can guarantee that after leaving Pixar, those 3D animations will still be as crazy as before. Because of this, Ganetti's request actually coincides with Roland's development. The perfect match made Disney make money. Then Roland will use the name of product placement to let Warcraft Films participate in his sister's project, right? Freaky Friday is a remake of an old Disney movie. The copyright is in Disney's hands. so he can't plot at all, but he can buy the copyright of Mean Girls and do it with Disney. Not only that, he will also intervene in the project of The Princess Diaries, even if it is outsourcing. Because this movie can not only do brand placement, but also be deeply tied to Disney. With Freaky Friday, Mean Girls and The Princess Diaries all making profits, the loss-making Pearl Harbor will become extremely conspicuous. In this way, Jerry Bruckheimer will never get involved in Pirates of the Caribbean again. I want both the project and the copyright. Looking at the layout diagram spread out on the desk, which looked like a Russian nesting doll, Roland has decided to let the lucky Jerry Bruckheimer in his previous life suffer, since Disney made Pirates of the Caribbean just to promote the theme park game Pirates of the Caribbean. Then the copyright they gave up so much money should be taken. And under the attack of the Lord of the Rings and Pirates of the Caribbean, Disney will give him time to come up with a solution. I will study your weaknesses right under your nose. Hey, if you have the guts, you can risk the stock price plummeting to hit me. If the Lord of the Rings and Pirates of the Caribbean are not enough, I still have Harry Potter and Marvel. The magic world and superhero peripherals haven't been touched yet. Are you greedy? Build a superhero base, and the age of the leaks will double. Build the Magic Academy, and the park will extend its life by 20 years. Roland didn't believe it. When these potential benefits were placed in front of Disney, the dead rat would not be tempted. Moreover, he was not afraid of being robbed. 10 years ago, he couldn't protect himself, but 10 years later, Pixar, your 3D animation supplier for Disney, is my man. Berkshire Hathaway, your major shareholder of Disney, is my man. Industrial Light and Magic, the special effects producer that Disney wants to get involved in, is also my man. TSK. Humming a little tune, Roland, with a clear mind, put the information that could not be leaked into the shredder. Listening to the creaking sound, he crossed his legs and shook his feet with pleasure. Just as he was patiently waiting for the machine to finish running, the door of the study was suddenly pushed open from the outside. "Roland, are you not done yet?" Kate asked with a smile, and the sound of the machine made her frown. She glanced at the shredder in front of Roland with doubts, and finally landed on the shredder in front of Roland. "Confidential information?" "Yes." Roland nodded. "Why not burn it?" Kate was surprised. "Isn't it because you are worried that, if there is a lot of smoke, it will attract the CIA?" Roland shrugged. "What?" Kate didn't understand, and blinked her eyes, as if she wanted to see a hole in Roland. "Hey, actually, it's nothing big." Roland waved his hand. "After the information is shredded, I will flush them into the toilet in batches. Let's do this for now. Let's go back to the house." While speaking, Roland also came to Kate's side, stretched out his arms, squatted down, and hugged her. The familiar smell made Kate narrow her eyes, hugged Roland's neck, and ignored everything else. When a bang sounded, the buzzing noise disappeared instantly, as if they were separated by heaven and earth, and would never see each other again. Although Roland intended to make his Warcraft film and television a community of interests for Disney, he did not do it immediately. The project was there, and could not be run away. In this case, it would be better to wait until his last 2 films were finished before doing it. Ganetti asked him to help find a project right away. If he took it out right after, wouldn't it be suspicious? Not to mention, the leading actors of the projects he targeted were all pretty girls. If he showed more impatience and personally picked Anne Hathaway, the Catwoman who was lying on Batman's motorcycle with a seductive figure, then Mr. Reluo's dark circles would probably have to be worn for a long time. "What?" you ask. If it's because of tiredness or being beaten. It depends on Kate's mood. In this way, slacking off became a matter of course, and in the process of filming and waiting, in the outside world, there were also frequent situations. On February 12, 1999, the US Senate, in the final vote on the impeachment of Layton, voted 45 to 55 and 50 to 50, rejecting the 2 impeachment articles passed by the US House of Representatives in 1998. Namely, perjury and obstruction of justice regarding Layton's relationship with former White House intern Lewinsky. In this way, Layton became the second president in American history to be impeached by the House of Representatives, but not convicted and removed by the Senate. The noisy and protracted Zippergut finally came to an end. 1 month after the Zipper got ended, the US House of Representatives and Senate successively passed the bill to establish the National Missile Defense System. The Theater Missile Defense System and the National Missile Defense System, codenamed TMD and NMD, were finally confirmed in legal form. TMD and NMD are the replacements for the Star Wars plan. The former protects America's overseas troops and related allies from missile threats, while the latter protects America's homeland from missile attacks. Protection is actually a matter of opinion, and after the plan was passed as a law, the international community immediately pointed out that the NMD plan violated the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty signed by the Eagle Source and the Bear in 1972. As a result, voices of condemnation came one after another. Faced with such a situation, the guy who just escaped from the Zippergate obviously did not want to be involved in the military vortex, so he did not respond immediately. Not only that, after the National Missile Defense System legislation, the US-Japan trade war, it became even louder. There is no way. Who said that the best way to divert contradictions is to create a big contradiction somewhere else? America asked Japan to quickly pass the amendment to the food law so that its rice could enter the Japanese market smoothly. In addition, the American Department of Commerce finally determined that Japan's large computers entered the American market at a low price, which was dumping on America. After the lawsuit, Japan suffered a disastrous defeat. After that, America also asked Japan to restrict the export of its own flat glass, relax plant quarantine standards, and curb the development of industries such as electrical communications. For America, this is to protect the national industry, but for the international community, this is naked bandit logic. You can't compete with me, so let me not develop. If you are so nosy, then if a manure truck passes by the door, do you have to use a spoon to taste the saltiness? It's a pity that in the face of such things, the international community can only condemn and condemn because they can't beat them. In this situation, Japanese companies in the United States trembled immediately. Each company is shrinking, wishing to give up the existing market. Like Toyota and Honda, they postponed the launch of new cars. Fujitsu, which has been hit hard on the computer issue, doesn't want to talk anymore. Itachi Corporation, which needs to import American rice on a large scale, looks dead. And Toshiba, which was fined a huge amount by the Eagle Source for selling propellers to the Bear as early as 1987, has already lied down. No one wants to be targeted by the American Department of Commerce at this time. No one wants to be the first bird in the friction between the two countries. Unfortunately, many things will not happen if you don't want them to happen. When Japanese companies were trembling, T800 walked into Sony Pictures Entertainment with peace and friendship. When Sony learned that T800 was seeking financing with Roland's new project, Sony, which had been unable to find an excuse to let Roland complete the hype agreement that year, lit up its eyes. Since you need me, then we can sit down and talk. But when they took the project documents handed over by T800, the smiles that had just risen froze on their faces. Because this project document is different from the previous ones. In addition to the project name and producer, the consultant position that should not appear on the cover is also listed prominently. Donald Henry Rumsfeld, Richard Bruce Cheney. Note: for a listed company, abandoning an existing business is a very embarrassing thing. If it really does this, the management will definitely step down. This incident directly refers to the acquisition of Disney and Pixar. When Disney changed its leader, Robert Iger was the least favored one among all the candidates because he came from ABC and did not have any Disney genes. However, Robert Iger was a friend of Jobs. He actually had only one means of competition. Jobs wanted him to be the chairman of Disney, and then all other candidates were passed. Jobs dominated the change of leadership in Disney because Disney did not dare to give up Pixar. Later, Robert Iger also became a director of Apple. The huge fine Toshiba received in 1987 mentioned in the article is actually a model of long-arm jurisdiction. The content is sensitive, so I will not write more. Chapter 299 The weak can only accept, without choice. What's the situation now? Norio Oga, who is nearly 70 years old and has a mole on the corner of his mouth, sat at the head of the conference room, staring at the documents on the table with a serious look. On his left, sat Sony Vice President Kunitake Ando. On his right, sat Sony co-CEO Nobuo Kiide, who was about to complete the probation period. Opposite him was Sony Executive Director, Chairman and CEO of Sony America, Howard Stringer. Sitting around the table, they clearly heard the question from the father of CD, and as the words fell, Norio Oga, Kunitake Ando and Nobuayuki Idoi also turned their eyes to Howard Stringer, because this project was brought by him. If I say that the explanation they gave me was just to make a movie, do you believe it? Howard Stringer looked at the three people calmly without giving a clear answer, but as soon as he finished speaking, Ando Kunitake on the side spoke up and asked in an angry tone, do you believe it? When the Japan-US trade war has started again, they suddenly invite us to bring the Black Hawk incident to the screen. Even if it is just to shoot a movie, we have to consider it, because it will be regarded as a provocation. But this is not the point now. The point is who is the leader of this project. Although I have never been involved in film and television production in the 30 years I have worked for Sony, even if I don't understand the process, I can see that producer Roland Allen and executive producer Arnold Schwarzenegger are just working. Aren't the consultants Henry Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney the ones who really lead this project? And who are they? You came from CBS. I think you should know better than us, right? If you didn't understand, you wouldn't have flown here from New York overnight. That's right, after the Sony Pictures Entertainment staff saw the project cover, they knew that this was definitely not something they could participate in. So, after asking Arnold Schwarzenegger about his intention, reporting it to higher levels became the only option. But when they submitted the project to Sony's headquarters in America, seeing the list, Chairman Howard Stringer, who also felt that the matter was difficult, contacted the Japanese head office directly, and then the head office invited him to Japan under the banner of tea tasting. On the day of arrival, the three-court trial had already begun. Just as Roland thought, during the US-Japan trade war, letting the military endorse Black Hawk Down was a conspiracy that Sony could not resist, but he also did not expect that Sony would immediately remove him from the list of action planners after seeing the project. This was really a complete loss. Of course, it was no wonder that Sony would do this, because the current situation is slightly different from the situation when Roland conceived it. It was precisely because of these little changes that Sony's judgment and Roland's brain circuits diverged by a huge amount. Roland felt that such a project during the US-Japan trade war would make Sony think that it was a test from the US and that they had to accept it. But when the project was really put in front of them, the test speculation still existed, but it was only one of the factors. They should want to know what attitude we have towards this trade war now. After Ando Kunitake yelled, when the atmosphere on the scene dropped to freezing point, Idoi Nobuayuki spoke up to save the situation. In the past few decades of trade friction, we have made concessions many times, so this time they will continue to test us, hoping that we can be the same as before. Therefore, Ando-kun, you don't need to be so angry, because they obviously won't tell Howard the truth. Hearing this, Ando Kunitake, who was glaring at Howard Stringer, sighed heavily. Although he did not apologize, the action of lowering his head and keeping silent was also a manifestation of concession. This situation made Oga Norio, who was sitting at the head seat, very satisfied. He first glanced at Ando Kunitake, then nodded at Howard Stringer, and finally said to Idoi Nobuayuki, continue. He convened the meeting to solve the problem, not to listen to everyone quarreling. After getting the chairman's approval, Idoi Nobuayuki continued. Of course, like Ando-kun, I also think that something is wrong about this matter. If it is just a simple test, they can just put some of our products on the list of restricted imports as they did before, and then we can take the initiative to reduce production and reach a corresponding consensus. But the problem is that they didn't do that. Instead, they chose a movie that has nothing to do with trade between the two countries as a means of testing us, which is surprising. When I first saw the project, I didn't understand why they did this. Although Black Hawk Down is a sensitive topic, as long as it is endorsed by DOD, it will not have any impact on us. Compared with using trade strikes for testing, this method is too mild. But after I listed the problems they have faced recently, I found that using Black Hawk Down for testing is indeed the best way, because they can gain more from this movie. Having said this, Nobuayuki Idoi suddenly bent down, picked up the file bag placed at his feet, opened it, and distributed it. When the fully sorted files appeared in everyone's sight, the well-reasoned speculation made everyone present frown. On March 17th and 18th, the Senate and the House of Representatives passed the bill for the National Missile Defense System, but after it was passed, they did not immediately announce the implementation details, nor did they disclose the procurement plan. Instead, they started a trade war with us. While fighting the trade war, they asked us to invest in Black Hawk Down. These three things seem to have nothing to do with each other, but in fact, I think they have already made their cards clear. Using Black Hawk Down to test us should not be the DOC's original intention, but a new plan that is beneficial to them after the DOD intervenes in the NMD plan. Because the fundamental obstacle to the development of the NMD plan is not the condemnation of the international community, but money and people. From this point of view, the appearance of Henry Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney is more natural, isn't it? Yes. After receiving the Black Hawk Down project, Sony couldn't understand why the DOC, which focuses on trade wars, got involved with the DOD. Although a trade war is also a war, it does not require the use of firearms at all. But when they saw the bill on the National Missile Defense System passed by the US House and Senate before the trade war started, they understood why the DOC and DOD, two institutions that had nothing to do with each other, would unite. Because of money. The NMD program is indeed awesome, but they are very expensive. For example, the standard to-air defense missile purchased by the US Navy costs 490,000 yuan per missile. The standard 3 required by the NMD and TMD programs, which has a maximum flight speed of Mach 15.25 and can intercept ballistic missiles outside the atmosphere, has an estimated purchase price of 18.4 million per missile. In this case, even if the bill is passed, it will be very difficult to deploy it. In the past, military-industrial enterprises would lobby Congress at this time to ask them to come up with proposals to increase defense spending to seek greater benefits for themselves. But now, isn't there a better real example right in front of us? The combination of last year's embassy bombing and Saving Private Ryan not only opened up a new battlefield in the Americas, but also resulted in more supply orders for military-industrial enterprises. In this case, wouldn't it be more intuitive to make a movie based on reality that shows that there is still room for improvement in existing armaments and demonstrate that defense spending must be increased? Henry Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney are originally from the military-industrial enterprise. They intervened at this time, definitely wanting to get orders for Reaper drones for their old employer General Dynamics. And DOD is cooperating with them at this time, definitely wanting to ask Congress to increase defense spending and let them roll out the NMD and TMD plans. The shameful incident of Black Hawk Down is just a breakthrough. When the movie is released, they can use intuitive pictures to show Congress the tragedy of that year. And in order to avoid this from happening again, the best way is to give them money. After being equipped with brand new equipment, before launching ground operations, use drones to bomb several times. The survival rate of soldiers will be infinitely raised. While bombing the enemy, the TMD plan can also ensure the safety of military bases. In this way, zero-loss bombing can continue. A movie can help solve two problems, which is completely in the interests of military-industrial enterprises. In addition, in the whole of Hollywood, only our non-American company is suitable for filming. In this way, DOC and DOD have joined together to use Black Hawk Down to test. Isn't it easy to understand? Wow. Awesome. Nobuayuki Ido's bizarre train of thought surprised the three people present. Was the test just a casual act? The real goal was to sell arms? Thinking along the lines, they found no flaws and immediately felt that it made sense. There was no way who made these three things happen at the same time. If it was 2 months ago, no, a month ago, when Arnold Schwarzenegger brought the project to seek investment, they would not have thought about it in this way. But now, the bill has been passed. In the case of lack of money for implementation, this can indeed be the reason for them to promote the project. Of course, there are also several problems. If that's the case, I can understand looking for Schwarzenegger, but looking for Roland and O'Connor takes eyes flickered. It's normal to look for Roland Allen, because Roland owns 25% of the shares of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Pictures. Nobuo Kiyoda said, in the agreement we signed at the beginning, he has the right to require the distribution company to release any movie. In this case, asking him to be the producer can guarantee the release of the movie. But isn't he Steven's student? And Okunatake frowned. They won't handle these things themselves. However, the eldest son of the Olson couple who adopted Roland, his college mentor, has a deep connection with Gilead, the pharmaceutical company, where Henry Rumsfeld is now working. Since Nobuo Kiyoda thought of this answer, he would not let his solution be questioned. On the last page of the document, it says the latest announcement from Gilead this month. They acquired Northeast Star Pharma for $550 million, and of this, $300 million was injected by Roland. After the acquisition, Roland held 18.4% of Gilead's shares. Since he and Henry are both shareholders of Gilead, they will jointly operate a film project. I think there should be no problem. Hearing Nobuo Kiyoda's confident words, Kunitake Ando immediately lowered his head and flipped through the documents. When he saw the printed announcement, his brows were even more twisted. He has been the president and CEO of Sony America Engineering and Manufacturing since 1990. He always felt that there was something wrong, but he just couldn't find a clue or say it. This kind of depression made him very uncomfortable. But just when he wanted to continue arguing, trying to find the flaws in Nobuo Kiyoda's thinking through a lot of conversations, or to find his own pain points, Norio Oga, who had been sitting in the first seat and listening for a long time, ended their conversation. According to you, you want to take over Black Hawk Down. He looked at Nobuo Kiyoda. Yes. Nobuo Kiyoda nodded. You mean, you're considering it? He looked at Kunitake Ando again. Yes. Kunitake Ando did not hesitate. What do you mean? You didn't say anything just now. His eyes fell on Howard Stringer. Faced with such inquiries, this guy with dual citizenship of the United States and the United States pushed his glasses on his nose. I think what Mr. Ida Nobuo said makes sense, and I agree. But I think there is actually no room for consideration in this matter. Because even if we find out their true thoughts, how much courage do we have to refuse? If Mr. Ida Nobuo's guess is correct, and we refuse, we will be refusing in those military industrial enterprises that can easily kill us. If his guess is wrong, then we will face unknown enemies. I don't know which is more terrifying, the unknown enemy or the existing enemy, but I know that we can't fight against these enemies in the open. In this case, we have no choice but to agree. Yes. The dimensionality reduction strike implemented by the will of the state is not something that a single enterprise can withstand. No matter how much they analyze, it is just a guess about how much chance they have of surviving after the incident. As for resistance, after the signing of the Japan-US Security Treaty, 50,000 troops were stationed in the island country, and sky-high protection fees were collected every year. To put it bluntly, they all know in their hearts that no matter how loud the trade war is, it is just a last gasp. When the national security depends on the other party's protection, the economy will never be able to beat the other party. After all, the truth is everywhere within the range. Economic prosperity and cultural prosperity can only be built on fists. The weak are only worthy of acceptance and have no choice. Such words made Nobuo Kiyoda sigh, and Ando Kunitake shut his mouth. When the atmosphere on the scene was infinitely condensed, Norio knocked on the table and said, "Then, take it." Note, Sony's leaping guessing thinking in the article refers to Sony Origin, Sony Corporation Media Center published, Sony's official memoirs during the US-Japan trade war, and Sony Secret History, 2 books written by John Nathan. Sony has been cheated since entering the United States. I have written before that the loss of Sony Pictures Entertainment is because they poached 2 idiots from Warner, who even Spielberg thought were cheap, but this is only one of the factors. In fact, when they entered the United States in the 1970s, their first executive, Harvey Sheen, who was poached from CBS, cheated them. After that, Coca-Cola, Warner, Barbara Streisand, and 3 Meters, yes, the company that became popular this year because of masks, all stabbed Sony in the back, and it reached its peak during the US-Japan trade war. During the US-Japan trade war, Sony was the one who admitted defeat. The most referenced example is the US-Japan Semiconductor Agreement. In 1986, 1991, and 1996, Sony was the driving force, and the driving force was Norio Ogre. The Standard 3 was tested in September 1999, but it was already on the procurement list before that. This is actually normal. To give the simplest example, when Bush Jr. came to power, Navy Secretary Gordon Englander was the Vice President of General Dynamics, Air Force Secretary James Roger was a senior executive of Northrop Grumman, and Deputy Secretary Peter Dietz was the Chief Operating Officer of Lockheed Martin. The Secretary of Defense said that Deputy Secretary Paul Wolfowitz was a consultant to Northrop Grumman. Chapter 300, Survival Secrets, Fresh Meat and Vests. Did Sony agree? Yes. After 2 days of research, they decided to invest in Black Hawk Down. So easy? Yes. They asked for a budget of $100 million right away. As long as we set up a team, the funds will be guaranteed to arrive within a week. Wow. No other requirements? No, but they asked me to bring you a few words. What words? Howard Stringer said that Sony likes the R&K brand very much. According to their understanding, you plan to lay out branded goods before Christmas this year. In this case, you can actually put advertising in Spider-Man 2. Didn't Gwen Stacy die at the end of the film? They think that Peter Parker can cry and take out the engagement ring from his pocket. He originally wanted to propose to her after saving Gwen. Anyway, that's what they mean. They said that you can play freely in terms of product placement. Do you understand what I mean? Oh, I understand, but not necessary. Just this? No, this is just the first paragraph of Sony's words. What's the second paragraph? The second paragraph. They said that there were some minor problems with the accounts of Sony, Amblin and Warcraft Pictures. The financial staff there falsified the accounts and embezzled the company's profits, causing the company to suffer serious losses. After their investigation, the entire financial team has transferred a total of more than 200 million yuan in funds in the past 2 years. Because the investigation was timely, all the money has been recovered. According to the shareholding ratio, the dividend of more than 50 million yuan will be deposited into your account before June this year. Oh, I see, that's all? No, I brought everything here. So, my work is over? End? How is that possible? Your Terminator project hasn't even started to be conceived yet. You can handle it yourself. Okay, I'll remember this. But, let's talk about it after James is done. When Arnold Schwarzenegger smiled and hugged Roland, and then turned and left humming a happy tune, the project plan left on the table made Roland feel deeply moved. Looking at the flamboyant signature on the cover, excitement and sadness were infinitely intertwined. Excited, because Sony did not resist, just as he expected. Sad, because Sony could not resist, just as he expected. In the face of absolute power, any struggle is futile. As for why Sony suddenly said that Roland could place advertisements in Spider-Man 2, and also said that there was a problem with the accounts of the global distribution company, and it was adjusted and recalculated. That's because they think I'm in cahoots with those military industrial enterprises. What is DOD? Isn't that the headquarters of the military industrial complex in Washington? In fact, after introducing those guys as film consultants, Roland had already expected this day to come. Because in everyone's eyes, among the long list of interests, he couldn't be the one who took the initiative to shoot the movie. The guy who is engaged in entertainment, games, and the internet took the initiative to get involved in the arms procurement project? Don't be kidding. Who would believe this? Even if everyone knows that Roland is rich, arms procurement is not a matter of money at all. In this case, Roland can only be the one who got lucky and ran errands for the military industrial enterprises. Although this label sounds bad, it is enough to use it for fun. Because the spokespersons of the military industrial complex have always been arrogant on this planet. Just like Dick Cheney, who endorsed Black Hawk Down, France and Nigeria accused him of bribery to help the famous energy and infrastructure company Halliburton Group get a $6 billion order and control the Nigerian market. But is it useful? Even if the evidence is conclusive, they only accused him for 10 years. Because no one dared to arrest him. It's the same now. After discovering that the interest groups related to Roland are far more than Hollywood and Wall Street, but also Seattle, San Francisco, Omaha and Washington, Sony no longer wants to mention any Oscar deals. They can try to compete with one place, compete with 2, 3, and 4 places at the same time. Sorry, we don't want to play this game anymore. Please treat us as a fart. Competition only exists between equals. Fighting with an opponent of a different level is not called competition. It is called asking for trouble. Therefore, Sony has chosen to lie down obediently. They don't expect to make much money from Spider-Man 2 and 3, nor do they want to know what Black Hawk Down will be like. They just hope that Roland can leave after the contract ends. No, we will pay you back, if we owe you money. If money can buy peace, it will be the greatest value of money since its existence. Roland naturally accepted Sony's overtures, but at the same time, he still called his woman. Are you familiar with Ridley Scott? What? Looking for him to make a movie? What project? Black Hawk Down. When Roland told Kate about the project that he had killed 2 years ago, she frowned, feeling strange. She looked at her man deeply and then lowered her head to read the project documents. When the series of shocking signatures appeared in her sight, she raised her head without wanting to read the content. Is it safe? Our children will be born smoothly. Who do you want to ask to be their godfather? Kate was stunned by the irrelevant words, and then she shook her head and laughed. Although Roland did not say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious, as capital, we are safe. As for others, no one can guarantee that no one will be affected. But this result is enough for Kate, just like she persuaded Roland not to vote for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Many times, the only one who can control is herself. Ridley is filming Gladiator. According to Steven's plan, the film will be completed around June. And next, he only has one project, which is to film Hannibal with Anthony Hopkins. If you want him to film Black Hawk Down first, then I will go to them and ask them to postpone Hannibal, but if they can't shoot it for a while, then I will ask them to shoot Hannibal as soon as possible, and then make Black Hawk Down with all their strength. Of course, I can help you get the people, but you have to solve the related projects yourself. With Roland's current status, it is too easy to prepare a movie. Not enough time. Just adjust it. The filming schedule of Hannibal has to follow Anthony Hopkins, and he has just finished filming and left the crew after playing the Green Goblin in Spider-Man 1 and 2. He will also have to play a supporting role in How the Grinch Stole Christmas and Mission Impossible 2. The specific time he can participate in Hannibal depends on the arrangements of the other 2 crews, but for Roland, isn't this just a matter of words? Just call Tom Cruise and ask him to move the old man's cameo role forward, and then call Ron Howard and ask him to get the old man's cameo role first. As for the director, Gladiator is a DreamWorks movie. Roland asked them to finish the filming quickly to make time for himself. Isn't it as reasonable as a boss asking employees to work overtime? What? The old man is on vacation and doesn't want to take care of things? That's not a problem. If Roland went to his house and stole his daughter, wouldn't he take care of things? And letting Kate come forward is also to take care of everyone's emotions. Anthony Hopkins and Ridley Scott should not be too familiar with Kate's family. Ask them for help first, and then help them adjust their time. This will not give people a sense of oppression. Roland asked them to make a movie first, instead of solving everything and then letting them be tools. Hey, the effect is too different. With Kate in the lead, things moved forward quickly. 2 phone calls, calling Uncle, and within 10 minutes, Anthony Hopkins said that he would let Universal put Hannibal on the schedule. Ridley Scott, even with the noisy noise on the set, loudly asked Kate to send the script over. After getting the director, Roland, who had been listening, contacted all parties. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Roland got the news from Arnold Schwarzenegger that Sony had confirmed the investment, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Sony had already received the report on the formation of the crew. This speed made Sony believe that Roland was mixed up with those warmongers. So, facing Roland's move to ask for someone, Sony didn't even look at the documents and approved it directly. The production director is responsible for the crew. The casting director communicates with the director. The costume designer digs out the military uniforms of the past. The script doctor communicates directly with the dot. Whatever Roland wants, they give it to him. Whoever Roland asks them to contact, they buy tickets and go directly. Anyway, they pay for the work and don't care about the matter. This high degree of cooperation also makes Roland full of emotion for survival. While the crew of Black Hawk Down was frantically forming, the 1999 Oscars were also held on March 21st. Although they received the invitation, Roland and Kate were unwilling to serve as human background boards for the organizers on an empty stomach. Therefore, watching at home became their best choice after Get Off Work. As the old man said, the biggest winner this year will only be Born and As Good as It Gets, and Shakespeare in Love. And after nearly 4 hours of live broadcast, the old man also successfully won the Best Director. The Best Supporting Actress went to Judi Dench, who starred in Shakespeare in Love. The Best Supporting Actor went to James Coburn for his role in Misery. The Best Actress went to Helen Hunt for her role in As Good as It Gets. The Best Actor went to Roberto Benigni for his role in Life is Beautiful. Due to Roland's appearance, the Oscars in 1998 and 1999 underwent a huge change. Gwyneth Paltrow did not win the Best Actress award, and Jack Nicholson lost an Best Actor award, but at the same time, Shakespeare in Love was still criticized. That's right, this movie still stood out from the four-way competition of As Good as It Gets, Life is Beautiful, Saving Private Ryan, and The Thin Red Line. The judges racked their brains and finally made a safe decision. Unfortunately, the audience didn't buy it. The day after the Oscars, questioning remarks were rampant. The media with industries in Hollywood were still very conservative in their words, but the people who could vent on the internet did not hold back. The angry words slaughtered the pages of major forums, and the judges' ancestors were all dug up by them. The suspicion of shady dealings made the noble gold look less sacred. The Academy can understand the public's feedback, because only the parties involved know how complicated this year's situation is. But if the shady dealings are mentioned, the Academy will be unhappy. Isn't the biggest shady dealing in Oscar history the deal last year? But because you like it, it is right. You don't like it this year, so it is wrong? Pah. How shameless. Of course, the Oscars noise only lasted a little over a week. Because on March 31st, The Matrix was released. As a movie with a philosophical label, at the beginning of its release, people actually went for the handsome face of the young actor Keanu Reeves, but after the audience watched it, wow. Keanu Reeves is so handsome. He looks so cool with sunglasses. Carrie Moss is so cool. She can even do Afu's crow flying on a plane. Okay. The Adventures of Jackie Chan hasn't been aired yet, and Roland shouted out the crow flying on a plane. After The Matrix was released, Roland went to book the theater. Although he had seen it in his previous life, it did not prevent him from dragging Kate to book the theater again in this life. But as he watched, he regretted it, because every time Keanu Reeves appeared, Kate's eyes were full of stars. No, is he as handsome as me? Roland wondered. No. Kate shook her head decisively, but her eyes were still fixed on the screen. Then why are you staring at him? Because he is handsome. Meow meow meow. Countless small question marks appeared on Roland's head. He continued to watch the movie with a confused face, but before he could watch for a while, with the appearance of Carrie Moss, Kate suddenly turned her head and asked him a question. Is she as pretty as me? No. Roland, who was staring at the screen, shook his head decisively. Then why are you staring at her? Don't you think she's very smoking hot in a leather jacket? Roland looked at Carrie Moss, who was wrapped in a latex suit with only her white collarbone exposed, and expressed his inner thoughts. Kate stared at Roland's profile and said nothing. The next second, only the sound effects echoed in the theater. The next second. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Roland ran away. Although Roland didn't understand why he was beaten until he went to bed at night, he knew that, because of his handsome and charming face, The Matrix became a big hit. In the garbage period of late March and early April, The Matrix made a box office of $27 million in its first weekend. Although compared with Roland's box office record, this number is still a little younger, and compared with Will Smith's performance, Keanu Reeves still has room to catch up. But after the release of The Matrix, the number of Keanu Reeves fans has increased exponentially like a rocket. If it weren't for the fact that netizens are still so naive, Roland believes that he can see the slogan of Keanu bravely flies, Mom will always be with you. But even if Keanu Reeves is popular, Roland has no envy. Not only because Keanu Reeves has experienced everything he has now, but also because there is no one else in the world who is more handsome than him. What? Don't believe it? Even Leo admits that he is not as handsome as Roland, and other guys will not say that they are more handsome than Roland. There is no way. It's the power of money. Shortly after the release of The Matrix, good news came from Google. The commercial product was officially launched, and in just 1 month, the number of visits reached more than 20 million. Under such circumstances, the two young men who graduated from Stanford asked for a high price, valuing the company at more than $200 million. Faced with such a price, Sequoia Capital, which had already been warned, withdrew voluntarily, and the remaining KPCB and Watch Ventures injected 40 million yuan into the company. KPCB invested 25 million, accounting for 10% of the shares. Watch Ventures took out 15 million and a 6-year outsourcing contract for Yahoo's search business, accounting for 10% of the shares. Although it did not get 20% and other capital entered the market, it was already very good for Roland. Because if Google wants to grow, it has to rely on KPCB, the core of the anti-Gates alliance, to continuously recruit talents for them. Only by gathering those who know Microsoft best can they fight against Microsoft. Of course, although it took a long time to get 10% of the shares, this result is really embarrassing, but Roland did not care about these things. Not only that, he went to San Francisco in person on the day of signing the contract. After signing the contract, he was in a good mood and treated the two to a meal. During the meal, the two asked him a question. Roland, we heard from them that you don't seem to like participating in the company's operations. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.